So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to So we are back with a brand new movie on what if Naruto and Zatanna forced to injured, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. The chirping of birds and the soft rustling of the wind is what the young man known as Naruto Uzumaki awoke to. His eyes squinted as the sun beamed down his face. Groggily he stood up and blocked his eyes as his vision was becoming focused and out of its blurry state, observing the unfamiliar surroundings. The area he was full of trees, so he assumed he was in a forest, but it was none he recognized. It felt like he just had gotten over the hugest hangover of his life, even though he had a high tolerance to alcohol because of the Kyuubi, 9 tails. Then it hit him, the events of the Fourth Shinobi War and his battle against Madara and Obito alongside Kakashi, Guy, and Killer Bee. Madara and Obito had summoned the incomplete version of the Jubi, 10-tailed beast, and were dead set on completing the Moon Eye plan. Even though the Jubi was incomplete, it was still bigger, faster and stronger than Kurama and Gyuki together. The battle only became harder when the Jubi evolved into its second state. However, with the arrival of the Alliance and Naruto bestowing his chakra to most of the forces, they managed to successfully sever Madara and Obito's control over the Jubi. However, that's when things went sour as Madara began to fight more seriously, unleashing his perfect Susanoo and all the powers of his Rinnegan, while Obito tried to regain control of the Jubi. Naruto had never seen anything so powerful since the Biju themselves. Madara had begun to decimate their forces easily, but Naruto had gone full Biju again and engaged him in combat again while the allied forces attempted to halt the Jubi. It was a long and painful battle with Naruto and Madara tearing up the entire surrounding area in what could have become the second valley of the end. Naruto had momentarily been defeated when Madara used both his perfect Susanoo with Mokuton to weaken him. But thankfully Hinata got him to safety long enough for him to reactivate his Biju mode and resume his fight again. The battle went on for a long time until something unexpected happened and Naruto had somehow managed to unlock the legendary Dujutsu, Eye technique. The Rinnegan, Samsara Eye. Though it is nearly forgotten, the Uzumaki clan were distant relatives of the well-known Senju clan who were direct descendants from the Sage of Six Paths himself, also known as the man who created ninjutsu and the ninja system. Naruto didn't know exactly how he managed to unlock the eyes that the Sage and Nagato had. Maybe thanks to the Biju for giving him parts of their chakra, it combined with Kurama which unlocked it. Perhaps his latest bond with Kurama had some additional effect to him, or maybe it was the late Sage lending him his power to finally end the war and bring true peace to the land. Whatever reason, Naruto accepted his newfound power and used it to turn the tide of the war into their favor. With his newfound abilities, his training in his clan's infamous Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques, and the Kyuubi's help, Naruto managed to reseal the Gyubi, 10 tails, back into the demon statue and send it back on the moon where the original Sage of Six Paths entombed the Jubi. With the Jubi now resealed for good, Naruto was able to defeat Madara Uchiha. Seeing as how their plans had crumbled before them, Obito Uchiha orchestrated a plan of revenge against the young blonde ninja. Using the last chakra that he could conjure, Obito ensnared the surprised Naruto into his Mangekyo Sharingan's Kamui technique. Naruto, for all his strength and stamina, was too exhausted from his continuous fighting and lack of chakra to escape the space-time just you. All of the Alliance shinobi arrived just in time to see Naruto being pulled into a small swirling wormhole, much to the horror of anyone who was remotely close to the blonde ninja. Obito, seeing his success in enacting his revenge upon Naruto, gave a final smirk before dying from his own wounds and chakra exhaustion. Everyone from the shinobi world would remember this day, for it was both the beginning of peace to spread across the elemental nations now that all the shinobi had aligned with one another, and also one of its darkest for the loss of one of the greatest shinobi to ever live. Many mourned and celebrated their victory and Naruto's death. Little did everyone know, Naruto had not died, but had been transported into another dimension. XXX. For a moment Naruto fell into a pit of despair at the thought of not being able to ever see his loved ones again. Iruka, Hinata, Ba-chan, Sakura-chan, Kakashi-sensei. I'll never be able to see them again. For the first time since he had heard of Jiraiya's death, Naruto cried silent tears of sorrow. He felt alone and cursed Obito for getting one final shot at him that now left him with no one. He felt the pain beginning to grow as he recalled his closest friends that he'll never see again. Kakashi-sensei had been by his side along with Guy before the rest of their forces arrived to aid them in their fight. He would miss seeing him arrive late and mentioning one of his stupid and unbelievable stories of why he was late. Tsunade Ba-chan was as close to him as Jiraiya was and was like a grandmother to him. After the death of Hiruzen, he had dreamed of becoming her successor and replacing her as Hokage when she decided to step down and hand her position over to him. She was one of the people he didn't know what had happened to during the war along with the other Cage. The fact Madara had joined Obito in the fight against him and had said that the 5 Cages were not all right, had clearly indicated that he had defeated them and most likely killed them. Naruto could have used Sage Mode to see if they were still alive, but he couldn't since he was still in the middle of the fight, and also because he was afraid to find out what happened to them. He was afraid he'd find out she and Gaara really did die against Madara. Sakura-chan he would miss a lot. He had failed her in the past to bring Sasuke back and had continued failing in that ever since, and now he wouldn't be able to complete that promise. He'd never see her again to make things right. Iruka he'd miss a lot. He was like the older brother he wished he had. It always made him think what would have happened if his parents were never killed because of Obito. Maybe they would have had another child and he would have had a sibling. It was something he'd never know for himself. Hinata would be the one he might miss the most. He could still remember how she bravely fought against Pain's Diva Path while he was incapacitated. He especially recalled when she confessed her feelings and told him that she loved him. Never before had Naruto ever heard someone say that to him. She had been the first and had touched him like he never could have imagined. It was why he became so enraged and transformed into a 6 Tails when he thought Pain killed her. Because he thought Pain had killed the first person to ever give him true love, the first person to ever confess to him. The first to ever truly seemingly die before his eyes since Sasuke saved him from Haku. During the war when she joined them in the fight and he held her hand to give her his chakra, he had felt her emotions due to Kurama's cloak. He had felt her warmth, her courage, her love him. He had felt all the emotional strength she had from being by his side, and he missed her more than he could imagine. It hurt most of all that he was planning to talk to her after the war about her confession to him, where he felt like he actually could return her feelings and want to be with her, but now because of Obito he would never tell her how he felt about her. His depression was broken by the familiar booming voice of the Kyuubi, 9-tailed fox. Shed your tears, whelp. I doubt any of your friends would want you to be put down like this, especially after you managed to save the world from Madara and that wannabe imposter of his like you had promised. Naruto nodded, wiping his tears away. Kurama was right. His family, friends would never want him to wallow like this. Instead, Naruto turned his attention to the Kyuubi to discuss their current situation. So Kurama, do you know of a way to get back to our dimension? Naruto couldn't help but show a sliver of hope in his voice. Kurama frowned. There could be different ways we could leave this dimension, but the main problem is that there are an infinite amount of dimensions in existence. It could take us an eternity to find the right one, and that's if we're lucky. Plus, even if we did find it, I'm not even sure we could get back. Not to mention the possibility that time might flow differently in this world. For all we know, every day we spend here could be months or years that pass back in our world. That small amount of hope that Naruto held onto was crushed as quickly as it came. He took a moment to collect himself. Taking in a deep breath, he exhaled, turning his attention back to the fox. Very well, do you know what dimension we were transported to? Like I said, we were teleported to only one of many dimensions. I don't know which exact one we've been sent to, so it's best if we scout ahead for more info. However, I advise you to keep a low profile for now since we have no idea what we may find here. Naruto nodded, exiting his mindscape, and began extended his senses in search for a high populace of life source. That would likely lead to a village, hopefully. Finding a huge amount of life signatures a few miles from his location, he sped off towards the source. As he neared the energy source, Naruto spotted what he could only describe as a large collection of buildings. Upon closer inspection, the structures here were enormous. So advanced. Even more so than the Yuki no Kuni, land of snow, whose land is said to have possessed some of the most advanced technology in the entire elemental nations. The city was unlike anything he had ever experienced in his time as a shinobi. Everything gave off a nostalgic yet unfamiliar feeling. Naruto decided to go in quietly as he wasn't aware of what dangers this world could provide. When Naruto successfully infiltrated the city, he observed its people from the rooftops of the building. What he was seeing amazed him. The city was unlike anything he had experienced in the elemental nations. Everything felt similar yet so different. Much to his relief, the people here appeared human, but he couldn't sense much if any chakra from them, only the life force that kept them alive. Despite popular belief, Naruto disliked charging head on into the unknown. It was something he had been forced to learn during the war, where he saw that reckless wasn't the best idea lest he unintentionally bring harm to his friends. So he searched for a way to find more intel on this world. In the nearby alleyway, Naruto spotted a middle-aged man who was casually smoking a cigarette with his back leaned against the wall. Naruto smirked as an idea formed in head. He closed his eyes in concentration as he sent chakra into his eyes. When he opened them, gone were his brilliant blue eyes, replaced by purple-colored ones with a unique ripple pattern. The smoking man didn't know what happened next. All he saw was his vision black out before he was caught in a trance-like state. He had been caught in Naruto's genjutsu illusionary technique. Naruto leapt down stealthily next to the man before calmly putting his hand on his head. Thanks to his newly acquired Rinnegan, it had given Naruto the ability to probe through a person's mind through contact of the head. Although since he had only recently unlocked the Rinnegan, Naruto only managed to learn how to use the Diva path to pull and repel things at the minimal level against Madara and Obito, while using the human path was new to him and therefore takes him a long while to get the information. It was this very path he used to try and defeat Madara by ripping out his soul from his wretched immortal corpse. However, Madara didn't make it easy for him since Naruto had to find a way to break through his perfect Susanoo and get close to him. It was hard, but eventually he succeeded by knocking away its sword and disarming it, where he fired his strongest tailed beast ball and blew it to bits, leaving Madara exposed. But he had also seized an opportunity and used his own human path to try and rip out Naruto's soul. It became a tug-of-war between the two of them as they both tried to rip the other's soul out while trying to maintain a strong grip on their own souls. Eventually, however, Naruto managed to come out the victor thanks to his experience with chakra tug-of-war that he had with Kurama when he fought against him to gain control of his chakra. With his victory, Naruto defeated Madara by sealing away his soul, and with him gone, Obito was soon defeated as well. Naruto was especially glad that he didn't read his mind, since he didn't want to know what twisted thoughts coursed through that man. This was the second time he was using the human path, and he had to be extra careful so that he didn't end up pulling the man's soul from his body like how he had heard from Shizune when Nagato had done so to her. It was over a good 6 minutes later that he finally managed to gather all the necessary information he was looking for, since not only was it a lot of info to take in, but he was still adjusting to all his new abilities. What he had learned was a lot to take in. Not only was this world's history vastly different from his, but the people here didn't and have never possessed the ability to utilize chakra. Not only that, but apparently this world harbored a collection of superpowered beings, both good and bad, that utilized powers that he never even knew existed. Through the man's memories, he saw people dressed in all sorts of weird costumes. The most common superheroes, as these people referred them as, were two men called Superman from Metropolis and Batman from Gotham. Both were impressive in their own department. They were also like polar opposites. Superman was the yin while Batman was the yang. Superman was the true model of someone who believed in truth and justice, while Batman was someone who lurked in the darkness, using fear against villains. Kurama even approved of the Dark Knight's methods. Naruto, however, liked Superman's methods more. It reminded him of bringing peace through understanding rather than hatred. This planet is definitely different from the shinobi of our world. Humans here are even more pathetic than I thought possible. From what we saw from that fleshbag's mind, I'd say that these people would hardly pose a challenge against us, except maybe a few. Kurama spoke unimpressed with what he saw. I don't know about that. These people may not have chakra, but from what I've learned in the past, it's best to never underestimate a person, especially when this world's technology far exceeds the shinobi's. The Kyuubi gave a low grumble in a reluctant agreement. With that, Naruto disconnected himself from the man's mind and dropped the genjutsu, but not before leaving the area. He also made sure the man wouldn't remember what had transpired. What Naruto needed now was a place to rest for a time. He still was feeling the effects of his battle with Madara and Obito, and he was low on chakra. He managed to find an abandoned apartment that he could safely rest for the night. Before he settled down, he made a few cage bunshins, shadow clones, to research any more info that would be deemed important that the man didn't have. As soon as he laid down, Naruto passed out from pure exhaustion of the events that transpired. He would figure out a plan of action tomorrow, right after a good night's rest. 3 months later. In the past few months, Naruto had been both familiarizing himself with this world's society and training with his newfound abilities. He made his clones train with his Rinnegan's abilities in a deserted area, while he had a few other spare clones research anything important of the planet, geographical features, technology, language, as well as the villains and heroes. The clones found many of this available information in the public library. Each clone would henge themselves so they could look through the library without disturbances. Though he spent much of his time also working on his father's jutsu, the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Before the Fourth Shinobi War had started, Tsunade had given him a scroll from his father containing the formula for the jutsu, along with his other inheritance that included jutsu from his mother as well. Though, there were fail-safes placed on the scroll, so only someone with the Namikaze blood could see its contents. Naruto hadn't had enough time before the war to really put much practice into learning the Just-You, so he couldn't use it in his battle against Madara and Obito, which would have definitely had helped on several occasions. It had taken some time to get used to the technique, especially the instantaneous teleportation part. The scroll didn't mention how disorientating it would be the first few times. He even lost his lunch on several occasions. So far Naruto preferred to use it for mere transportation, rather than actual combat, not that he's even had a fight to use it in for fighting. He himself was currently in the city that he had first stumbled into. It was a large and popular city known as San Francisco. It had taken some getting used to, but he had learned this country's language, English. This world had a wide variety of languages, but he also learned that, much to his surprise, this world had his own land's native language, which they referred to as Japanese. This world's technology had similarities to the shinobi's. While the elemental nations had conventional technology like trains, TV, refrigerators, etc. This world, this Earth, had a higher level of technology superior to the shinobi. The world he was in was known as Earth and had many similar traits compared to his own, but its people seemed to be split into even more factions than the elemental nations. Maybe it was because it was vastly larger compared to his world. Unfortunately for him, the currency here was different, so he had to search for a way to gather more money for some living expenses. That part wasn't too difficult though, as he wasn't the type of person who had the need for conventional things like a car or house. He led a more nomadic lifestyle anyway, though that didn't mean he wouldn't try to gather money in case he may need some. He found an editor who was willing to publish his sensei Jiraiya's books, the Icha Icha Paradise Collection and his personal favorite tales of a gutsy ninja. The books were a major hit as they became a worldwide sensation, and pretty soon he was racking in a lot of money that he stored into a spare storage scroll. While his clones studied, the original Naruto continued to train with his new abilities, namely his Dujutsu, eye technique, the Rinnegan. Though, he spent much of his time also working on his father's Just You, the Hiraishin no Just You, Flying Thunder God technique. As for his training, he had attained a good deal more control over his Dujutsu, eye technique, the Rinnegan, though he had still not achieved full mastery of it. Thanks to the Rinnegan, it gave Naruto the ability to be compatible with all the 5 basic nature transformations: Futon, Wind, Doden, Earth, Kaiten, Fire, Suiten, Water, and Raiden, Lightning. Right now he had mastered his original Futon element and was proficient in Raiden and Kaiten. He was still working on the others. Now he was currently contemplating on what he should do. He could try to become a superhero and protect these people, but he still felt that lingering attachment to his home. Kurama snorted at his container's attitude. Why are you so hesitant? You have the chance at a free start, so take it and get your ass out more in the world. It'll be amusing to see these so-called villains squirm as we beat them to an inch of their useless life, ha ha ha. Naruto's sweat dropped at his tenant's obvious enthusiasm in the enjoyment of others' pain. Kurama, you know we're not gonna just go on a killing spree, right? Kurama huffed. Who said anything killing? I was just saying we could beat them up until they can't stand and strike them with so much fear that they'll wish they never became villains. You'll never know how to have any real fun unless you cut loose and enjoy yourself. Naruto rolled his eyes in exasperation at the Kyuubi's playful antics. Though, he had to admit that the idea of pounding in a few villains did sound pretty good, not to mention he needed to further test his abilities in live combat anyway, so why not look for some supervillains to test himself with? It was decided, Naruto would test out his abilities the next chance he got. All he needed was the opportunity and a worthy adversary. Later that night Naruto adorned his superhero outfit, which was his new ninja attire. He wore a long white sleeveless cloak that was similar to his father's, except it was modified to Naruto's liking. The cloak's inside was colored a cool blue with an intricate yet beautiful design of a goldfish stenciled into the fabric. Blue flames danced across its bottom edges. Embedded on the back of the cloak was the kanji for Rokudame Hokage, 6th Fire Shadow, as a symbol for his past dreams. He wore a Jonin, high ninja, flak jacket around his chest area with open-toed sandals. A dark blue mask covered the bottom of his facial features like Kakashi had worn his, and a forehead protector with the leaf symbol was strapped around his forehead. His blonde hair had grown out, extending past his jawline, giving him a similar look to his father. It wasn't long before Naruto heard a woman's screams close by. Naruto quickly sped off in the direction to find 2 young women surrounded by 4 shady-looking guys. 3 of them were harassing the girls while they had the 4th one keep lookout. It was when one of the men pulled out a knife on the girls that Naruto narrowed his eyes in contained anger as he moved in to take out these dangerous men. The man with the knife and their apparent leader grinned lecherously at the frightened girls as he carelessly waved the knife in front of the 2. The man with the knife and their apparent leader grinned lecherously at the frightened girls as he carelessly waved the knife in front of the 2. Don't be scared, all we want is any cash you got. The girls backed further against the wall to their back. They were trapped. One of the women, a dark-haired brunette, held her red-headed friend closer to her in an act to protect her friend. "Ah, isn't that cute? But that ain't gonna do much." Bye. His words were lost as something dragged him off into the darkness. The thugs and girls were surprised at the man's sudden disappearance. A few of the men pulled out pistols but were also pulled into the shadows before they could fire at anything, much less see what their target was. There was only one thug left, who was now freaking out with the sudden disappearance of his fellow thugs. A figure arose from the shadows, revealing himself to the remaining thug and girls. The figure appeared to be male and wore unfamiliar-looking clothes that looked like something only a superhero or villain would wear. The man's identity was covered, but his sunny-colored blonde hair was completely exposed and his mask revealed brilliant blue eyes that were currently glaring daggers at the thug. Said thug felt a shiver go up his spine. The man's eyes seemed to be staring right into his very soul. The thug pulled out his own gun and pointed it at the women. "Don't move or else I'll blow this bitch's brains out." Naruto knew of what that weapon could do if fired off. It fired fast-moving projectiles, but unfortunately for the thug, he could move even faster. In a movement quicker than the thug could see, the blonde man disappeared from his view, and the next he saw was blackness as he dropped to the ground unconscious. Now that the thugs were taken care of, Naruto turned his attention to the stunned girls. He gave them the classic Kakashi eye smiles. "Are you girls okay?" The girls didn't know anything about their savior, but his now warm demeanor gave them much relief. "Why yes, thanks for saving us. We were on our way back to our apartment from work when we were surrounded by those thugs," spoke the brunette. "Well, I'm glad I was nearby when it happened then, although you were very brave in defending your friend here, miss." The brunette blushed a little. "Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't introduce ourselves. My name is Miranda." The redhead pointed to herself in a chirper attitude compared to just a few moments before. "My name's April. What's your name, mister?" Naruto moved to round up the unconscious thugs. "You can refer to me as the Hokage, Fire Shadow." "Well, it was nice meeting you lovely ladies. Stay safe now." With that, Naruto disappeared in a swirl of leaves that left the girls surprised, thinking of the events that had transpired. Naruto tied the thugs up and dumped them at the nearest police office, of course without being spotted. Naruto jumped across the rooftops as he hummed to himself, "A successful first appearance for ourselves if I don't say so myself." Kurama grumbled in a bored tone. "Yawn, if it was me I would have just squashed those petty fleabags under my paw and wiped them off on the ground. Relax, there will be plenty of opportunities to test our strength, and I already told you we won't just go killing random people." Naruto was right. In the next few weeks his appearance in the city of San Francisco would grab the attention of many people, including some super-powered beings. XXX 1 month later, in the past month, Naruto had made a lot more appearances as the Hokage, grabbing many people's attention in the process. At first it started with many of the city's local crime thugs or thieves, in which Naruto helped stop. In fact, on several occasions Naruto had left tied-up criminals on the doorstep of police offices. Though, Naruto made sure to only interfere when the police were either unavailable or if a life was being threatened. After all, it was still the police's job to protect the city, and he didn't want to just take their jobs. Although it was becoming a funny gag to them when they would sometimes find the tied-up thugs with notes attached that said, "Here's today's shipment of trash to put away," or, "Special delivery." Crime rates had significantly decreased and the people had only caught glimpses of their apparent hero. What little pictures reporters could get, managed to capture him on camera, though much of it was slightly blurred. At the very least they saw the kanji or logo on his back that they immediately translated into Hokage, giving the hero his title. As for the hero himself, they managed to determine his gender to be male from the reports and eyewitness that saw him. So far though, the man hadn't displayed too many abilities other than the fact that he had excellent hand-to-hand combat abilities and incredible speed that at sometimes, people compared to the Flash himself. This earned him the other title known as the Yellow Flash, as that was what many thugs reported as the last thing they saw before they were knocked unconscious. The Flash himself had heard about this and commented that while he admitted the Hokage was indeed quick, he was still faster, though he mentioned that he wouldn't mind having a race with the new hero to prove his point as he had once done so with Superman. Many others of the superhero community were curious about the new hero, while the villains varied from curious to wary as well. In that short amount of time Naruto had made a major enemy of himself to the city's local gangs. All of them were more cautious and afraid to go against the hero, so most made the wise decision to stay clear of San Francisco and the Hokage's way. One thing was for sure for Naruto. Things were about to become more interesting in his life once again. Naruto smirked a little as he walked away from the TV displayed in the window. It looked like the public still didn't know too much about him. Good. The majority of it was just speculation. Most of the people seemed to view him as a positive influence in the city, but others such as the criminals and more bigotry people absolutely loathed his presence. Oh well, you can't win them all. Naruto was currently walking through the streets of San Francisco, taking a breather from both his training and hero activities. Hey, even he needed some downtime every now and then. So far his training had provided fruitful results as he now had down the basics of the 5 major elements, though he was still perfecting them. Unfortunately, Naruto's success with the more potent of the Rinnegan's abilities had led to disappointing results. Had he not had Kurama's help, Naruto was certain that it would have taken him some years to understand the basics of the powerful Dujutsu, eye technique. Thankfully, Kurama had a good amount of experience involving the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, from when he witnessed the Rakudo Sennin, Sage of 6 Paths, use the Dujutsu. But even with his tenant's help, the steps it took to learn how to wield the Rinnegan properly were long and difficult. How Nagato was able to use it to such an amazing high degree, Naruto will never know. Naruto's shadow clones were unable to wield the Rinnegan, but Naruto figured that with time he could eventually do that when he had achieved to a higher level. There were no dead corpses for him to use as vessels, so for now Naruto settled for what Madara had done and use all the path's powers with his own body. Kyuubi, Nine-Tailed Fox, had stressed that Naruto should not attempt to summon the Outer Path's demonic statue, since doing so could cripple Naruto for life like it had done with Nagato. Of course Naruto wouldn't summon the statue, but he appreciated Kurama's concern. Although he wasn't even sure he could summon it from this dimension considering how he had already tried using the Rinnegan to summon an animal but it didn't work. In fact he couldn't even summon any of the toads to this world. So far he still only had the Diva and Human Path and hasn't managed to unlock one of the other paths. Although he has at least learned to use the Human Path better, so now it only takes him 2 minutes to read someone's mind completely, and he has learned to use the Diva Path to attract and repel things that are about the size and weight of a human being. But anything heavier would just shake from him trying to pull or push it. Even though the fox would never admit it out loud, he had slowly grown attached to Naruto over the years that he had been sealed inside him. Kurama had probably started to form a real connection with Naruto a little after he confronted Naruto about how he can't change the course of hatred as proven by his failure with Sasuke and the hatred in the war caused by the loss of comrades. It was after seeing his will and hearing his desire to do something about Kurama's own hatred that he had begun to secretly trust him. After spending more time in this new dimension, Naruto was able to distinguish the technology difference of this world compared to the elemental nations. While Shinobi did indeed have television, it wasn't nearly as publicized as it was here. Naruto felt that quite a bit of it was practically garbage, with the exceptions of the news, information, cartoons, game shows and a few other channels. It irked him when he first saw those advertisements during commercial breaks. Particularly, whenever they advertised medical prescriptions with the possible chances of ill side effects. Though, Kurama especially loved the side effect of a possibility in death, much to Naruto's displeasure. While we're on the topic of Naruto's displeasure, he was, for the lack of a better word, well bored. Despite the fact that Naruto had swept out a good portion of San Francisco's criminal activities, there wasn't too much action going on for him, especially since there didn't seem to be any super-powered villains in the area. Boring. Where is all the excitement? All these small fry are hardly a good challenge for us. At least in the elemental nations some of the more hardened and experienced shinobi could give us a challenge. You can't even consider these meatbags as a decent warm-up, the giant demon fox complained for the 100th time. A tick mark grew on Naruto's head. He could only take so much of Kurama's bitching over how boring it was lately and how there was never a good fight. As annoying as the fox was, Naruto had to admit that he was right. It had been kind of dull as of recently with no challenging figures in the area. While it was great that he had been able to lock up all these criminals behind bars, none of them had forced him to really let loose. An idea crossed his mind. Perhaps it was now time for a traveling trip out of town. Quit complaining, damn it. I swear if I have to listen your complaints for another minute I'll get minor brain damage. Maybe if you're good then we can go and visit another city that has been known to house super-powered beings. Naruto jeered while slowly rubbing his temples. You insolent whelp. Don't make it sound like I'm one of those Inuzuka dogs who you give treats to if they're good. Do you want to do something productive that we haven't done yet or not? Naruto shot back, daring the demon fox to say otherwise. A low grumble could be heard from the fox. Whatever, was Kurama's smart reply. Naruto smirked triumphantly. That's what I thought. Break a few days later, Naruto was currently sitting on a train headed towards Metropolis City, home of the great man of steel himself. It had been a damn pain to forge an ID so that he could take the train, and any other forms of transportations. A few genjutsu techniques placed on some people for extra persuasion, and he was officially a part of society. Though, Naruto made sure that the ID was based off the alias he used as an author for his book series. When he had first begun integrating himself into this world, Naruto had started the process of creating his own spy network. The network worked in similar ways that Naruto's godfather Jiraiya had used when gathering information on the Akatsuki. Whenever he needed some information on a subject or person, Naruto could always refer to the network for intel if they had it. While the internet was also a good source of information, Naruto preferred to not rely too heavily on it in case the information turned out faulty. Computer viruses and hackers were just the bane of his existence. Recently, rumors had spread through his spy network that there was an organization that collected any data involving the world's superpowered beings. What they did with the gathered data no one knew, but it was speculated that it wasn't good. The rumors unfortunately could not prove this so-called organization's existence, as there was just not enough evidence of its permanence. In fact, Naruto's spy network was lucky to even find the rumor of the organization's existence. Whenever a possible link to its actuality appeared, the evidence was almost immediately removed as if it was never there. This made Naruto suspicious, as there was a possibly truth to these rumors. Though, Naruto could understand the need for such an organization, since the ordinary humans most likely felt threatened by all these beings with abilities beyond the norm. The only things that worried Naruto was just how far these people would go to protect themselves, and he didn't even want to think of what would happen if they discovered Kurama's existence. Who knows what steps they would take to obtain him for his power or destroy him. Naruto glanced outside his compartment's window. Already he could see that the train was nearing Metropolis, so he closed his book. After getting off the train, Naruto began to take a detour around the city and sightsee. There didn't seem to be too many differences between Metropolis and San Francisco, but Naruto did notice that Metropolis appeared to have more high-tech technology. Though, that was to be expected since the majority of the city's profits came from LexCorp. His spy network had confirmed that the owner of LexCorp, one Lex Luthor, had some form of rivalry with Superman. Though, the term rivalry may be putting it mildly, as if one could dig deep enough then you could see that Lex absolutely loathed Superman, enough to the point where some people had suspicions that he had tried to kill the Man of Steel on several occasions. None of these incidents could be confirmed, as everything pertaining to this subject had been sealed off, so to speak. When Naruto had a backtrack done on Lex Luthor, there had been signs of shady dealings involving the man and his company. Naruto made note to never trust this man, especially since Superman seemed to distrust him greatly, and Superman was known greatly for his honesty. Naruto had heard of all of Superman's good deeds. He admired the Man of Steel's gentle heart and physical prowess. If what he heard was true of the man's strength, then he could very well rival Tsunade, if not actually beat her in physical strength. The very thought of someone who actually packed more of a punch than Tsunade actually scared the crap out of him. Naruto had heard of the unfortunate incident that had occurred between Superman and Apocalypse, where he was supposedly captured and brainwashed into thinking he was Darkseid's ally, and where he had him attack Metropolis. It was only thanks to Supergirl's intervention and Luthor's kryptonite missile that he was stopped. However, both Kryptonians were captured by the government, who believed they both purposely betrayed the human race. They somehow managed to escape, where Superman supposedly went to confront Darkseid and narrowly defeated him, but didn't kill when he had the chance. As much as Naruto held some respect for Superman, he couldn't fathom why he didn't just kill Darkseid after what he had done to both him and Metropolis. The only thing he could compare it to was how Obito took control and manipulated the previous Mizukage, starting the bloodline purge that was responsible for the death of many bloodline users and the death of Haku's parents. The detour around the city eventually led the blonde shinobi to one of the buildings that Metropolis was most famous for, besides Superman. The building was fairly tall and had a giant globe placed at the top which had the words Daily Planet etched around the sphere, making it look like the planet Saturn. The Daily Planet had an excellent reputation for finding the truth in news and was a good supporter of Superman. Naruto's musings of the building were interrupted when he suddenly found that someone had bumped him and fallen in the process. On reflex, Naruto was able to grab the person before they hit the ground. The person in question turned out to be a young brunette girl who appeared to be around Naruto's age. She was shorter than Naruto and wore business attire. Her hair was put into two ponytails on each side that hung over her shoulders, while clear glasses covered her teal-blue eyes. All in all, she was a very plain-looking girl. Though if one looked hard enough, you could see she wore a wig and was actually very pretty. Naruto had to give her a double take because, unlike the average person, she emitted a small but strong amount of chakra. She may have been trying to mask it with her getup, but with the training that Naruto had with nature chakra, He was extremely good at picking up even faint traces of life source. There was no way that he could miss someone with this much chakra, especially when the majority of the planet's inhabitants had an extremely small amount of chakra. The one question that ran through Naruto's mind was, who was this girl? And for that matter, how did she have this much chakra? Already his mind worked on overdrive for a possible answer. The most likely of them revolved around the possibility that this girl was a super-powered being. Not to mention, it felt like I walked right into a wall, Naruto thought. The girl in topic gave him a concerned look. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking. Did you hurt your head? You look like you're spacing out. Naruto waved off her concerns, silently thanking for the henge that he still had on. Oh, don't worry about me, I'm fine, miss. He paused for her to finish. The fake brunette gave a sigh of relief while mentally thanking she hadn't accidentally hurt this person. While her strength may not be as strong as Clark's, she was still a very powerful girl. She had to constantly watch her strength when it came to normal people. Ah, my family calls me Kara. A feminine voice interrupted her. The two teens turned to the steps of the Daily Planet to see an attractive woman who appeared in her mid to late 20s. Said woman had long black hair that extended near her waist in the back. She wore a casual purple business top, with a pearl-colored skirt that stopped a little past the mid-thigh, and small black high-heel shoes. Naruto recognized the woman as Lois Lane. She was the Daily Planet's best reporter. She had covered plenty of Superman's stories, and there were even some rumors that she may have some relationship with the Man of Steel himself. Kara, Clark told me that you were gonna fill in him for today while he's covering a story in Gotham. You're late, where have you been? Lois then notices who Kara was with, causing a sly smirk to cross her face. Oh, I see, so you're shirking off responsibilities for some boy, huh? She teased. Kara blushed at what Lois was insinuating. Wait a minute. I just met this guy. I've never seen him before in my life and I just overslept. That's why I'm late. Lois just shrugged slightly, clearly not buying her story, much to Kara's annoyance and embarrassment. Suddenly an idea forms in the reporter's head, making her smirk turn more mischievous. Kara didn't like the look in Lois's face. It gave her a bad vibe. Perhaps I should tell Martha and Jonathan of your secret relationship. Or better yet, I bet Clark would love to know about this. Kara's eyes grew horrified at the prospect. Clark was the best cousin Kara could have asked for, but he could be extremely overprotective sometimes. Before Lois could continue torturing Kara, screams echoed around the corner, alarming the three. In the distant, bolts of electricity cackled across the street, shattering some windows in the process. All the electricity on the block seemed to be shorting out for some reason. Kara and Lois had a hunch on who was causing this. They only knew one person who could mess with the city's electricity, Livewire. Lois pulled out a small camera from her purse, and then addressed the two teens. We need to get these people away a safe distance and wait for either Superman, Supergirl, or Steel to come handle this. The two teens immediately sprang into action, guiding some of the people out of the street. Using the chaos as a distraction, Kara slipped through the crowd into a nearby alley to don her hero outfit, though this did not go unnoticed by a certain blonde shinobi. Just then bolts of electricity coursed through the city's street and starting forming together. In a small flash of sparks, a pale-skinned woman wearing a black leotard with a lightning bolt etched across her outfit appeared in the middle of the street. She laughed as she launched small bolts of electricity at the fleeing people. Before she could fry anyone, a large postbox was thrown her way. Livewire managed to stop it in place by encasing it in her electricity, throwing it back in the direction of the person who tossed it at her with double the force. When it reached its target, the person simply bashed it away. Livewire smirked at who it was. Well, if it isn't Superman's little sidekick. All by yourself too. Where is Big Blue? Kara ignored her comments. That's none of your business. Besides, he doesn't need to be here for this. I can take care of you myself. I bet you'd make a nice decoration for my Christmas tree. Kara taunted. Livewire leered at her for the jab. That's it, blonde, I'm gonna fry you. After safely evacuating the people, Naruto dressed in his ninja garb in case things got dicey for Supergirl. In the meantime, he just watched the two go at it from afar. Supergirl seemed to be having some trouble. While she did have the strength to knock Livewire out if she could get close enough to her, Livewire didn't make it easy for her. Whenever Kara tried to close the distance between the two, she would narrowly be hit by a lightning bolt, and Livewire would just turn to lightning and flash warp a bit further away to keep her distance. Kara could take a good hit, but she knew from experience how painful those bolts of lightning could be. Livewire wouldn't be running out of energy anytime soon, as she would just recharge herself with the electricity that coursed throughout the city. For a while it had been a stalemate between the two until an unexpected factor came in. A green fluorescent beam of energy flew through the air, striking Supergirl in her back. The young blonde teen screamed in pain, falling toward the ground like a bird shot out of the air. Kara's eyes slowly moved towards the direction of where the beam had come from. Her eyes widened in realization of who it was, Metallo. Naruto was surprised. His senses hadn't picked up the metal man coming. Perhaps because Metallo is a non-organic being with no form of chakra in its system. But Naruto's senses did pick out a faint energy coming from the Metallo's chest section. It was a form of energy that Naruto was not familiar with. Naruto grimaced at the man's appearance. Metallo's clothes were torn in many sections and half the skin on his face was mangled, revealing the other half of his face to be cybernetic. Upon closer inspection, Naruto's face flickered in recognition. From the research that Naruto had done on all of Superman's known enemies, he was able to determine that this was Metallo. His name certainly suited him considering he was entirely made of metal. He kind of reminded Naruto a little bit of Pain's Asura Path, except that Metallo didn't have any weapons on his body, with the exception of that beam he fired from his chest. Metallo spoke in his British accent, a smirk crossing the small part of the face he had left. It appears that Superman isn't here for the day. Oh well, I guess we'll have to settle for you then. Livewire grinned with a look that promised pain. Yeah, I can see it now. Big Blue comes back to find your crispy charred body hanging from a flagpole. She spoke as her hands sparked in electricity. Just as Metallo opened his chest plate to shoot another beam, he heard the sound of faint swooshing in the air. He turned around only to receive a few missiles that sent him hurtling into a nearby car, which exploded on contact. Kara smiled at who saved her, Steel. A man in a suit of silver armor stood where Metallo was, holding a larger hammer in his hand. Glad I came in time. Looks like you could use a hand here. Metallo arose from the car wreckage, seemingly unharmed except for a few scorch burns from the missile projectiles and explosion. The metal plating that coated Metallo's body was made of an unknown but very strong material, which was highly resilient to most forms of damage. There were only a few known weapons that could possibly put a dent in the metal armor. Metallo tore off what remained of his destroyed shirt. That wasn't very nice. Livewire, you handle him, I got Supergirl. Livewire grumbled. She hated being told what to do, but she knew it was better for Metallo to take on Supergirl because of the kryptonite in his chest plate. Her hands cackled again with electricity as she shot after Steel, who prepared himself for her attack. Metallo then turned his attention to Supergirl, who was now standing, as she had somewhat recovered from the kryptonite beam. She made sure to keep a good distance as attacking Metallo head-on would most likely result in her death. Although that brought the problem of how she'd fight him without getting close to him. Besides using her heat vision, there weren't that many other ways she could fight him, since she and Superman did tend to mostly rely on their strength to fight their enemies. Kara started sweating nervously. That beam took a lot of energy out of me. A few more of those and I'm a goner. Damn kryptonite, she thought. In the shadows, Naruto noticed Supergirl's predicament. It seemed that beam took quite a bit of chakra from her, given that her levels had dropped a good bit, which meant that now was the best time to reveal himself and help her out. Steel seemed to holding his own against Livewire for the moment, so he focused his attention on Metallo. With one last smirk, Naruto took off to make his grand entrance. Metallo prepared to move in on Supergirl when an object struck the ground next to him. He looked down to see that the object in question seemed to be a strange-looking knife that had papers tied on its handle with weird markings on it. All of a sudden the paper caught on fire and started burning, like something similar to the fuse from a stick of explosive dynamite. Metallo's eyes widened when the paper tag suddenly stopped and exploded, causing debris and smoke to fill the area. When the smoke began to clear, it showed that Metallo was unharmed, just momentarily surprised. Through Metallo's enhanced vision, he could see a figure amongst the smoke and debris. The figure knelt by Supergirl. Supergirl was surprised at the sudden appearance of this man when the strange-looking knife had exploded. The man looked eerily familiar to her, but she just couldn't place her finger on who he was. The man looked young and had the most beautiful-looking cerulean eyes she had ever seen that were currently showing signs of concern mixed in with a playful yet mischievous nature. "Are you all right, beautiful?" The young man's comment momentarily stunned her, as a small tint of red flashed across her cheeks. No one had ever commented on her looks to her so openly before. She quickly regained her composure. "Yeah, I'll be all right when I absorb enough of the sun's rays. But that kryptonite of Metallo's is interfering with my abilities." "Then consider it gone," was the man's reply before he got up to go face Metallo. "Wait. Metallo is pretty tough. He can give Superman a tough time," Kara protested. Naruto turned his head slightly so she only saw the right side of his face. He gave her a Kakashi eye smile in reassurance. "I'm well aware. I'll be careful." Though, it's nice to know that such a pretty girl is worried about my well-being. He walked away as a small blush reappeared across Kara's face. Kara didn't know why, but for some reason she believed in what the man had said and stood back to watch. Metallo got a good look at who interfered and threw the exploding knife. A flicker of recognition crossed his ugly face. Wait, I know you. You're that new wannabe hero from San Francisco. The one they call Hokage. Huh? You think some ninja tricks are gonna be able to actually harm me? That's rich, huh? Metallo's words were cut off when he momentarily lost sight of the now-known Hokage. It was only because of his enhanced vision and reaction speed that Metallo had been able to react in time. Naruto had narrowly missed stabbing through Metallo's face. Metallo was able to dodge to the side, though not completely unharmed. A look of shock crossed Metallo's face as a clear cut marked the side of his face. The cut even pierced into his metal body, much to his surprise. He looked at the Hokage and saw the trench knives placed around the blonde shinobi's knuckles. Trench knives? How could that have pierced my armor plating? It had to have been a fluke, Metallo's mind screamed in outrage. Hey, how the hell did you cut my armor? The metal on my body is one of the hardest on this planet. There's no way that just those trench knives could pierce it. Naruto casually twirled the trench knife on his right hand. I thought you said my ninja parlor tricks wouldn't hurt you. Besides, a good ninja never reveals his secrets unless he has to sow good luck trying to figure me out. Meanwhile, in Naruto's mindscape. That's some tough armor. Normally the Heen technique, flying swallow, would have done much more than just chip someone's face. Guess Tin Man wasn't exaggerating the toughness of his armor. If I'm gonna make a bigger impression, then I'll need to add in some Fuden, wind, chakra. Kurama seemed giddy with excitement. Finally, an opponent that can actually take a hit. Maybe we can actually get a good workout this time. Naruto couldn't help but agree. He was excited as well, though it looked like he may need something with a little more humph to it so he could bypass that armor of his. A mischievous fox-like grin etched across his face. But first let's mess with old Tin Man here. Why don't you do us all a favor and go back to whatever factory manufactured you? Naruto's face scrunched in thought. No wait. On second thought you could make an excellent toaster. Nah, they probably would come out all burned. Perhaps a laptop. I've been meaning to get a new one, but then again if your face is the screensaver then I don't even want to look at it all. Naruto's musings were interrupted by a furious Metallo who threw a nearby car at the young shinobi, forcing him to dodge. The chest plate on Metallo opened as he shot a barrage of kryptonite beams at Naruto. Metallo glared hatefully at the shinobi who continued to dodge the kryptonite beams while continuing his verbal assaults. Tisk tisk. You have quite the temper tantrum there, Tin Man. Be careful now, wouldn't want to blow a circuit or something. I still need you at least somewhat intact if I want my new laptop. Metallo absolutely loathed this new character. He was by far the most annoying person he had yet to meet. Metallo was just further infuriated by the way the Hokage was playing him. Using his strength, Metallo tore off a nearby street post pole from the ground and swung it like a bat in frustration. Stay still, damn it. At this rate we'll cause too much property damage. It seems like the source of his power comes from the kryptonite in his chest, which is emitting that strange energy signature I sensed earlier. Oh well, time to end this. Naruto pumped more chakra into his trench knives and legs as the bat came down on him. Just when Metallo thought he had finally gotten him, the pole split in two with both remaining pieces crashing to the ground. He heard the faint sound of swirling wind. Moments later he found the Hokage appear from seemingly out of nowhere right in front of him with a blue swirling ball of energy in his hand. Rasengan. Spiraling sphere. The Hokage shouted, smashing the ball of energy into Metallo's chest plate where the kryptonite was held. Naruto put enough dense chakra in the Rasengan to drill through Metallo's dense armor. Erg. No. Metallo managed to shout out before he felt the power from the kryptonite in him lose power. With no power source in his body, Metallo dropped to the ground with a loud thud. His glowing eyes slowly faded till they were pitch black. Any remaining spectators that had watched the battle from a safe distance were shocked from the fight's outcome, even Kara. It wasn't every day that you see someone like Metallo being taken down in such a manner. Now that the kryptonite was destroyed, Naruto turned his attention back to Kara. Now that he's been taken care of, let me see what I can about that wound. Naruto pointed to the small burn mark on her back that had also torn a small hole in her clothes. Kara shrugged off her momentary shock, waving him off. You don't need to. It'll heal on its own when I gather more energy from the sun. Naruto's brows furrowed. Don't be stubborn, besides it's not polite to deny someone's sincerity. With that he went to her backside to inspect her wounds. Naruto gave a small nod to himself before placing both hands right above the wound. Kara could see from the corner of her eye that the Hokage's hands were glowing with a faint energy. Whatever he was doing, it gave her a weird but good feeling that she had never experienced before. Naruto had actually been using a portion of Kurama's chakra to speed up the healing process on Kara's wound. A few minutes later, Naruto removed his hands from her back, giving her the okay to move. Steel came in with a soaking and unconscious Livewire slung over his shoulder. Kara thanked the Hokage before moving towards Steel. "Hey Steel, you okay?" Kara asked, inspecting him with her X-ray vision, looking for any signs of injuries. "Oh, I'm alright. Though, Little Miss Lightbulb here's electricity is playing hell with my suit's circuits. But nothing I can't fix. Thankfully there was a nearby fire hydrant to cool her off. I saw you get hit by Metallo's kryptonite beam. Are you hurt?" he asked in concern. Kara gave him a reassuring smile. "I'm fine. My wounds healed up all right." Steel's eyes glanced at the unmoving body of Metallo, then back to Kara. He jerked his thumb at Naruto. "He took care of the cyborg over here?" Kara nodded her head quickly, explaining what she had seen of the Hokage's fight with Metallo. Police sirens wailed, most likely to investigate what had transpired. Thankfully, Naruto had managed to prevent the fight from producing too much property damage. Naruto motioned the two heroes for their attention. "Well, that's my cue to leave now. It was nice meeting you too, especially you Supergirl. Farewell for now." "Wait. You're the Hokage from San Francisco. Not that we don't appreciate the help, but why are you here?" questioned Steel. Naruto spoke without turning back around. "I decided to explore a bit, so I left San Francisco and decided to take a detour in Metropolis to see if I could meet Superman, and I just happened to be nearby in the area." Kara and Steel now tensed up a bit. "Why do you want to see Superman?" Kara asked. Seeing their tenseness, Naruto shrugged. "No real reason. I was just curious about one of the most famous heroes and thought I could just talk to him, but since he's not here I may as well move on to my next destination," Naruto said before he walked away, disappeared in a swirl of leaves, much to Kara and Steel's surprise as a group of reporters started flooding the area. Among those reporters was a concerned Lois, who questioned the two remaining heroes about the Hokage's appearance. Kara was left wondering what exactly kind of person was the Hokage. She hadn't had the opportunity to use her X-ray vision to see his face, but her instincts told her that the man was fairly young, possibly around her age. The man's actions and behavior left a deep impression in Kara. The young Argonne found herself slightly blushing when she remembered the small interactions she held with the Hokage and the look of his beautiful blue eyes. Perhaps in time she would meet the man again, and hopefully soon. For the past few days now, Naruto's fight against Metallo had been the talk of the town, or worldwide news to be more exact. More people had taken notice of the new hero now that he seemed to display meta-human-like abilities. Reporters did manage to capture the footage of his fight in Metropolis, giving everyone their first good look at the hero. In recent news, it appears that the new hero on the block has finally showed the telltale signs of a meta-human's abilities. Reporters over on the scene in Metropolis were unable to get an interview with the Hokage, as he had disappeared shortly after his confrontation with Metallo. Fortunately, they were able to get an interview with the two Metropolis heroes who had contact with the man in question. The interview will be played after we come back, as well as a clear image of the Hokage's appearance. A figure in the shadows paused the monitor before bringing up the video of Naruto fighting Metallo in his Hokage garb. The figure examined each and every detail of Naruto's appearance, fighting style, abilities and very behavior during the fight. The figure in question was currently wearing a gray jumpsuit of unknown material and covered it with a jet black cape that was connected to his cowl, which resembled a bat. Another figure stood behind the man resembling a bat. This man wore blue tights that held a S in a shield on his chest, as well as a long red cape that was slung over his wide shoulders. The figure was Superman, and he had just come back from a quick trip to Metropolis to make sure if Kara and Steel were okay after the events with Metallo and Livewire. "So did you find anything on him yet?" Without removing his calculating eyes from the screen, he replied to Superman. The man shows exceptional skill and inhuman-like reflexes, as well as mastery in forms of martial arts. I analyzed the knife he first threw to distract Metallo. The monitor zoomed in on Naruto's kunai. You may notice the knife as a weapon once used from ninjas back in the old times. The kunai. The tag attached to its handle has some form of ancient Japanese writing on it that my computers have failed to decipher, which could mean the writing is in some type of mystic arts language. All we know is that the tag has the capability of exploding like dynamite once burnt. What's unusual though is that he was able to pierce Metallo's armor with only those trench knives. I've analyzed what it's made of and the results came back positive as basic metal, which makes no sense considering how dense and resilient Metallo's armor is. It shouldn't have been possible for it to even so much as scratch him. Both men noticed something strange about the trench knives when the Hokage used them to slice the street pole. Do you see the faint outline of energy that's surrounding the trench knives when he cuts the pole? Superman asked. It's possible that he coats the knives with some form of energy to increase their cutting potential. There's also the moment where he uses this same energy to heal Supergirl's injuries, and again when he forms the swirling ball of energy to carve into Metallo's chest. The video screen displayed the scene of when Naruto put his hands over Kara's back. Her injuries were healed in mere moments, followed by the clip of the Rasengan, spiraling sphere. If I meet up with him, and I have a feeling I will, I'll see if I can scan any energy readings he may emit. Until then we don't know what sort of other powers he may possess, or if he's really a villain posing as a hero. Batman or Bruce Wayne didn't quite trust this new arrival. Though that was to be expected, as he never trusted anyone without knowing what they were capable of and what their motives were. Even then he had trusting issues. The only people that he could even say knew the real him were his faithful butler Alfred, Superman, the Bat family, and a few of his close friends, allies. Superman held his chin in thought. On one hand he was grateful for the fact that the Hokage had saved Kara, but on the other hand nobody really knew too much about who he was, where he came from, or what were the full limits of the powers he truly possessed. The man was a total mystery, there just wasn't info on him to decide if he was a true threat or not. Though for some reason Kara seemed to believe him to be a good person, and for now that was good enough for Clark. He'd give this new hero the benefit of the doubt if he ever met him. Maybe he could potentially become a future ally. XXX in a secret location far from Gotham. Meanwhile another mysterious group was reviewing the data on Naruto. The group was funded by the government to collect any data on every vigilante, superhero, villain, or meta-human that posed a threat to human society. Anything to give normal humans an edge or a chance to fight back at any threats they deemed worthy of notice. Once all the members of the group had gathered, the meeting had begun. So another meta-human has cropped up, huh? That's not abnormal considering new ones tend to appear every now and then. Why has this one warranted such attention? This one may be different. So far we haven't been able to track him or find his base of operations, if he even has one. He's definitely been trained well in stealth and infiltration to have avoided us so far. You have my attention, and what of his other abilities? One of the figure's brows furrowed in slight irritation. Currently we know very little of his abilities and how they work, other than what we've seen and heard from footages and eyewitnesses. Though, we have been able to determine that whenever he uses his abilities he emits faint traces of an unknown source of energy from his body. Another figure, this one wore a general's uniform, brought up the picture of Naruto when he poured chakra into his trench knives. The figures could see a faint blue outline of energy around the blades. Another was when Naruto formed a Rasengan and shoved it into Metallo's chest. So far, he's shown capabilities of using this energy to not only power his techniques, but utilize them in more than just combat. The video changed to where Naruto healed Kara. He could either become a significant threat to us in the future or we could have him join us. Make sure to keep watch of his progress, and also keep track of any other abilities he can use. I want someone to analyze that energy source. Maybe we can replicate it to our advantage. My sentiments exactly. This meeting is adjourned. With that each person began to leave to review the data they had collected on the Hokage. XXX high in the buildings of Gotham City. A lone figure sat eating a cup of warm ramen noodles with a large smile on his face. After the events in Metropolis, Naruto had gone into hiding in the city, to escape the chaos that followed in the form of reporters. It's been way too long since I had ramen, the god of all foods, Naruto thought as he swung his feet over the edge of the building like a toddler. Kurama resisted the urge to face palm at Naruto's behavior. Just when he thought the boy was beginning to mature somewhat, he brings back his childish tendencies. Though, he must admit that he liked the way Naruto had avoided revealing his identity, especially from those damn awful reporters. They were like cockroaches, no matter how you avoided them, they always came back. Some had even tried to give him and his tenant a bad representative, which nearly caused the Kyuubi to want to rip their throats off. Unfortunately for him, Naruto was stern on his stance at not killing anyone without good reason, even if that was a good enough reason for Kurama to kill someone. Though that was beside the point, there was a bigger issue at hand. So what are gonna do about that organization that your spy network found? It's confirmed that they actually exist now that we spotted some of their agents trying to spy on us. Naruto slurped the last of his noodles and soup before replying to Kurama. Well, now that we know they're mobilizing and trying to gather more intel on us, it's best if we keep a lookout for more of them. Kurama grumbled in agreement, closing that topic and switching to another. Agreed. Now what are we doing here again exactly? Naruto shrugged. No particular reason really. I guess I just wanted to see if Gotham was really as corrupt as my spy network had said. Besides, maybe we'll get to see how the Batman and his entourage operate. I did find it a shame that I didn't get to see Superman, although seeing Supergirl more than made up for it. He said the last part with a grin as he remembered the pretty blonde. However, his daydream was broken when the horrific smell of smog and cigarettes infiltrated Naruto's nose, much to his disgust as he plugged his nose. Though, I'm starting to regret that decision. This city has way too much pollution for my taste. I don't know how these people live in it every day. Kurama couldn't help but agree. Even though he detested the shinobi to an extent, at least they kept the air clean and untainted, whereas this place was like a living dump of trash and contamination. Naruto reached into his ninja pouch, pulling out a small black book labeled Bingo Book. Ever since his fight with Metallo, he had begun collecting more data on the more dangerous criminals and masterminds of this world's inhabitants on file. The principle was similar to how the ninja back in the elemental nations recorded any rogue ninjas into a bingo book, or how this world's FBI most wanted list was done. I'm still curious as to why you seemed interested in that one particular girl you looked up. Kurama wasn't kidding either, since after the fight with Metallo, Naruto stayed hidden in Metropolis while secretly gathering information on all known supervillains. The list included Metallo, Livewire, Parasite, Toyman, Bizarro and others. However, there was one supervillain that got Naruto's interest. It was a supervillain by the name of Volcana, where surprisingly, despite her name, she didn't have lava-based powers, but she did have fire-based powers which nearly burned just as hot. She was a very attractive young woman who was likely in her early to late 20s. He had read that she was a thief who stole and had fought against Superman, where strangely enough she disappeared for a long period of time and wasn't seen again until a few short months later, where she started her crime spree again. Naruto didn't know why, but something about her interested him, and it wasn't just because she was smoking hot in every sense of the word, both figuratively and literally. After digging through her files more, he was surprised to find out how little of information there was on her background. In fact, it was almost as if her past had been erased. Naruto had a hunch that there was some possible pain or bad experience she had gone through in her life that made her the criminal she is, and it involved the events from her mysterious past. Either way, he planned to eventually begin a search for her to see if he can speak to her. Just curious is all. Naruto finally responded to the fox, who eventually dropped the topic. There were quite a few crazies that were sanctioned from Gotham, especially this man who called himself the Joker. I mean, that guy was just batshit crazy. He practically defined the term itself. The only person that Naruto could compare him to was Orochimaru, and even that was stretching it a little. Never in his life did he think someone could actually compare to Orochimaru's creepiness, and he would always spit crap out from his mouth that seemed inhumanly impossible. While Naruto did admire and respect Batman's determination to never kill anyone at any cost, Naruto thought it was also slightly foolhardy. At the very least, Arkham Asylum should have made sure that he was securely locked up. It seemed like whenever Joker was sent to the asylum, he would always somehow escape and cause more chaos to the people of Gotham. There were just some people in this world that didn't deserve to live, and the Joker was one of them. He could still remember all the death that Madara had caused before he finally managed to kill him for good. Recently in Gotham news, there was a rumor that Poison Ivy may have teamed up with Harley Quinn again and were causing trouble for Batman and his apprentices Batgirl and Robin. Naruto made sure to keep a lookout for anything out of place. Naruto repositioned himself into a crossed-legged position with his hands cupped together in a meditative stance. Naruto had to give his most absolute focus to draw the necessary senjutsu, natural energy, chakra to go into sage mode. Though that was increasingly more difficult, considering where he was right now. All the factories and pollution in the city were interfering with his gathering of nature chakra. When Naruto reopened his eyes, his pupils became golden slitted horizontal boxes with a reddish-orange pigmentation surrounding the edges of his eyes. After minutes of siphoning through the polluted crap in the air that somewhat interfered with his sensing abilities, Naruto checked the people's population for anything that seemed abnormal or out of place, and boy was there. Gotham seemed to be coaxed in a dark and negative aura around it that made Naruto feel uncomfortable with his surroundings. Off a few buildings nearby his location, he felt a disturbance in the force, chakra signatures, though it didn't necessarily give a feeling of negativity. Naruto stood up and took off into the area of the disturbance. XXX Batgirl, or better known as Barbara Gordon, had heard of the reports on Harley and Ivy's team-up and was currently on the lookout for the Tupper Batman's request. Though, instead of finding those two, she had caught sight of someone who she hadn't seen in some time. A woman who resembled a cat scrambled across the building's roofs with cat-like grace and ease. Many knew this beautiful woman as Catwoman, but to those who were more close to her knew her to be Selina Kyle. Selina was an infamous cat burglar in Metropolis and probably one of the best that this world had seen. She even had somewhat of a shaky relationship with Batman that often shifted between the two, either working together or Batman trying to arrest the feline woman. Selina looked at the priceless jewelry in her hand that had beautifully crafted diamonds shaped into small heads of cats designed onto the necklace. She let a feline-like smile grace her lips as she used her whip as leverage to jump onto the next rooftop. Just as she was about to cross over the roof again, her senses picked up on a small whistling sound. The sound came closer until an object struck the ground in front of her. The object in question was something she had seen before, a batarang. She looked to the source of the person who threw the batarang, finding the female apprentice of Batman. Well, look what the cat dragged in. What are you doing back in Gotham? You're supposed to still be on probation, aren't you? Is that how you say hello to an acquaintance nowadays? Selina retorted. Don't act as if we're friends with each other. I asked you a question. Selina huffed in mock irritation. Ah, you're no fun. At least Batman was a gentleman. Yes, if you must know, I am still on probation, but this jewelry was too difficult to resist, and I have a hunch that it'll definitely help fund my nature preserve. Even if your reasons are for a good cause, I can't just let you steal that. It doesn't belong to you. Now hand it over. Barbara held her hand out for the jewelry. Sorry, kid, but I have no intention of giving it back. Catwoman bent down into a cat-like fighting stance. Barbara frowned. She would rather not fight the woman since she was not truly a bad person, but she couldn't just let her leave with the jewelry. She posed herself her own fighting stance. Both girls stared each other down, waiting for the other to make the first move. A minute seemed to pass by and Barbara grew impatient, so she decided to strike first. Within seconds the two were on each other, both throwing a flurry of well-placed kicks and punches. Neither seemed to be gaining the upper hand on each other, but the two were so absorbed into each other that they failed to notice that someone was watching them from afar. XXX Naruto arrived at the disturbance he had felt earlier to find two women in costumes fighting with each other. Naruto recognized them both as Catwoman and Batgirl. The two were really going at it, and Naruto was impressed with how good their hand-to-hand combat abilities were. He had overheard the two's argument before they had begun fighting, but was curious to see what they were capable of, and he was not the least bit disappointed. Both showed great skills, but Naruto's eyes caught how Selina was holding back a bit. That was mostly because she was known to abhor killing as much as Batman did, so she unconsciously held back. Naruto smirked to himself as an idea popped into his head. You planning to do what I think you're gonna do? Kurama asked with only one eye lazily opened. Naruto nodded. Of course, I think it's time for another appearance. XXX Barbara ducked to avoid a spinning kick to the head. At the rate they were going, she was just going to tire herself out. A part of her even realized that Selina was holding back while she was going all out, but her pride as Batgirl would never admit that out loud. She momentarily thought of calling Batman or Robin for backup, but she quickly scratched that thought. Her pride just wouldn't let her do it. Simultaneously, they broke apart from their bout to observe the other. Both of them breathed deeply, but Barbara's breath seemed to be slightly more haggard. Clapping sounds caught both of their attention. To their surprise, a man who they both had seen in the news recently was sitting on top of a statue above them, the Hokage. But that wasn't what had come as a surprise to the girls. It was the fact that not only had they not noticed the man's presence, but he was also doing something that was not by normal, human standards possible. The blonde ninja was standing upside down on the statue without any support whatsoever. The Hokage stopped clapping and spoke in a deep baritone voice, though not quite as deep as Batman's. Both of you put on a great show of skills there. I'm impressed at how good your hand-to-hand combat capabilities are, he said before walking a few steps and jumping down, landing perfectly on his feet with practiced ease. Selina quickly regained her composure to question this new mysterious man. She had seen stranger things in her days. She placed one hand on her hip as she flashed Naruto one of her classic seductive smiles. Glad you enjoyed the view, but would you mind introducing yourself, if only for a proper greeting? Naruto gave the feline woman a grin, which could not be seen behind his mask. My mistake, I admit that I wasn't always one for manners. My real name is not important. However, you may call me Hokage. I'm currently on something of a world tour and just recently came to Gotham in order to see the sights after my visit to Metropolis. It's a pleasure to meet you both, he finished, bowing slightly to the women. Now that Naruto had gotten a closer look at the two, he had to admit that they both looked better in person than on photo, especially Selena Kyle. Selena stood at a good 5 feet, 7 inches and wore a black leather jumpsuit that she left unzipped slightly near her breastline, showing off her body's slender curves. Naruto actually had to make an effort to keep himself from looking below her face. Even though he had promised himself that he would never become a pervert like Jiraiya, he couldn't help but feel that the man had gotten to him slightly while they were on their training trip. Ever since then, Naruto has had an eye for pretty girls and an eye for observing the outfits they wore, which showed off their figures like the ones Selena and Batgirl were wearing. "I've heard of your many exploits, Miss Kyle, and from what I've seen so far, your skills weren't exaggerated in the least. Just as beautiful as you were deadly, and you even share a love for animals, particularly cats. I myself am considered to be a fox. Though, while I do admire your activism with the protection of animals, I have to disagree with some of your methods." "Well, someone's done their homework. So is that what you're truly here for, to arrest Miss Kyle?" Barbara questioned. Batman himself had tried on several occasions to persuade the cat lover to stop her criminal activities, though to no avail. As discreetly as she could, the redhead activated a signal to Batman and Robin. Batman had told both Tim and Barbara to notify him if either one had gotten in more trouble than they could handle or have come into contact with the Hokage, since he had a hunch that the blonde ninja may come to Gotham after finding out about his surprise visit to Metropolis. Naruto just shook his head. "Honestly, I have no ulterior motive or desire to apprehend her. I just thought I would try my hand at convincing Miss Kyle here to change her methods." Selena raised a brow in slight curiosity. "Really now? Batman has already dabbled in that area before. What makes you think you can convince me to change my ways?" She used air quotes with her fingers. "Because I know that despite your criminal activities, you're actually a decent person under that mask. Unlike the scum of Gotham, you don't hurt innocent people or try to kill anyone, which shows that you're not a bad person, just someone who does what she thinks she's right. You may have good reasons to do what you believe is best, but you're not using the best of methods to achieve what you want." A frown crossed Selena's face. "You don't know me, Hokage. You've only just met me a few minutes ago. And there's nothing wrong with my methods." The volume in her voice steadily increased as her hand gestured toward the surrounding city. "These people I steal from deserve what they got coming for them. They are all criminals who manipulate people to do their bidding just for the sake of money and any other selfish reasons." Naruto closed his eyes in deep thought, contemplating her words and sensing her growing emotions before he opened them again. "So you're saying you only steal from the rich and corrupt because they don't deserve the treasures they possess, which they might have acquired through illegal actions?" The response got both girls to raise their eyebrows at hearing his response. Selena wasn't deterred. "I guess you could say that, however I do admit that any cat-like artifact or jewel I see is one I tend to desire as well." Believing she had won the conversation, Selena decided to take her chances and escape off the ledge. As soon as she turned, though, she felt someone's hand hold her shoulder firmly in place. Surprise reached both women's faces when they noticed that it was the Hokage. "That's fast. I didn't even notice him move," was both girls' collective thoughts. From the contact he had with Selena, Naruto could feel her emotions, anger and grief. "Do you pour your love into animals because you feel that they are as mistreated as you once were?" Those words struck a chord within Selena. Seeing her reaction, Naruto continued. "I'm right, aren't I? If so, I can guess it has something to do with your deceased parents. You give animals the love you always wished you could have had with them before they were gone and you were left alone in this world." That caused something in Selena to snap. "Shut up," Selena hissed, slapping his hand away from her shoulders. Barbara was startled by Selena's sudden outburst. Never before had she seen her lose her cool. But just what had happened to her parents to get her this wild up? "Don't you dare bring them in the conversation. Besides, how could you know how I feel?" "Because I have also felt the pain of losing my family." Selena's eyes widened when she saw his eyes. They bore similarities to her own. Eyes that showed a tragic past that would never leave you for the rest of your life. Selena tore her eyes away from the shinobi. They reminded her too much of the look she used to have as a kid. She tried to forget those tough times she experienced on the streets of Gotham as a child and of her parents. Naruto had done a full checkup on both Batgirl and Catwoman's files and history. After some digging, Naruto found out she was really a beautiful young woman named Selena Kyle who held a tragic past. For reasons unknown to him, her parents had died when she was only a child. This left her without any parents as a kid, who had to adapt fast to live on the dangerous and corrupt streets of Gotham. Her situation felt so similar to his own when he was a kid that Naruto couldn't help but feel sympathy for the woman. Naruto could see she was struggling with her emotions and decided to leave it that for now as he stepped back to give her some space. I can see you need some time to think about what I said. Selena didn't respond back, she only pulled out the jewelry she had stolen earlier, throwing it at Batgirl, who deftly caught it on reflex. That's only because I know I can't beat you both at the same time. She lied, but Naruto knew she understood where he was coming from, even if she didn't know what exactly he had experienced. Selena back flipped to the edge of the roof, blowing a kiss towards Naruto. Until the next time, Hokage. It was definitely a meeting I won't be forgetting anytime soon. You've given me plenty to think about, she said with her emotional mask back on as she let herself fall off the edge, disappearing into the shadows of the night. Batgirl ran over to the ledge quickly to see Catwoman running off in the far distance. Great, she got away. Why would you just let the thief run away like that? And what were you two talking about? She needed some time to think about what has happened, and it's not my place to say anything about her past even if I knew what it was. If you really want to know, then you should ask her yourself, not me. Naruto replied calmly as he looked to where Selena vanished. He could have easily followed her, he could have read her mind with the human path to fully see what she had been through, but he didn't want to purposely invade her privacy or let her see him transform his eyes into the Rinnegan. Naruto's eyes narrowed for a moment as he sensed something near him before he let out a hidden smirk. Oh, and you can come out now, Batman and Robin. I know you're there. Batman was surprised that the Hokage had found him and Tim so easily. They had made sure not to jeopardize their position, so how? Not deterred in the least, Batman glided down by Barbara's side, giving her small glance to make sure she was fine. He then turned his attention towards Naruto, scrutinizing him in every detail for even the slightest sign of hostility. Batman noticed that the man may portray an aloof attitude, but his stance proved otherwise. The Dark Knight noticed that Naruto's stance took the appearance of someone who was just standing, but really he was in a stance that was ready for defense or offense, further proving that this man had been trained well in martial arts. Naruto himself studied the Batman and his family. Looking at them together reminded him of his time with Team 7. Batman acted like the Jonin, high ninja, sensei, while Batgirl and Robin were his genin, low ninja. From the look I think your concealed face had, I'm guessing you were wondering how I detected you, Naruto said to see if he could get a reaction from the Dark Knight. As his reputation preceded, Batman showed no reaction or a twitch of an eye, but he decided to answer. Hardly anyone could sense my presence, you're one of the short few who has. I didn't detect your presence, Naruto said in amusement. Now that got Batman to raise his concealed eyebrows in curiosity and confusion. Then how did you sense me and Robin? He asked, not really expecting him to tell him how, but figured he'd might as well keep him talking to find out more about him. You're good at hiding your presence, but you can't hide the life energy your own body emits, Naruto said a little confidently. Batman was a little surprised the Hokage actually answered and told him how he detected him. My life energy, you say? So I take it that means you're able to sense the presence of all living things that are around you. Most likely insinuating that you either sense, hear the heartbeats, or sense the body heat, given the fact that you had your back turned to us the entire time you were talking to Catwoman. Never did your eyes move to our hiding position until we revealed ourselves after you called us out, but then again you could be telepathic and merely sensed our thoughts before calling us out. Naruto gave a small clap at the Dark Knight's deduction. He reminded him of Shikamaru when he analyzed his adversary and tried to find out their abilities with only a small amount of clues. Not bad, you viewed my actions and processed them with the most likely possibilities, although sorry to say that your assumption is incorrect. Batman for some reason wasn't surprised to hear that. After all, he only knew so little about the Hokage and how his powers worked, so he didn't really have a good estimate of what they are yet. Although Batman did notice something about the Hokage. He looked into his eyes and the small top part of his face that wasn't covered, and noticed his skin with how it looked both in color and tightness. He saw that his skin structure made him out to be a teenager, possibly a few years older than Tim, but possibly not older than Barbara herself. Also, don't expect me to give out more info on myself, because that's as much as I'll give you. So with that topic out of the way, would you care to tell me why you're here, as I didn't think it would take all 3 members of the Bat family to deal with Catwoman, or were you looking me? Naruto asked, even though he pretty much knew the answer already. Both of you, really. I came to deal with Catwoman, but instead I also found you here, Batman said while continuing to observe Naruto. Well then I guess you know I'm here now. So is there something you want from me? Naruto said while eyeing all 3 Gotham heroes. I overheard your conversation with Miss Kyle. While I appreciate the fact that you're trying to convince her to turn sides, that still doesn't mean I trust you. Batman spoke with a glare. Naruto leveled Batman's glare with his own. Sheesh, Selena said that this guy was a gentleman. The guy looks like he's stuck into a permanent glare mode. Kind of reminded Naruto of Konoha's top Anbu interrogator. Ibiki Morino, but then again he had actually seen him laugh and smile while Batman had yet to even give a smirk or grind. Sensing the tension in the air, Naruto decided to lighten the mood. You know, you should really lighten up. When was the last time you actually relaxed? I swear if you glare anymore, your face will be stuck in a permanent frown. Tim and Barbara were surprised at the Hokage's change in demeanor and how he talked to Batman. No one had ever brushed off the bad glare before. They both had to stifle a laugh that was threatening to come out. If possible, Batman's glare sharpened even further before relenting somewhat. Perhaps a different approach will get me more answers, the Dark Knight thought. Ever since your first appearance in San Francisco, I've been keeping close tabs on you. Where exactly did you come from? Batman spoke in fluent Japanese, thanks to his studying of many different foreign languages. This was also a way of testing if the Hokage may have relations to the rumors of his supposed Japanese heritage. Hearing this, Naruto let out a happy grin. "Oh, you speak my primary language? I guess I shouldn't be all that surprised considering who you are, but it's nice to speak this language with someone else for once, even if it is with a grouch like you. As for where I'm from, sorry, but I'd rather not divulge that to you yet, since I also don't trust you either." Batman's brow creased in slight confusion. Are you saying that you don't come from Japanese heritage despite it being your primary language? It's complicated, but no, I'm not, was Naruto's vague answer. Batman could tell that he wouldn't divulge any more than that, and the man hadn't given him reason to interrogate him yet, so he wouldn't press that subject anymore. Instead, he switched topics. From what I've seen in your previous fights and the current stance you have now, it's obvious that you've had intense training in forms of martial arts. Naruto allowed a smile to grace his lips. He was impressed with the Bat's detective skills. It made him wonder if Batman could possibly be able to outsmart even a certain lazy shinobi he knew. Very astute of you to notice, and I can take a gander that you've mastered a high level of martial arts yourself, if your apprentices are anything to go by. Only a master in many forms of martial arts could teach these kids such discipline and skill to be fighting crime. Tim and Barbara were somewhat frustrated that they couldn't understand what the two were chatting about, but both knew it was probably best not to interrupt, so they stayed quiet. Before Batman could continue their conversation, police alarms wailed nearby, catching everyone's attention. When Batman turned back to the Hokage, he was surprised to find him gone with no trace of him anywhere. Now I know how everyone feels when I do that to them. It's actually kind of annoying, Batman idly thought. Batman pulled out his communications link to connect with the police transmissions. It appeared that rumors of Ivy and Harley teaming up were true. They were currently held up in an abandoned warehouse where they were holding several civilian hostages. Bruce signaled for Tim and Barbara to follow his lead as they left to Ivy and Harley's location. Naruto meanwhile was watching the Bat family begin to move together to the sound of the sirens from a building he was standing upside down on. He decided to stick by and watch what happens in case they may need some help. One thing Naruto had to admit was that things had gotten more interesting. Naruto watched from a distance as the Bat family arrived at the warehouse where Ivy and Harley held up some hostages. They displayed impressive stealth and infiltration skills that reminded Naruto of his fellow shinobi. Batman gave Barbara and Tim vials of an antidote for Ivy's poison in case any of them needed it, and for both themselves and the hostages. Harley was currently ordering the mercenaries she and Ivy hired to shoot at the incoming police. A lot of them had decent firepower on their hands, which gave the police a tougher time in rescuing the hostages. The hostages were currently wrapped up in Ivy's plants, but Ivy herself was nowhere to be found. That sent Batman on edge, as he suspected that it may be a trap, but he had to rescue the hostages before they were killed by the plant's toxins. Batman sent Batgirl and Robin to get the hostages out while he handled the Harley and the mercenaries. Barbara and Tim didn't like leaving Batman to face such armed men, but they knew how dire the situation was and complied with his orders. The Bat family parted and sprang into action. Batman crept up on the mercenaries from behind quietly. Harley was in the upper portion of the warehouse with only 2 mercenary guards at her side, while the rest were on the bottom shooting at the police. Pulling out small metal-like pellets from his utility belt, Batman threw several of them nearby the mercenaries' feet. One of the mercenaries noticed one that tapped against his foot. Curious, he stopped shooting to pick it up. That was a stupid move, as the pellet ejected a stream of gas in his face, as the other pellets activated as well. One of the smarter mercenaries noticed the gas first, and ordered the men. "Anesthetic gas. Hold your breath, cough cough." The mercenaries began to lose consciousness one by one until they were all knocked out. Harley took notice of the gas downstairs. "What's going on down there?" She pointed at one of her bodyguards. "You, go check what's happening. Red won't like it if you fail." The bodyguard gave a nervous salute and took off. The guard looked over the edge to see what was happening, only to receive a punch to the face as Batman used his grappling gun to launch himself up the next floor. The thug was sent crashing to the floor in an unconscious heap. The other guard noticed his partner fall to the floor and brought his gun up on the Dark Knight. Batman reacted quickly to this and threw a batarang at the man's hands, forcing him to drop his weapon. He rushed at the guard, giving him a hard uppercut to his midsection, making the mercenary reel over in pain, and then threw the thug over his shoulder, knocking him out. Now that the mercenaries were taken care of, Batman turned his attention to Harley. Harley gave him a wide cheesy grin as she waved at him. "Hiya Bats, been a while." "No games, Harley. What are you and Ivy planning?" Batman demanded. Harley bit her lips. "Well, you see, Red asked for my help, so I'm just doing her a favor. And as for what she's got planned, you're gonna have to figure it out." Harley pulled out her own specialized gun that fired a deck of Joker cards and began firing them at the Bat. Meanwhile, Batgirl and Robin put on specialized poison masks to make sure they weren't affected by the plant's poison. They secured the hostages and began to administer each of them an antidote before they were further infected. Things seemed to be going smoothly until the ground beneath their feet shook a little. It felt as if something was coming closer and closer. Barbara's eyes widened. "Robin, we gotta move now." Both made the intention to move, but they weren't quick enough as large plant vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the two. They struggled to break through the vines' grip, but the harder they tried, the more the vines seemed to constrict them. A large seed rose from the ground and began to sprout petals of roses, and lying in the center of the petal was poison ivy. The redhead chuckled at the two's predicament as they continued to struggle. "Seems you two are stuck like a bug in a Venus flytrap." They glared at Ivy, who ignored their glares as she had the vines rip off their breathing masks and began to send poison toxin into their bloodstreams by making them breathe the toxic powder the plants were starting to emit. The Bat protégés continued to squirm in attempt to pull free, but eventually the toxins took their effect, making them stop struggling. Batman was able to see Tim and Barbara's situation from the top floor. The entire thing was a setup to split the group up. He cursed himself for letting them fall into a trap but focused on Harley. Harley kept firing at Batman, who was able to dodge all the cards. The sound of clicking met Harley's gun. She frowned, tossing the gun aside as Batman threw a larger pellet at her from which a net exploded out of, wrapping around Harley. Harley fell to the floor, kicking and screaming like a spoiled little girl who didn't get what she wanted. Batman ignored her and took off to assist his apprentices before it was too late. The weights added around the net would hold her in place for a while. When he was within range, Batman threw a batarang at the vines that were holding Tim and Barbara in place. Before it could sever the vines, however, it was snapped aside by another vine. "Ah, Batman, you're just in time to see your two stooges die from the toxins my darling plants gave them. Would you care to join them?" Ivy asked in an all-too-sweet voice. Batman didn't get to respond back as Ivy had sent more vines to chase after him. Naruto had enough of watching. He had planned on leaving this to the Bat family, but now they looked like they could use some help. He thought of using a Kaiden fire-style jutsu, but scratched that thought. With all these plants in the warehouse, there was a good chance that he may set the entire building on fire, which would just make the situation worse. Naruto had the right jutsu in mind for this situation. He went through the necessary hand seals before inhaling deeply, sending chakra into his lungs. Fuden Kamaitachi, wind style, cutting whirlwind. Naruto inhaled sharply before blowing out the air he held in lungs. The gust of wind was sharp and slashed up all the vines. Batman and Ivy seemed shocked at the sudden gust of wind that managed to cut all the vines up, setting all the hostages including Barbara and Tim free. Batman had a good hunch on who had caused the gust of wind, but he had other more important prioritizes right now. Ivy, seeing her treasured plants all cut up, recoiled her giant rosebud to escape through the ground. Her plans had been so close to succeeding, but it had been ruined by some unknown factor. She would make whoever had ruined her plans regret it. Batman rushed to Tim and Barbara's side and checked both their vitals. They were faint but still there. Quickly he injected them both with the antigen to ward off the toxins. He checked their vitals again. They were stabilizing slowly. That was good. Police officers began to fill the area, arresting all the mercenaries, as well as an agitated Harley, who was still caught up in the net. Naruto took this time to jump down beside Batman. "Need a hand?" He gently picked up Barbara bridal style. Batman didn't give him a response, only hefted Tim over his shoulder. In the corner of his eye he saw Commissioner Gordon entering the building along with Detective Bullock. Gordon caught Batman's eye. The two shared a small nod before he took off with Naruto close beside him. Bullock had seen Batman too, but that wasn't what caught his attention this time. If his eyes weren't deceiving him, he could have sworn he just saw the Hokage take off with Batman. Hey, wasn't that the Hokage? What's he doing in Gotham? Gordon shrugged, disinterested. All he cared about was arresting these mercenaries and Harley. That's not important right now. We need to wrap up the rest of these criminals and bring them back to the station. Bullock reluctantly let it go for now and made sure all the criminals had been rounded up. When Batman felt they were far enough, he stopped and put Tim down gently on the floor. Naruto followed the same with Barbara. Thanks, was all Batman said. Naruto was somewhat surprised that the supposed tall, dark and brooding man had thanked him. Most people would consider that a half-ass apology, but Naruto knew that the man was grateful that he had helped save his family. Naruto gave him a Kakashi-eye smile. No problem. It was my pleasure to save such good kids, especially a lovely young woman like Batgirl. Well, I'll be taking my leave now. Till the next time we meet. Instead of using the Shunshin no Jutsu body flicker technique, like he normally did, Naruto poofed away in a small cloud of smoke, revealing himself to be a shadow clone. That's different. Batman rose an eyebrow at that but shrugged it off and signaled for his Batplane to come and pick them up. The memories of the shadow clone that Naruto sent to help Batman came back. Good, everything was fine on that end. Naruto was currently tracking Ivy's chakra signal, which was actually pretty easy considering she put off a lot of it. Ivy's chakra signature felt similar to Naruto's when he used Senjutsu, Sage technique, and entered Sage mode. She too could absorb natural energy like a plant because of the chlorophyll in her body. Now normally you would turn green if you had chlorophyll in your body just like plants do. But since Ivy wasn't that, told Naruto that she had good control of her powers for her skin's pigmentation to stay more human-colored. The trail ended near the mountains outside of Gotham. When Ivy thought she was in the clear, she sprouted out of the ground in her rosebud. She felt a migraine coming along. Her plan was foolproof. Just where had that wind come from? It had to have been some meta-human to shape the wind like that, but just who was it? Evening, Miss Ivy, or would you prefer to be called by your real name, Pamela Isley? A voice unknown to her spoke out from behind. Startled, Ivy spun around to face the voice speaking. It led to a figure leaning against the tree with his arms crossed. Ivy's eyes narrowed. There was so many questions buzzing through her head. Has he been following me this entire time? Could he be the one responsible for ruining my plans? As if reading her thoughts, the man spoke. Yes, I was the one who cut your vines. Sorry about that, but I couldn't just let you kill Batgirl and Robin. Also, I've been tracking you ever since you fled the scene. Ivy growled. She was tempted to attack the man for cutting her precious plants and for ruining her plans, but she was curious as to who this man was. She would first find out who he was before she killed him. Squelching her anger, Ivy managed to form a smirk as she placed her hands on her hips a bit seductively. Is that so? How were you able to track me while I was underground? Naruto could tell she just wanted some information on him before she attempted to kill him, but he decided to play along. He had read her file as well. Ivy was a beautiful woman whose outfit consisted of a lot of green. Her clothes looked like a lovely strapless green one-piece suit that revealed a lot of her back and looked like it hugged her frame quite nicely from how her outfit showed even more cleavage than Catwoman, and revealed a slender abdomen. She also seemed to be wearing light green stockings that showed of her nicely shaped legs and had on green shoes that looked similar to what an elf would wear. She also had on a pair of matching green gloves that stopped just before reaching her elbows. Her fiery red hair held a mix of leaves and flowers, and was flowing with the breeze, making her look more exotic as Naruto mentally whistled in his head at her choice of attire and appearance. It was certainly unique and worked to show off her beauty very well. Ivy was known for dressing this way to seduce her victims and control them to do her bidding. She was widely known as the world's most prominent eco-terrorist, obsessing over plants, botany, and environmentalism. Her abilities varied from toxins to mind-controlling pheromones. Truly, she was someone that could even give Tsunade a headache to make an antidote for all the poisonous toxins she could produce. Had Naruto not have his clan's strong vitality, sage chakra training, and Kurama's healing factor, facing her in combat would have been quite a hassle. You emit a strong natural signature that makes it easy for me to sense and track down. He sensed my natural signature. What does he mean by that? He must be a meta-human then if that's the case. Ivy thought while wondering how she'd deal with him. Who are you exactly? I'm afraid I didn't catch your name. Ah, excuse my poor manners. I forgot to introduce myself. You can refer to me as the Hokage. Naruto said as he bowed slightly to the red-haired villainess. Ivy raised an eyebrow from hearing that name as it sounded familiar for some reason. Hokage? I've heard that name before, but from where? Ah yes. You're that new hero that was on the recent news in Metropolis if I'm not mistaken. What does someone like you want with me? You couldn't have come all the way out here just to arrest me. If you were, then you would have tried back in Gotham. Ivy asked, being curious why a hero from San Francisco had been migrating through Metropolis and now in Gotham all of a sudden. Behind his mask, Naruto smirked. I actually just came for some answers to my questions. Questions? Pamela's voice laced with a mix of both confusion and curiosity. Well, you see, it's written in your file on how much of an extremist you are when it comes to the environment. So I wanted to know why you resorted to such methods to protect the environment. Don't get me wrong, I myself have a great love for nature, but I have to question your methods of approaching the problem. Ivy snorted. Why'd I do what I do and go to such extremes to protect the environment? It's because these filthy humans are desecrating nature wherever they decide to set up shop. They continue to pollute the environment and destroy forest without even a care in the world, especially the men. Behind his mask, Naruto frowned. Ivy's hatred for humanity was blankly clear, but something was off. A lot of her tension and hatred seemed to be more specifically directed at men in general. Could it be linked to what he had heard in the data on her not having the ability to bear children? I can understand your hatred for humanity as a whole, but you seem to bear hatred for men in particular. Why's that? Ivy had heard enough of his questions. Her patience had reached its peak with this man. Enough of your questions. You made a mistake following me here in the forest of all places. She raised her hand in front of herself. The surrounding trees' roots shot out from the ground toward Naruto. Naruto cursed under his breath as he sent chakra to his legs to dodge the incoming roots. He hopped from tree to tree quickly. None of the roots were able to ensnare him. He's a fast one. My roots can't catch up to him. I'll need to change strategies. Ivy knelt down and put her hands on the ground surface. Naruto dodged another root that broke right through the bark he was previously standing on and landed on another branch. Suddenly the roots stopped, surprising Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened as he sensed activity in the ground. Without warning, giant flowers sprouted from the ground and began to release toxic purple gas. The gas spread so quickly that it filled the area, giving it the impression of fog around the area. Once finished, Pamela found herself panting a bit. That move had exhausted her. She would need to rest soon to regain her strength. As soon as the cloud of poison dissipated, Ivy expected to see the Hokage's body on the floor. When she found no sign of any such body in the area, she was alarmed. Impossible. Where is the body? She said while looking around. Doden. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. Earth style. Double suicide decapitation technique. Cracks in the ground behind her caught her attention. Before she could react, however, an unharmed-looking Hokage erupted from the ground with a kunai positioned at the pulse point in her neck. That was quite the move you used there. Almost got me by surprise. Had I stayed a second later, you would have gotten me. Ivy got out of her momentary shock. How did you escape from something like that? Now, Miss Ivy, that would be telling. A ninja such as myself needs to keep a few secrets. I've got a reputation to uphold, you know. But as you saw, I escaped underground where the gas wouldn't reach me, but how I did that will remain a mystery. Ivy shot him a death glare, wanting to impale him more than ever. Settle down, Ivy. I know that little stunt you just did sapped a lot of your strength, so just relax. Naruto could see how tense she was, so he put his hand on her shoulder, gently sending her a piece of the pure nature chakra he gathered while he was standing still. Before Pamela could question him and remove his hand, she suddenly started to feel much more relaxed. The emotions she was feeling after he held her shoulder gave her a feeling she had never felt before in her life. Whatever it was, it made her feel much more relaxed and rejuvenated. It was like something akin to being in nirvana. She actually let out a low moan of relief from the sensation she was feeling by his touch. A few minutes later, Naruto released his grip, and Ivy found herself actually missing his touch, much to her surprise, since she hadn't enjoyed physical contact with a man since her transformation. She idly grabbed the shoulder where he touched her before looking at him with a face that asked for an answer. Much like how you can gather the natural energy from the sun thanks to the chlorophyll in your body, I can gather the pure nature energy of our surroundings. What you felt was that energy in its purest and most natural form, Naruto explained. Pamela gave him a look of slight disbelief, but on the inside she was hoping that he was telling the truth. If what he said was true, then he may actually understand her, unlike everyone else. Then are you also in tune with nature like I am? Ivy asked, slightly hoping he was, since he could become an ally for Mother Nature. In a way, I guess you could say I am, since I become one with its natural flow of energy. Although I can't control plants like you, I do possess an influence over them. Hearing this, Ivy looked a little skeptical. I can see you don't believe me. Here, I'll show you. He looked around and spotted a nearby dying plant that was shriveling and brown in color. Naruto knelt down next to the plant and gingerly touched its leaves. He closed his eyes in concentration, focusing on gathering the necessary nature chakra, which was much easier now that he was out of Gotham and in the mountains. Pamela continued to stare as this man stood as still as a statue, and she began to feel the wildlife around him drawn to him. A bird had even come out to rest on his shoulder, much to her surprise. She turned her attention back to the dying flower, and much to her fascination and amazement, the once dying flower was slowly budding back to life again. Its depressing brown was replaced with a healthy green, and more leaves and flower petals continued to grow from it. Naruto stopped feeding nature chakra into the flower and gestured for Ivy to touch the flower. Ivy nodded and tenderly touched the flower with the utmost care, as if it was fragile enough to break on contact. She held the petals and leaves in her palms and could once again feel the life and energy flowing through the flower as if it had never been wrinkled and brown. Pamela couldn't help but smile at the renewed life the flower held again. Naruto took notice of Ivy's overjoyed emotions and smiled warmly himself. "You feel it?" Ivy nodded slowly, turning to Naruto. "I apologize for my harsh behavior back there. It's just that I've had bad experiences when it comes to men." Pamela didn't know why, but she felt compelled to tell Naruto her story, if he was still willing to listen to it, that is. Naruto's smile never faded. "I'm all ears, beautiful." Pamela blushed slightly despite herself. Never had she let a man affect her like this, but somehow she felt drawn to his warm demeanor and power. It felt like he was a sun that gave her light to grow, flourish and blossom. She brushed off these foreign feelings and addressed Naruto. "It started back when I was still in college and I was studying botanical biochemistry. I foolishly became infatuated with a professor of mine there. It was he who took advantage of my infatuations and turned me into what I am right now," she said while gesturing to her body. Naruto on the outside kept up a calm demeanor, but on the inside he was livid with that professor. It reminded him a little too much of the experiments that Orochimaru practiced on his test subjects. "And it's what cursed you forever with being unable to give birth to children, right?" Naruto said softly. Hearing that made Ivy flinch as she looked down sadly as she remembered the day she heard the news. She had never felt as sad or mad as the day she found out she became sterile. It was worse than when the professor experimented on her. To know that she'd never be able to have a family was the most horrible thing she ever heard. Not only that, but the poison coursing on her body didn't allow her to get physically close to any man she might have fallen for in the future. She'd never know what it was like to be held and loved by someone who truly cared for her. It was the reason she cared so much for her plants. They were the closest thing she had to children. She loved them, nurtured them, took care of them as if they were her own, and could be with them for as long as she lived. But even so, there was still a void in her that felt unsatisfied. "I don't want to talk about that," Poison Ivy said with a hint of pain and venom in her voice. "As you wish, Ivy," Naruto said in understanding, having seen her discomfort. For what seemed like hours the two talked, and Pamela got to let loose a lot of the pent-up feelings she had bottled up until now. The conversation lasted until early morning and both began to part their separate ways, but not before Naruto left without saying one last thing. "Think about what I said, Pamela. Killing these people isn't the way to go about your protests. There's always a better way." "And what way is that, Hokage?" "One way is to let others help you. After all, I'm sure there are other people out there who share your desire to protect nature from any further destruction. Once you find them and try using the law to protect it rather than fight against it, I'm sure you'll see that it's much beneficial to be on the side of good. Especially if it means you won't have to keep facing Batman and his apprentices. Don't you think that sounds better than being a criminal wanted for arrest?" Pamela smiled at the gesture, and this smile was the first genuine smile that she had used in quite some time. "It does sound better now that you say it. Thank you for what you've said and done. I'll think about your offer, but I can't promise anything right now." "That's all right. These things will take some time, but before I forget, this is to keep into contact with me in case you need my help or just want someone to talk to." Naruto opened his pouch, bringing out one of his father's Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, kunai. Naruto placed it into her palm, in which she sent him a questioning look. "It won't matter where you are on this earth. Wherever you throw that kunai, I'll be able to teleport there instantly." Had Pamela not seen his previous acts earlier, she would have labeled him insane. But after seeing what he had shown her thus far, she didn't doubt what he said was true. "It was nice meeting you, Pamela. Talk to you some other time." Without another word, he vanished in a swirl of leaves. Pamela stood there clutching the kunai he gave her. With one last small smile, she took off underground in her flower bud. She had a lot to think about now after meeting the mysterious Hokage. Break the following day, Naruto had slept like a rock all day. His conversation with Pamela had dragged on through the night. By now the sun had already set and the moon was beginning to come out. He cursed at the fact that his sleeping pattern was all out of whack now. He had rented a room in a standard hotel, nothing fancy. It was about time for him to leave Gotham. Rumors were spreading around the city that he had been spotted with Batman and everyone was talking about it. Naruto didn't want to overstay his welcome, but he still had one more thing to do before he departed Gotham. Making a single-hand seal, he transformed into the henge of a random person he used to rent the room. After paying for the fees to stay a night, he took off to visit everyone's favorite cat. Break Selina Kyle stroked her cat Isis's fur as she let her thoughts wander to last night's events. Right now she was conflicted about the things the Hokage had said about her past. Normally she would never let someone get to her like this. Heck, even Batman didn't get through to her this much, but there was something about the Hokage that was different. At the moment she was in her Catwoman costume and was enjoying the scenic view of the moon. Being in uniform and out at night was one of the only things that made her feel alive. Isis licked her owner's hand, consoling her owner, for she could feel her mistress's mixed emotions. Selina smiled at her precious darling, scratching the back of her neck, causing the cat to purr. The images of the man's eyes were stuck in her head. There was something in the man's eyes that she felt she could relate to. It was the eyes she had when she was just a kid, one that experienced a great tragedy. Her deep thoughts were broken by the sound of a familiar voice behind her. "Nice night, mind if I join you?" Selina turned to the source of the voice to find the man she had been thinking about. The Hokage stood right behind her inside her room. She had no idea how he found her, let alone how he got inside her room without her noticing, but despite that she didn't feel threatened or invaded. In fact, she felt like she was just getting a visitor. Not at all. She motioned for him to sit on the side next to her, which he graciously took. "How did you find me?" "I followed your energy signature that every person has. Each person has their own specific signature. I'm able to track it wherever it is, well, unless they're really good at masking it." Isis hopped over towards Naruto. She stared intently at him, as if judging if he was intending to harm her mistress. With a small meow she walked over to Naruto and started rubbing against his legs. Naruto mentally sighed to himself. For a minute there he thought it was going to turn into another Tora incident. Selina was surprised at Iris' actions. She normally wasn't this friendly with strangers. That in itself told her that there may be something special about the Hokage. Naruto smiled at Isis and motioned for her to join him on the couch, which she did as he stroked her fur. He was thankful that the cat actually liked him, unlike a certain evil cat of the daimyo's, feudal lord, wife. That damn cat called Tora had to have been possessed by some demon or something. Then again, maybe it was because he was returning him to that woman who squeezed him to death that he always attacked him to get away. Not to mention Naruto seemed to have been having an easier time with animals after the Biju-tailed beast gave him a part of their powers. One of which happened to be the Nibi named Matabi, who was a giant flaming cat, which made him wonder exactly what kind of effect he had on animals now. "So have you thought of what I said before?" Selina nodded. "What exactly did you mean when you said that you felt the same pain I felt?" Naruto's demeanor changed at the mention of his past words. "When I did a back check on your history, I found out that your parents had died, but the files didn't state the reasons why. The reason I said that I understood your pain is because my parents had died when I was young." The look in his eyes and the tone of his voice told Selina that the man wasn't lying to her. But then that begged the question to why he would share something so personal to someone he had only met yesterday. "Why are you telling me this when we've only just met yesterday night?" "Because you remind me of myself a little when I was a kid. Your eyes show the pain of your past, and so does your situation. Just like how you had to fend for yourself on the streets of Gotham, I had to fend for myself where I had lived. It was tough, and at one point I hated almost everyone, damning the world for the cursed life it gave me." Selina could almost feel the somberness in his voice. She felt compelled to ask what had been on her mind. "What change?" "Eventually down the road, I was able to meet friends who I could truly call family. It was they who gave me the motivation to keep going and get stronger. A reason for me to strive and protect my precious people with all my strength." Selina crossed her arms, not quite seeing the connection. "And what does this have to do with me?" "Everything. I believe the reason you go to such extremes to save animals is because you feel that you somehow relate to them more than most humans, and I have a feeling that it somehow all ties with your parents' deaths." Selina sighed to herself. She felt compelled to slap the man for bringing her parents up again, but she also admitted to herself that what the man said made some level of sense. That, and he seemed to understand her pain unlike most people. The only other person who she felt that related to her was Batman, for she knew who he really was and that of his past. "I'm sorry for bringing up your parents again. I just wanted you to know that I can relate to you in some ways. You know that you shouldn't steal to achieve your goals, even if the people you steal from are the corrupt kind." Selena gave him an even stare. Why shouldn't I? You of all people should know how much they deserve it. That may be, but if we resort to using such tactics, then that won't make much better than them. If everyone decided to get even and sought for revenge, then that would just cause an endless cycle of hatred. Most of my life, I've been finding a way to break that cycle of hatred. And have you found it yet? Naruto paused, trying to find the right words. His gaze fell on the moon and a sad smile crept on his face. Not yet, but every day I strive to find the answer to that question. A long time ago someone asked me a similar question. What was your answer then? If there is such a thing as peace, then I will find it and break the cycle of hatred. Selena looked at the man in wonder. His determination seemed unbreakable. It made her somewhat believe that he could do it. She chuckled a bit. Never pegged you as the idealist type. Neither did everyone else who knew me, but then again I've always been someone that's full of surprises. It's one of the unique things about me, I suppose. Before Naruto could continue, Selena leaned over and kissed him on his cheek. Naruto was surprised at the sudden contact and his cheeks reddened, though Selena couldn't see because of the mask. What was that for? Naruto asked, still feeling the warm sensation of the kiss's touch through the fabric of the mask. For understanding me. I'm not saying I'll change my ways so easily, especially since I'm still not fully convinced, but I admire what you believe in. Naruto smiled. It seemed that he may have gotten through to the feline a little after all. A silence seemed to settle for the two as they gazed at the moon, admiring its beauty. After some time Selena looked over to Naruto, or more specifically his face. Hey, let me see what you look like under there. It's only fair since you know what I look like. A foxy grin appeared on Naruto's face. Tell you what, if you manage to catch me in a game of tag, then I'll let you see what's under this mask, he said in challenging tone. Selena's beautiful eyes gleamed at the prospect of a challenge. All right, handsome, you have yourself a deal. Whenever you're ready. 3, 2, 1. Selena began. Go, Naruto shouted as he dashed off, while at the same time deciding he wouldn't use any of his skills except for wall walking to avoid Miss Kyle's attempts to catch him. Thus began the never-ending game of tag between the cat and the fox. A month has passed since Naruto's appearance in Gotham. After his fun game of tag with Selena, Naruto had left Gotham the next day. Their game had been quite amusing, seeing her try to catch and unmask him. He idly wondered if Kakashi ever had moments like these when people wanted to see his face. Well, the game had gone on for about an hour until Selena finally caught Naruto off guard when she secretly had Isis jump on his back, startling him and making him slip his guard, which allowed her to finally catch him after the long chase. Little did she know that Naruto purposely let her unmask him for the benefit of deepening their friendship. Though, he did take in great amusement from her expression. As promised, Naruto showed her his true face and he laughed when he saw her reaction. She had been left in awe when she saw his face, especially his whisker marks. She had asked if they were real or just tattoos, and to her surprise he said they were real. Naruto had visibly blushed when Selena caressed his cheeks and rubbed her hands on them to see what they felt like, and then to her own amusement Naruto had unintentionally purred in her touch, which made her laugh as she called him a big soft kitty in black clothing. He knew she was not going to let him forget this, so after saying goodbye he returned to San Francisco, where Naruto toned down his activities outside of San Francisco for a while to catch up with his activities inside the city, as well as to escape the still stalking government agents that he had spotted on his tail. Almost as soon as he got back he was hounded by his editor for more orders on his Icha Icha book series. It took a bit to translate the entire collection, but with his clones he managed to finish the entire set and gave it to his editor to get him off his back. Of course all transactions were done through Naruto's henge, transformation, and even then he had only used a pen name for his works just in case. As of now he had a firm grasp of the basis of the 5 major elements and was now moving on in his training. Kurama had suggested that now may be a good time to try something new, such as learning the art of kenjutsu, sword techniques. The idea appealed to Naruto as he had actually been meaning to try his hand in kenjutsu at one point, but he was hampered on time back with the Akatsuki crisis. In his spare time Naruto had his shadow clones study the arts of the swordsmith. Once he had enough knowledge, Naruto carefully crafted his own custom-made katana sword. Naruto took to using the katana in memory of his former teammate Sasuke, who he always held some respect for despite his defecting of the village. Gathering the right materials to make the sword had been a pain, as it was difficult to locate the necessary materials to forge the blade. Once Naruto had the right materials he immediately began the long grueling process of forging the blade. Thankfully this process had gone smoothly with the help of a few extra hands from his clones. Despite not having the knowledge of the process to make swords like what the 7 swordsmen of the mist had used, Naruto and Kurama had decided to experiment. Naruto specifically made it with the chakra-absorbing metal so that he could easily flow his chakra into and enhance its performance. Similar to how the samurai channeled chakra into their swords to increase their sword capabilities. Kurama had even made an interesting suggesting of giving the sword some level of sentience like Kisami's sword Samahata, Sharkskin, had. Yin chakra is the spiritual energy that governs a person's imagination. By pouring Kurama's yin chakra into the sword, theoretically in time the Chikudo would gain a self-conscious of itself. After all, Kurama himself was technically a sentient being made from chakra. The only setback was that the process of the Chikudo accepting and adapting to Kurama's chakra would be a long process that could take months before it showed any signs of sentience. Another issue they had to worry about was that both Naruto and Kurama only had limited knowledge concerning kenjutsu techniques. To compensate, he had to rely on this world's knowledge on sword techniques, which turned out surprisingly informative. This world's people may not use many shinobi skills, but they still retained a portion of taijutsu, body techniques, and kenjutsu, sword techniques. Adding to that, Naruto also put in his past experiences with kenjutsu users back in the Elemental Nation. Sasuke was a prime example, as well as Killer Bee, Sai, and any of the samurai that Naruto fought alongside of in the 4th Shinobi War. The style of fighting was new to Naruto but one that he liked, and it fit his style of fighting considering he still preferred close-quarters combat. Training had not been the only thing on Naruto's agenda though. Throughout the month, Naruto had occasionally spoken with both Pamela and Selena about the cleaning of their criminal records. The process was slow and difficult, both had similar issues and personality. Selena would have a tough time adjusting to a life without thievery, considering that was what she had been doing for most of the entirety of her life. That, and her parents' death and lifestyle had affected how she communicated with people. She may be a calm person most of the time, but whenever it involved the safety and security of animals, that's when you had to watch out for her claws. She didn't often converse with many people other than a select few such as Batman, her assistant, Bruce Wayne, and now Naruto himself. Thankfully she already had somewhat of a head start considering she was serving her probation. Pamela's situation was another case in its own, much more complex. Unlike Selena, who was only charged with thievery, Pamela was being accused of attempted murder and much collateral damage. These charges made it difficult for her to change as she was not entirely loved much by the people and government. Her issues with humanity, particularly with males, did not help much either. She wasn't the most sociable person, that's for sure. In fact, even before she was changed by the experiments done to her, she admitted to being a shy and somewhat withdrawn person. Besides Naruto, the only other person Pamela had formed some kind of relationship with was Harley Quinn, which spoke volumes of how antisocial her personality was. Naruto knew that it could take some convincing and much time, but he was confident that both Pamela and Selena could do some significant good in the world. Superman had heard of Naruto's appearance in Gotham and asked Batman of the details. Batman told of his brief contact with the ninja, from his discussion with the Hokage to the events with Poison Ivy and Harley. They still knew very little of the Hokage and his origins, but the man's behavior led them to thinking that he was someone that could be trusted for now. The Hokage's actions in his attempt to change Catwoman and when he helped the Bat family further added to that conclusion. He could have just left Batman to fight Ivy while the poison slowly killed Tim and Barbara, but he decided to intervene and assist Batman. In fact, all criminal activity involving Catwoman and Poison Ivy had suddenly died down. Not once had either of the two caused trouble in the past month, which both relieved and made Batman wary, especially with Poison Ivy since he could understand Selena at least trying to stay out of trouble. But Poison Ivy was a different story. For now, all he could do was observe the city of Gotham for any activity concerning the two and hope for the best. XXX in the middle of the night Naruto slept soundly, dreaming of the good times he had with his friends back in the Elemental Nation. His dream, however, suddenly began to shift into an unfamiliar scene. Naruto stirred uncomfortably as his face began to sweat profusely. Images and screams of people he didn't know flashed and distorted all around. As quickly as the visions came they stopped. Naruto gasped as he awoke. He clutched his face, taking long calming breaths as he slowly began to regain his composure. Damn, just what was all that? It felt so real, almost like actual memories, but I don't recall any of that. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. He put himself in a cross-legged position as he contacted Kurama. Hey Kurama. What happened? Those images felt like pieces of someone's memories. You're correct in that assumption. I felt a foreign chakra attempt to invade your mind as you slept. Did you manage to locate the source of where it came from? Kurama grumbled in slight irritation. Unfortunately no.
The connection was cut off before I could trace it back to its source. Though, at the very least we now know what their chakra signature feels like in case we meet them again.
Naruto hummed in thought. Those visions bother me. I feel like it may have been a warning of some kind. I got that impression as well, though, as to what that warning is I don't know. Well then I guess we can take this as a sign to prepare. I think it's time we finally upped our training. Kurama didn't say anything but he grinned. Finally, there was something to stall his recent boredom. XXX the next morning Naruto started doing stretches to prepare himself for his new training regime. To begin his training Naruto applied gravity seals on his entire body, making it increasingly more difficult to move. This method of training was a different variation of the method of training his friend Rock Lee had used. Whenever he felt that his body had adjusted to the current level, he'd up the pressure to the next level. The pressure from the seals would help increase his natural strength, speed, and stamina. To train in multiple fields Naruto used the Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, to create hundreds of clones. He divided them into large groups that worked on a different subject. One group went to study and practice chakra control, which Naruto still found to be a major flaw that he had. Because of his massive reserves in chakra, it made it increasingly more difficult for him to control his chakra. That is why he had difficulty in the academy with using the Bunshin no Jutsu, clone technique, because of the low amount of chakra that was needed to use the technique. Seeing Naruto's struggles, the fox suggested a possible solution to his problem. In Naruto's mindscape, you have a solution? Naruto asked hopefully. He had been making his clones practice different methods of chakra exercises, none of which were providing the results that Naruto had hoped for. He had even resorted to practicing the Academy's leaf concentrating exercise. Possibly, the original Sage of Six Paths had the gifted ability of controlling both the yin and yang releases. A confused look appeared on Naruto's face. Yin and yang release. Wait, I think I remember Yamato-sensei talk about that in passing once. Kurama hummed. The yin release relates to spiritual energy and governs imagination, while the yang release relates to a being's physical energy and governs vitality. When perfectly harmonized together it is possible to achieve a high chakra control that even exceeds that old bat Tsunade Senju's level of control. In fact, you have already become proficient in the use of yang release when you go into Nine Tails chakra mode.
Naruto's face lit in understanding. So when you say harmonizing, it's kind of like when I gather the necessary positive-negative chakra ratio to form the Bijudama tailed beast bomb.
Kurama grinned. He remembered when everyone had to constantly dumb down explanations for Naruto to understand them. The brat had made major improvements since back then. In a matter of speaking, yes, the two go hand in hand, but it's a lot more complex than just that. Naruto's brows furrowed in slight worry. It had been difficult to learn the Bijudama. Now Kurama was saying that this was more complex and difficult. Oh well, he always had the knack for doing the supposed impossible. How complex are we talking here? Well, as I've said before, you already have a basic concept of how yang chakra works because of your use in the Nine Tails form, but yin is the complete opposite. In order to train in the yin release, one cannot train the physical body, but the mind. Using yin chakra requires you to train your mind's imagination, to create something out of nothing. For example, Naruto felt a shift in the room they stood in as the entire scenery morphed into what Naruto would describe as a paradise. The area had changed into a jungle habitat area with plenty of floras and even a waterfall. It reminded Naruto of Mount Myoboku, mysterious, exquisite tree mountain, where all the toad summons hailed from. With just one's imagination, the user can accomplish so much.
But it's when combining the yin and yang chakra together that you get the best results. The Rakudo Sennin, Sage of Six Paths, had such mastery over the two that he used yin to make his dreams to take form, and yang to make his fantasies become a reality. It is also how the tailed beast came to be, and is the source for non-elemental techniques such as medical ninjutsu and genjutsu. Think you can handle that well? Kurama mocked after finishing his little lecture.
Sweat had formed on Naruto's forehead as he took in what Kurama had told him. It was he said was true, then he could potentially achieve better chakra control than even Tsunade had. He smirked. Now was the time to see if his knack for doing the impossible and possessing incredible luck held true. XXX 6 months later, to Naruto the past half year had flown by. Training was coming along quite nicely. Many began to wonder of his absence. He occasionally gave an appearance in San Francisco in case the crime rate began to act up, but most of his activities had ceased in the public's eye. Naruto had not shut himself from the world, but he had died down his activities in and out of San Francisco. He still watched the city from afar though, as well as to keep up with the world's news. About a month in his training, the protest for the disarmament of all weapons of mass destruction was being pushed more. More and more people began to protest against the idea ever since U.S. Senator Carter gave his support to the protest. The World Assembly could no longer ignore the protests as they set up a meeting to discuss the disarmament of the weapons. The meeting was publicly broadcasted worldwide for all to see. Japan's government supported the idea and sided with Senator Carter. Many from the military highly disagreed and opposed the idea against the disarmament against nuclear weapons, while many other government factions were still indifferent. The military argued that nuclear weapons were the only weapon they had to protect themselves against a worldwide threat. Senator Carter disagreed with that assessment and boldly proposed the idea of holding Superman as Earth's protector against any threat to humanity. He firmly believed that Superman was both more reliable and capable of handling any kind of threat to Earth, as he had proved time and time again against all supervillains, crooks with high-tech weapons, and when Darkseid first attacked Earth, which the military couldn't stop but Superman did. Of course, despite these valid reasons, the military and other sources still disagreed, labeling the idea as ludicrous to allow a single person to be responsible for the entire planet's safety. Unfortunately for them, more people appealed to the idea of having Superman as the Earth's protector, as they believed it safer for everyone. It wasn't long before Senator Carter's disarmament plan was ratified and Superman had begun disarming the world's nuclear weapons. Other heroes from the community remained skeptical to the idea that one man could protect the whole planet by himself, even someone as strong as the Man of Steel. Even the Flash commented that he himself couldn't be at 5 different places at once. Naruto couldn't help but agree with assessment, but at the same time he could see both sides' arguments with or against nuclear weapons. Although Naruto actually preferred the disarming of the nuclear weapons since he knew how devastating those weapons were to the planet's environment. It was no wonder Ivy was so into protecting nature. The sheer destruction and devastation just one of those nuclear warheads could cause appalled him. With weapons like those, there'd be nothing that could save nature from eternal destruction. They were basically weapons of pollution and death, and Naruto didn't like that at all. XXX Superman had been awoken from another wave of images again. This time, though, the images felt more urgent, as if they were warning him that something was coming. He walked to his bathroom, turning on his faucet. Warm water filled the sink. Cupping his hands in it, he splashed his face with it. He let out a tired sigh as he dried his face. Beeping noises met his ears, immediately putting him on alert. That was the signal for the signal watch he had given to Batman half a year back. With great speed he changed into his uniform and flew out his window to the source of the signal. The signal led him to what looked like an abandoned Star Labs. He flew down to the back door, opening it. As he walked inside the barely lit room, he spotted, much to his horror, an unmoving Batman crushed under a fallen stack of bookshelves. Lunging to the Dark Knight's side, he hefted the bookshelves off him. Clark used his X-ray vision to examine him for injuries. A few bruised ribs, but luckily he was just knocked unconscious. A screeching sound grabbed his attention as he looked at the room's windows. What appeared to be a large meteorite streaked in the skies above Metropolis, leaving a trail of fire and smoke in its wake. The large flaming rock crashed into the nearby Central Park, luckily without hitting any buildings on its way down. Clark flew Batman over the meteorite and left Batman with a nearby medic. The fire department quickly began working on washing out the flames, while spectators and reports observed the flaming rock. Once the fires were put out, steam began gushing out of the rock. What looked like a large and sharp white leg broke through its surface as they almost crushed a few policemen. Luckily, Superman swooped in and carried them out before they could be impaled. The rest of the creature rose from the rock. It stood on 3 of those long legs, and its body gave the appearance of being both organic yet machine at the same time. What looked like its eye observed its surroundings before turning its attention to the mass of people on the ground. Its red center, eye, compressed, charging an energy beam. Superman caught on quickly to what it was about to do and rushed to take the blow for the wave of people it was aiming at. The invasion had begun. XXX seagulls screeched as they flew by the coastline near a beautiful beach. On the shores, 2 women rode on their horses. One of the horses neighed loudly as a beautiful raven-haired woman gently patted the horse's head. "Easy, girl, easy." She looked into the sky for a moment, frowning. "These omens don't bode well, mother. Mankind may be facing its darkest hour." The blonde-haired women next to her bristled at the mention of those dreadful men. "Then mankind shall face it alone." "How can you say that, mother?" While her people secluded themselves from mankind's world, that didn't necessarily mean that they should just abandon them when they faced such evil. "Whatever happens beyond these shores is not our concern." She spoke with finality, motioning her horse to travel back into the jungle behind them. "Here the gods will protect us." The daughter looked back into the skies. Whatever was attacking mankind's world gave her an uneasy feeling. I hope you're right, mother, she whispered softly to herself as she motioned her horse to walk in another direction along the sands of the beach. Seeing this, her mother asked, "Where are you going, Diana?" "I feel like taking a longer walk around the shores of the Mistura. I'll rejoin you shortly after that." Hippolyta nodded. "Very well, but don't stay out too long. You have some training scheduled later and I don't want you missing it." "I know, mother, I won't be out long," Diana replied as she rode her horse down the shores while her mother rode back towards their home. Diana had walked her horse for a few minutes as her eyes wandered back to the horizon where man's world lays ahead, thinking back to the bad omens she felt. It was always a sign that something horrible was happening and she had a feeling that mankind was in dire peril. Knowing this, Diana felt a little torn. She had been raised on the Mistura since she was born and had been trained as an Amazon warrior while also being taught about the horrors of men. However, Diana was different from the other Amazons. While they loathed man's world, Diana found it mysterious and always wondered what it was like over there. It was why she felt kind of bad that she was doing nothing to help them. After all, there were also women who lived in man's world too, so it also felt like she was abandoning her fellow sisters. Diana stopped her horse near the jungle and sighed. "What should I do?" she asked herself. "You may just get your answer, Diana," a mysterious male voice said, surprising Diana. "Who's there?" Diana shouted, jumping off her horse into a defensive position. The voice was not feminine in any way, suggesting that the unanimous person was male, but then how did a man find the Mistura? "Easy there, Diana, don't tell me you've forgotten me already." The voice chuckled lightly as the figure flew out from the nearby jungle, revealing himself. The figure was a man who wore a toga with a large belt around their waist with spheres attached. He also had on a golden helmet with lifelike wings on the top and shoes with similar wings attached as well. Seeing the figure, Diana's demeanor instantly changed as she recognized the person. "Hermes," she said in a somewhat happy tone to see an old friend again as she bowed respectfully. "I didn't expect to see you here. How may I help the messenger of the gods?" Hermes floated down in front of her. "Actually, Diana, it's not me you may be assisting," he said, earning a confused look from Diana. Seeing this, Hermes scrimmaged through his satchel of scrolls for the one he was looking for, until he found it and held it in front of Diana. "This here is a message from Zeus requesting your help for an assignment he is offering you." Diana was now in a more serious state after hearing this. Zeus had never requested anything from the Amazons since the day their island was made, but now it seemed something had earned the mighty god's attention. "What kind of assignment?" Diana asked. Hermes unraveled the scroll and read it out loud. "By decree of Zeus, Father of Olympus, has requested the aid of Amazonian Diana of the Mistura for a special assignment. Diana of the Mistura shall journey to man's world to locate a mysterious new figure that is believed to possess a high potential of power and has shown signs of demonic energy as well. If you are successful in finding this being, then you are to report back with an assessment of the threat potential this being presents to them and the world." Diana raised an eyebrow at the request. Does this new being really pose such great power that it warrants special attention from the gods themselves? Hermes nodded. "Correct. About a few months ago Zeus sensed a great power spike suddenly appear on the planet, but as quickly as it came the power seemed to vanish. It wasn't until these recent few months that he's sensed glimpses of this same power for brief periods of time before it vanished again. This was repeated until that same signal was just sensed again, except this time the power signal isn't disappearing. Zeus suspects whoever this new unknown entity is. It is most likely engaging against the enemy that currently threatens Earth as we speak." Diana couldn't believe what she was hearing. "So then, he wants me to." Hermes finished for her. "Basically, he wants you to head over to man's world to find whoever it is that is in possession of this power and see if he is to be considered a threat." Diana looked uncertain. What is this power he sensed like? Hermes. Even Zeus is not certain of that. He mentioned that it felt like a demon lord's power, but other times it felt to be more of a natural pure energy like a god's. What really garnered his attention was how well the being has been able to avoid our detection so far and is suspected to have power that could rival a god. Though, this is still undetermined as of yet. Now that startled Diana. A mortal being with the potential power to rival some of the gods, such a thing was completely unheard of. She could now see why Zeus felt it prudent to send someone to investigate. "Just one question before I accept, Hermes. Why has Zeus chosen me of all people for this mission?" "Zeus always knew of the curiosity you held for man's world. Besides, you were blessed by the gods to possess some of the greatest attributes of your people. We also took into account of the fact that you are one of the only Amazons who do not harbor true hatred for men, as you have never been affected by them as your fellow sisters were all those years ago." This was true, as besides Diana, Her sister was the only other Amazon to not have contact with man's world. Thus they were never experienced their atrocities or betrayal like her fellow Amazonian sisters. They would most likely reject the offer for such a mission as they were still very bitter towards mankind, her mother included. So when do I leave? Diana asked, coming to a decision. You are to leave tonight. Although if I were you I'd tell your dear mother about this since you'll need the armor of Athena in case you run into trouble, and with how things are in man's world that's clearly going to be the case. Why didn't you give me this message when I was with her just minutes ago? Hermes shrugged his shoulders. Come on Diana, you know how she gets when it involves you, and I was in no mood to get into a disagreement with her. Diana sighed before she took the scroll and got on her horse again. Tell Zeus I have accepted his mission and I shall find whoever has him concerned. Hermes smiled before bidding her farewell and good luck, heading back to Olympus and leaving Diana to begin her ride back home. On the other hand, she now had permission to leave the Mysteria and help man's world like she wanted to, especially after she had lately been having those strange vivid dreams that seemed to warn her about an impending danger. She didn't understand the dreams since they weren't clear, but she was certain it had something to do with what was currently happening in man's world. Now as Diana began returning home, she wondered how she was going to tell her mother about this. It was never easy telling her something she knew she was going to dislike, and Diana was not entirely looking forward to it. Break 1 hour before invasion. In a forest area outside of San Francisco, Naruto sat cross-legged, meditating on a concrete square plate that was balanced on a thin but sharp spike. On his forehead and fingers spun green leaves. They all spun in different directions, switching off every 5 minutes. The leaves suddenly stopped spinning and began falling slowly to the ground. Naruto's eyes opened to reveal his toad-like eyes, which indicated that he was in sage mode. He looked up to the night sky frowning. An enormous evil chakra was steadily coming toward Earth, and judging by its distance and speed it would arrive within the hour. The thing Naruto noticed was that this chakra was divided in multiply signals, meaning it wasn't one chakra signal but a massive army of them numbering in possibly the thousands, dare he say even more. Jumping off the spike, he grabbed the wooden board he was sitting on and landed on the ground softly. He walked over to his coat that he left lying on a nearby branch. He made a single ram seal. A shadow clone poofed into existence next to him. The clone gave its creator a nod before speeding off through the forest at high speeds. Now that that was settled, it was time to head off. His hand held his neck as the neck joints popped. Time to put all that training to good use. XXX San Francisco 1 hour later. Night had set in and the city's people went about their business. An object in the sky grabbed a few of the people's attention. The objects in question turned out to be large meteorites that steadily grew larger as they plummeted down in the center of the city. Flaming meteorites streaked the skies above the city. Some people stared to gaze at the falling rock while others ran out of its path. It skidded a few buildings on their way down until they eventually crashed into the ground, creating a giant trench in its resulting crash landing. Flocks of people crowded around the site to get a better view of the burning rock. Police and fire departments rushed to the scene, forming a perimeter around the rock to keep civilians away from it while the firemen hosed it down to extinguish the flames. Before they could finish putting it out, a giant long-legged machine broke through the rock's surface. People gawked at the giant machine that towered over them. It didn't look human-made and gave the appearance of an alien design. Whispers broke out in the crowds of people. Many of them were unsure of what to, all just hoped that these aliens would come under the banner of peace, rather than escalate into another dark-side incident. Oh, how close they were to the truth. Police officers readied their firearms in case the machine was hostile. Unfortunately, they were unprepared for what was to happen next. The machine's red eyes swiveled around, taking in its surroundings before focusing on the police. Its eye compressed, charging an unknown energy, before firing a powerful beam of crimson energy at the unsuspecting officers. The area where the beam hit immediately exploded on impact, sending both gravel and police officers flying. All police officers opened fire at the now hostile machine in hopes of stopping it from firing another beam. Their hopes died as the machine's armor merely shrugged of the bullets. In retaliation, the machine shot another volley of energy beams at the officers. People panicked, running as fast as they could from the alien machine that repeatedly pelted the surrounding area with energy beams. Cars and pieces of buildings were blown up, sending people and debris flying in all directions. Amongst the chaos, a middle-aged woman held her baby close in her arms as she frantically ran for her life. People who ran next to her accidentally shoved her as they brushed by, knocking her down. The woman cried in pain from the fall. She tried to get back up but winced as she felt a sharp pain in her ankle. It seemed to have sprained badly from the fall. A stray energy beam was fired in her direction. With her injured leg, there was no way she could evade the beam in time. She cried silent tears as she held her baby close to her, waiting for her expected death. Moments ticked by as she waited, and continued to wait. Confusion hit her. She had assumed that she would have at least felt something, yet she felt nothing. Slowly she opened her eyes, only to be shocked that not only she wasn't harmed from the blast but the city's hero Hokage was standing in front of her. Naruto glared intensely at the alien machine that wreaked havoc on the city. His expression softened as he turned towards the injured woman. "Are you and your child all right?" The woman took a few moments to collect her thoughts. "Why, yes, we're fine, though I think my ankle is sprained." Naruto knelt down to check her wounded ankle. Seeing it sprained, he was really starting to wish he knew medical jutsu to help her, but unfortunately he still hadn't even begun learning them yet, and using Kurama's chakra was dangerous on regular civilians. The average human's body in this world had not adapted to using chakra, so their chakra coils would not cope well if Naruto administered Kurama's pure chakra into them. Even Kurama's purified yang chakra could be toxic to their body, and would react badly to the foreign energy. Chakra poisoning was a very painful way to die, and Naruto was not one so subject that amount of pain on an innocent person. Deciding not to waste any more time, Naruto created a clone which startled the woman before she was gently picked up. "I'll deal with this thing." He jerked his thumb towards the alien machine. The woman nodded slowly in appreciation, her eyes misty with unshed tears. "Thank you, Hokage. Be careful." The clone curtly nodded to the original Naruto before it started to run, carrying the woman and her child to a safe place. Naruto turned his full attention towards the hideous-looking alien. The thing looked like those tripods from the movie War of the Worlds. For now he dubbed it as a walker because of its long legs. He went through a few hand seals and pressed both his hands on the ground. Doden. Ganshuso. Earth style. Stone spikes. Pieces of rock and gravel broke off the ground, forming into sharp spikes. The spikes sailed at the walker, pummeling its surface. The attack was ineffective as the rock spikes crumbled on impact. Though, it did get the tripod's attention. Its eye locked onto Naruto, firing an energy beam at the blonde ninja. Naruto pumped chakra into his legs, moving to the side to avoid the energy beam. Its skin is pretty tough, a lot denser than Metallo's. He cracked his knuckles anxiously. The kid gloves were off now. In the back of his mind, Naruto could feel Kurama's growing excitement. It was time for some sweet destruction. Electricity began to surge around Naruto's body as he took off with even greater speed, shattering the ground where he jumped from. The alien walker tried to blast Naruto with his beam, but he was moving too fast to get a good shot at the blonde shinobi. Naruto used his superior speed to get in close to the tripod's legs, making a series of hand signs. Raiden. Chidori Iso. Lightning release. Chidori sharp spear. The distinct sound of 1,000 birds chirping filled the air as Naruto's arm filled with electricity. He thrust his arm forward at the walker's legs, extending the Chidori's reach, and piercing into the machine's armor. Thankfully, Naruto added more chakra and increased the thrusting power to increasing his attack's cutting potential. The Chidori pierced through the leg, severing the entire thing off with only minor resistance. With the loss of its appendage, the walker became imbalanced and toppled over. Naruto moved out of its descending path as it fell to the ground hard, though still operational and moving. Taking advantage of the tripod's compromising position, he went through a long series of hand signs. Doden. Hasai Kabe. Earth release. Crushing walls. 2 massive walls of earth rose from the ground on both sides of the fallen walker. In a swinging motion, Naruto brought his palms together as the walls slammed into each other with the walker in the middle, effectively crushing the machine's body. Synthetic fluids and circuits spewed out of the machine's crushed form. Witnesses to the scene cheered for the Hokage, while others gawked at the powers he had only just displayed, but Naruto was still on alert. He knew that couldn't have been the extent of this attack. Sure enough, 3 more walkers broke out from the meteorite, their attention focused on Naruto. Round 2 was all Naruto was able to say before he was bombarded by a barrage of energy beams. They seem more susceptible to lightning-style jutsu because of their organic composition. Average techniques don't seem be able to really damage them. Naruto surmised, formulating a plan. Naruto ran along the wall of a building, attempting to draw their continuous fire away from the more populated areas. They weren't making it easy to get in closer this time. Every time he tried, he nearly got hit by an energy beam. Had he not had enhanced his speed by stimulating his nervous system through lightning-style chakra, then they might have actually gotten a hit on him. In the corner of his eye, he saw a small family taking shelter in what was most likely their house. The problem was that they were in the direct line of fire of the walkers. Naruto cursed as they fired another volley of energy beams toward Naruto, who couldn't move or else the beams would hit the family. The family watched in horror as the blonde hero stood his ground and took the energy beam for them. The beams hit their mark as the area around the blonde ninja was exploded, sending smoke and debris everywhere. Eventually the smoke cleared to reveal a circular dome made of rock that appeared to have taken quite a beating from the blast. The walkers made to investigate the dome, but before they could, a wind chakra-infused kunai flew out from the dome, piercing into the side of one of the walkers' skin. In a flash of yellow, Naruto appeared atop one of the walkers, seemingly unharmed. Though, if one looked closely, Naruto's skin took a dark charcoal color as it slowly receded back to its normal color. Taking advantage of their confusion, Naruto went through another quick series of hand signs, ending with the Uma, snake, sign. Doden. Cemento Kuiku Kansu, earth release, quick dry cement. The surrounding ground that the walkers stood on softened into a small lake of wet cement. With no stable surface to stand on, the walkers slowly sank into the ground as if it was quicksand. The walkers squirmed as the cement began to solidify, encasing them into the ground. Before they could possibly shoot their way out with another energy beam, Naruto made to finish them. Naruto channeled a large amount of lightning-style chakra as he flashed through more hand signs. Raiden. Gion, lightning style, false darkness. Two powerful bolts of lightning struck the cemented walkers, causing considerable damage. When finished, their bodies were left charred black and singeing. Naruto inhaled and exhaled slowly. That was a close. These things' energy beams sure packed a punch in them. The force from the beams had enough power to nearly break through the defensive jutsu Naruto used. Doden. Sakimori, earth release. Barrier keeper. Thankfully the Koka no Jutsu, hardening technique, had been in effect before the beams partially broke through. Satisfied with his work, Naruto jumped off the walker's carcass. Those 6 months of training sure paid off. Had this been a few months prior, these things might have been more troublesome to deal with. Naruto thought as he admired his handiwork. Naruto's senses picked up activity coming from above him. The sounds of a jet's engine could be heard as a squadron of the U.S. Army's aircraft fighters flew by. Judging by the direction they appeared to be heading toward, their destination seemed to be the Golden Gate Bridge. Looks like the military has stepped in, Naruto thought. Unfortunately for them, a wave of enemy alien aircraft fighters intercepted them, igniting a viscous aerial engagement. Naruto prepared himself to help them, but before he could, his attention was caught by a downed police car near him. The car's radio was still functional as someone's voice cracked through the transmission. There was some static and gunfire in the background, but the message was understandable. U.S. military had arrived, but they were being held up near the bridge by alien forces. Their situation didn't sound too good, judging by the slight distress in the voice. The voice had requested for additional assistance from any of the surrounding areas' military or police before the line abruptly cut off. Seeing how dire the situation was, Naruto summoned a large mass of shadow clones to help the city's people and to finish off any remaining walkers before speeding off to his new objective.
XXX. Themyscira. After speaking with Hermes, Diana immediately made a beeline to her mother's location to tell her of the mission she had received from the god Zeus. It was not long before she had found her mother in her study's room. Hippolyta grew a puzzled look when she saw her daughter's expression. It showed of a growing anticipation, which Diana only had when something worthy of notice caught her attention.
Diana, aren't you scheduled for your training exercise now? Hippolyta questioned, curious as to what had her daughter so riled up. Forgive my sudden abruptness, mother, but I just received a surprise visit from Hermes. What he gave me takes precedence over my scheduled training. Hermes? Now that was a figure that had not been seen in these parts for some time now. Hippolyta gestured for her daughter to explain. It must have been important for the god's messenger to have been sent to Diana on official business. For the next few minutes, Diana had told her mother of the mission that Zeus had requested of the young Amazon and all its details. Hippolyta was momentarily shocked as she slowly digested the information that Diana had told her and of the letter she had been given. It took some good prodding, but eventually Hippolyta had given her consent for Diana to take the mission. Though, she had done it reluctantly so, as she knew that the mission would be dangerous and she worried for her daughter's safety. True, she had been blessed by the gods and had been a gifted child in nearly all the Amazon's arts, but Diana wasn't in the same league as the gods, which was why she was worried. If this mysterious figure really possessed powers that could rival a god, then Diana might be in over her head if she has to fight him. On Hermes' recommendation, Hippolyta gave the armor of Athena to Diana for her to use on her journey, along with the lasso of truth. Once Diana had gathered all the necessary items she would need on her journey, her mother, along with a group of her fellow Amazonian sisters, bid her farewell on her journey. Before Diana took off, her mother gave her one last piece of advice. Now, my child, You are fully prepared for whatever awaits you on your mission, but before you leave I wish to give you some last words of advice. And what would that be, Mother? Diana inquired. I am not fully aware of just how much has changed in man's world after all these years, but with hope man has changed for the better. Even so, remember to always stay cautious when in the presence of a man. Hippolyta spoke with all seriousness. Diana gave her knowing smile. Before hugging her mother one last time, she waved to her sisters as she flew in the air towards her destination. May the gods watch over you, my little wonder. Hippolyta softly whispered to herself as she watched Diana's figure slowly fade from view in the skies. XXX, San Francisco. Golden Gate Bridge, gunfire littered the air as both human and alien alike shot at each other. The US military managed to hold the alien resistance for a while, but now they were steadily being overpowered. The aliens' weapons technologies were superior to their standard bullet projectiles. Though, that did not mean that they were necessarily useless. White fluid-like aliens slowly advanced through the human military's defenses. A sergeant took cover behind an overturned car as energy beams flew over his head. The Marine beside him fired at the enemy from the side of the vehicle only to receive a nasty hole between his eyebrows, where an energy beam had burned through his skull. Cursing, the sergeant keyed the comm system to get in touch with command headquarters. Headquarters, we need backup on the double. We're being held up on the Golden Gate Bridge. Where's the Air Force squad I asked for? Static buzzed on the comm before a voice spoke. I've just confirmed that the squad you asked for was intercepted by the enemy's aircraft fighter. The closest additional forces are also being held up, so backup won't arrive for at least an hour. You're on your own for now. Good luck, soldier. With that the comm went dead, leaving an extremely peeved sergeant. The sergeant cursed loudly under his breath. By the time reinforcements would get here, he and his men along the bridge would be overrun. Just what the hell were they gonna do now? With a numerical and technological disadvantage, there was only so much he and his fellow soldiers could do before those alien bastards killed them and blew the bridge. His mind went into overdrive, searching for some possible way to beat these things. He needed a miracle, and he needed one quickly. As if the heavens had heard his silent plea, a figure suddenly materialized next to Sergeant was surprised to see this city's resident superhero, the Hokage. Like most people, the sergeant had heard of the blonde hero's many exploits. Now some people were prejudiced against metahumans and heroes alike, but the sergeant didn't care about any of that. If the man was here to offer his help, then he'd be more than happy to oblige him. Naruto's eyes moved all around, surveying the surrounding area before focusing his attention on the sergeant. Heard you guys could use some help. What are you and your men's status? The sergeant was momentarily surprised, not because he offered help though. He already suspected he would. It was the way the man carried himself, like he had been through a war before. He brushed the thoughts off. Now wasn't the time to be wrapped up in his thoughts. These bastards are setting up demolition charges to blow the bridge. They've already blown one of the support beams. If another one is destroyed, then this bridge will most likely collapse. He paused to catch his breath. I'm running out of options and men. We don't have enough firepower to push them back, and backup won't make it in time. Naruto frowned. The situation was direr than he thought. His mind quickly took in the information, trying to come up with a strategy to take out the aliens on the bridge. He could use the Kirigakure no Jutsu, hidden mist technique, to cover the bridge with a heavy fog, and take them out one by one. No, there were too many chances for error with that plan. For one, it would not only confuse the enemy but the human soldiers as well. Not to mention that it could take too long to take them out individually, before they set off the bombs. I can't use any destructive jutsu here, or else I risk destroying the bridge and killing any allies. I've got to hit them hard and fast. That only leaves one option left. Tell your men to stand down and give me some room. I got a plan, and I can't have you guys getting caught in the crossfire. Before the sergeant could give a reply, the blonde shinobi jumped atop of a nearby car, getting the attention of everyone on the bridge. Naruto pulled out a three-pronged kunai and held it with both hands, bearing it in front of him. Human soldiers off to the side shouted for the blonde to get his dumbass out of fire, but their pleas fell on deaf ears as the aliens fired at the unmoving shinobi. What happened next was something that every witnessing person to the scene would never forget for the rest of their lives. In a matter of seconds, all the mucus-like aliens that were about to fire at the blonde shinobi were suddenly dropping to the ground one by one. Silence fell around the bridge as every witnessing person tried to register what had occurred. The sergeant himself was stunned at what he had witnessed. He barely blinked for but an instant and all the aliens were taken out, just like that. Naruto stood with one foot pressed on top of a fallen alien's backside as he twirled a Hiraishin kunai in his left hand's fingers while holding his custom-made katana in the other. He took a calming breath as he sheathed his sword. Had this been a few months back, Naruto wouldn't be sure if he could have pulled that feat off. It was only after months of practice with the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and its speed and maneuverability that he could use it so effectively. Hell, right now he theorized that he was either just as good, or possibly even more proficient with the technique than his father, who created the jutsu. Many of the soldiers gawked at him, but he just shrugged off their looks of amazement and slight fear. He may have saved the bridge and stalled the alien forces, but that didn't mean that it was over, not by a long shot. Other parts of the world were probably invaded as well, and who knows when they would send another wave down to San Francisco. Naruto felt that this was just the beginning. Naruto was running away with a young boy no older than 6 in his arms. He and the other clones behind him were moving as many civilians to safety so they could fight without them getting caught in the crossfire. Those blasted alien walkers had started to gather where he was, and it was causing problems. Naruto had shifted his priorities to evacuating the civilians while covering them from any fire from the walkers that would dare aim for them. After the bridge had been safely secured, Naruto had made it one of his top priorities to help the people move across the bridge and into the military's protection. The young boy had been holding onto Naruto as if he were a life raft and looked like he was scared of what was happening with the alien attacks. The clone gently patted his back and told him it's going to be okay. However, Naruto saw that things weren't really okay. Despite his clone's help in evacuating, there were still some that got injured and needed to be checked at. It was times like these that he wished he had started training in medical jutsus so he could heal people like Tsunade did. But he knew it was pointless having wishful thinking now as he blocked another laser shot aimed for him with an earth wall. Once they made it across the bridge, the boy gratefully thanked the blonde shinobi, as did the parents who were beside brought to their son by the other clones. The boy rushed to his mother, who gave her son a hug. Naruto's eyes showed both a mixture of happiness and a small hint of sadness. He was happy that the child would be all right and reunited with his family, but yet sad that he never got to have such an experience as that. True, he had met both his parents one last time, but those moments had been short-lived. Naruto's inner thoughts were interrupted when someone had called out to him. He turned to his side to find the sergeant that he had helped protect the bridge with. Despite the fact that Naruto was not from the military or any other official faction for that matter, the sergeant gave him brief but crisp salute, as a show of appreciation and respect. Hey! Naruto had won the sergeant's eternal gratitude and thanks for not only saving his ass and those of his remaining men, but the bridge and assisting these civilians out as well. All those added together equaled respect in the sergeant's book. First off, I just want to give you my sincere gratitude for your help. We probably wouldn't have been able to hold off those bastards off until reinforcements arrived. He spoke in a voice spoken with gratitude. Naruto just waved off his thanks. No thanks are necessary. I just did what I felt was right. The sergeant grinned. Well, me and my men say thanks all the same. His expression turned more serious, grabbing Naruto's attention. I know you're not officially inclined to help us, but we could really use the extra hand. What do you need? Well, as of now we got both some good and bad news. The good news? Naruto inquired. Backup is finally on their way here, and should be here within approximately 10 minutes. They'll be bringing in extra men, as well as a good supply of food and medical equipment for the injured and hungry. Naruto gave a small sigh of relief there. These people wouldn't have been able to hold off for that much longer. The fact that it had taken longer for the military to respond spoke volumes of the current situation of the invasion as of now. And the bad? When the sergeant's expression visibly turned more grim, Naruto immediately knew that it wasn't news that he would have liked. Another wave of aliens are approaching the city from space. By the speed of their trajectory, their anticipated time of arrival is around half an hour. Naruto gave a low curse under his breath at the news. Half an hour was barely enough time to regroup with the reinforcements coming, not to mention fortifying their defenses and making sure that the civilians were safe. Naruto felt a presence beckon him in his mind, which Naruto immediately recognized as Kurama. Quickly entering his mindscape, Naruto faced the giant fox. If you haven't noticed, Kurama, I'm a little occupied at the moment. Unless you have anything helpful to say, I can't talk right now. Kurama gave a loud huff. Keep your panties in a wad there, Barbie. What I have to say may greatly help you with your little dilemma. Naruto's eyes widened slightly, now giving the fox his full attention, ignoring the fox's jab. Well, you have my attention. I'm all ears. You probably forgot since you haven't had the chance to use it yet, but don't you have a ninjutsu technique for this sort of situation? I'll give you a hint. It was used on your village during that Sora incident? Naruto took a moment to ponder Kurama's words before his eyes lit up in recognition. Thanks for the tip, Kurama. Forgot all about that technique. I owe you one. He. I know you do. Naruto didn't know why, but somehow he was already regretting what he had said. He knew that whatever Kurama asked wouldn't involve killing an innocent person, since he had been very clear on his stance with the killing policy. He pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind, exiting his mindscape. Sergeant. Naruto suddenly spoke, grabbing the soldier's attention. Time in his mindscape moved in a much different fashion, making it so only split seconds passed by outside his mindscape. I have a way of protecting the city from any more attack from the aliens. After seeing exactly what this man could do, the sergeant was willing to listen to his suggestion. What did you have in mind? I have a certain technique that will shield the city from further assaults, but there will be some drawbacks to this method. The sergeant merely nodded, motioning for Naruto to continue. While the shield, or more accurately, barrier, will hold off their attacks, no one will be able to enter or leave once it's been activated. Unless I drop the technique. I'll wait for backup to arrive before setting up the barrier, but I'm certain that it will halt the aliens' advances. The sergeant took a few moments to consider the Hokage's offer. It sounded like the benefits of this barrier would outweigh the cost if what Naruto's words were true. Alright, we'll go with that plan. Here's a communicator so I can signal you of when the backup arrives and is secured in the city. In the meantime, I'll rally up my men and inform them of the plan. The sergeant knew that he was putting a lot of faith on this hero that probably went against some regulation, but right now that would have to be dismissed. Even with the reinforcements that would be arriving, there would be no guarantee that he and his men could survive another brutal assault. Screw regulations, there was just too many lives on the line to side with protocol. He'd just have to leave it up to chance that whatever barrier that the Hokage would place up would work. XXX in Gotham, Barbara Gordon, or better known as Batgirl, along with her younger fellow protege Robin, both landed a flying sidekick straight into an alien's chest. The impact from both their combined power completely shattered the region where they hit, taking it out of commission for good. Like the rest of the world, Gotham had been struck by the invasion as well. Unfortunately for the aliens, they had met some heavy resistance from the military, the city's powerful crime lords, gangs, mobsters, and other less important criminal upstarts. For the first time in Barbara's life, she had worked alongside the very criminals whom she had dedicated her life to locking up. She and Tim had to, as by themselves they could never hope to fight off the invasion force without major assistance and firepower. Batman had left hours before the invasion had begun, for a mission in Metropolis. Minutes after the invasion had started, she had received a message from Batman stating that she and Tim were both to stay in Gotham and assist the civilians in any way they could, as he himself would not be returning yet. When Barbara had asked why he wouldn't be coming back to help, his only reply was that he was busy at the moment, before the connection was cut off. Typical Batman, always so sweet and charming as Bruce Wayne while having the emotional range of a teaspoon when assuming his role as the Dark Knight. Her attention was focused on a pair of civilians who were being fired upon by the oncoming aliens. Barbara turned to face Time and spoke in voice both serious but slightly tinted with humor. "You ready to be the rabbit?" Tim gave an exasperated sigh. It was the nickname Barbara always used for him when he was the decoy. As always. With that said, the two sped off to intercept the aliens. Tim shouted to them, grabbing their attention towards him and away from the running civilians. Immediately the aliens brought their sights on Tim, firing a collection of salvos from their energy weapons. Using his superior acrobatic skills, Tim carefully began to dodge the beams, switching off from flips to skittering side to side to dodge. With their attention solely focused on Tim, Barbara silently crept above the small building behind the aliens. She grabbed two batarangs from her utility belt, taking careful aim before propelling them at the group of aliens. Both batarangs glided through the air, making faint, swooshing sounds as they descended upon the aliens. Simultaneously, the batarangs slashed across all of the group's heads before stabbing into the ground, where a current of electricity surged through the group's area, electrocuting them all in the process. Their bodies jerked violently from the voltage, before eventually dropping to the floor. Once the batarangs ran out of power, the electricity cut off, as the aliens' bodies began melting, much to Tim and Barbara's disgust. The two Batman protégés shared a high five, celebrating their victory. However, their victory was short-lived as a loud bang could be heard from behind them. The distant sound of a gun echoed throughout the street. Looking to the origin of the shot, both sidekicks found a dead corpse of an alien drop from the building where the shot was most likely fired from. Atop the building stood a young but muscular man who wore an all-body black suit with what appeared to be a blue-like design of wings that stretched across his chest area, extending down his forearms, and a mask covering his eyes with see-through white slits in them. "You forgot to check your back," the man placated Batman's protégés. Both Tim and Barbara immediately recognized the man. He was both their friend and a previous Robin. Dick, they both simultaneously shouted. In the flesh. He spoke as he expertly jumped down from the building without harming himself. The two were about to greet him, but their conversation was cut short by another wave of approaching aliens. We'll exchange greetings later. Right now we have to deal with them. His voice took a commanding tone that left no room for argument, so the two teens followed his lead. XXX, a female feline figure scurried across the rooftops. Not far behind her was a group of alien soldiers chasing after the feline while firing away with their energy weapons. Selena's face darkened as an energy projectile zoomed past her head. Being shot down with those energy weapons was not at the top of her list of things to do. She had seen firsthand just what would happen to you if you got hit by those projectiles. The feline woman expertly brought out her whip as she jumped off the building. While in midair, Selena lashed her whip around the poles of the nearby balcony. Once secured tightly around the pole, she flung her body upward, flipping gracefully onto the balcony. She quickly leaned against the wall, waiting for the group of aliens to pass her by. After a few moments they unknowingly moved past her hiding place. She exhaled a breath of air that she had unknowingly held. Before she could take a moment to ponder what she was to do next, cracks chipped on the ground next to her. Moments later a giant flower slowly sprouted upward from the crack. Selena already took a gander as to who was in the flower petal, given her past experiences with it or the person who used it to be precise. The petals bloomed, revealing poison ivy, also known as Pamela Isley. Hello there, Selena. It's a pleasure to meet you again, despite the fact that our last meeting was not under preferable circumstances. Ivy was the first to speak. Can't entirely say that the feelings are mutual, but hello to you two. Now what exactly do you want with me? This can't be a social call, especially with the whole invasion going on. Selena replied, wanting to get to the bottom of this surprise visit. Pamela gave Selena a reassuring smile. There is no need to worry. I have come on peaceful terms this time. This actually concerns the attack from these aliens. Selena's brow arched, her curiosity was now piqued. And what exactly did you have in mind? I propose that we join forces against these aliens, at least until the invasion has ended. I know that our last alliance did not end so well, but I promise that I shall not harm you in any way. And how do I know that you speak the truth? Or for that matter, why do you want us to fight against the aliens in the first place? I was under the impression that you despised humanity. Why not just let the aliens kill them for you? During Selena's talks with Naruto, he had mentioned in passing that he was helping change Pamela as well, but she wanted to judge Ivy herself to see if she truly wanted to change. A part of her didn't actually believe it could be done, but this was the Hokage she was talking about here, so maybe she would change for the better. Because despite what I did in the past, I'm actually trying to change. I figured it was time for a different outlook to life. See what it feels like to be the hero for once in my life. Besides, right now the men are all fighting against these aliens, so they'll be of better use to keep alive in case more invade Gotham. Selena folded her arms in a contemplating posture, thinking over Pamela's offer. From Catwoman's reaction, Pamela had assumed that the feline woman would have refused her offer. Not exactly surprising, since she had tried to kill the woman before after she had betrayed both her and Harley. But to the former eco-terrorist's surprise, Selena held her hand out with a small feline grin etched across her face. You have yourself a deal. The Hokage told me about your attempts to change, but I must admit that I was a bit skeptical. It's also why I had to question you for myself, to see if you truly wished to change. Even though Selena saw slight hesitance in Pamela's speech, she noticed the determination she held in both her voice and eyes. For a moment, Pamela just stared at Selena's extended hand, contemplating whether to accept the gesture. This was her first step towards a new life, one she still had second thoughts about, but she was willing to make that leap, at least this time. Pamela shook Selena's hand firmly, officially sealing their temporary alliance. She just hoped that taking the Hokage's advice was the right one. Oh well, time to find out. The sounds of gunfire wailed, seemingly close to the two females' location. Both looked at each other, silently in agreement, before they both ran off to the source of the gunfire. XXX. Back in San Francisco, Naruto was currently west near the borders of the city, carefully flowing through a long complicated series of hand signs. One slip up in the jutsu and the whole plan would go to hell. Naruto had sent 3 other shadow clones to the other sections of the city, north, south, and east. Simultaneously the 4 Narutos waved through the hand signs. In order for this just you to work properly, Naruto need to know the layout of the city, which he had already mapped out in his time there. In perfect synchronization, all Narutos finished the required hand seals, slamming both their palms into the ground. Kakemen Gofujutsu. Hachiman Hayo. Barrier Gate 5 Seals Technique. Castle Closing 8 Gates. They all shouted together. Pillars arose from the ground, shooting off an unknown energy that flashed across the sky. The beams of energy moved together to form a huge cubic perimeter around the entire city. "Uro, so many damn hand seals." Naruto mumbled as he rubbed his stiff hands. Naruto keyed the communicator that the sergeant had given him. "Yo Sarge, the barrier was successfully put up." Buzzing sounds made it through the communicator before the sergeant's voice spoke through. "Yeah, we noticed. Are you positive that this thing will deflect their shots off?" The sergeant questioned, wanting to make sure that the barrier was secure and he had not misplaced his faith in trusting the Hokage. "Yes, I'm positive it will hold." Naruto spoke in a reassuring tone. He could understand the sergeant's question as he was putting the fate of himself, his men, and all the civilians in the city on a stranger's shoulders. Naruto had his clones stay near the pillars to make sure it still held enough power to hold the barrier without dissipating. "Well, it looks like the barrier's gonna get its first test run cause we got another wave coming in now." The sergeant broke out as Naruto could make out a large squadron of alien aircrafts flying towards the city. The aliens grouped together before firing off a salvo of energy beams. The beams were met with resistance from the barrier Naruto had put up, and was thankfully able to repel the beams off without much trouble. The sergeant let out a heavy sigh of relief as the barrier the Hokage had placed up had successfully halted off the aliens' attack. He keyed the mic to speak to the Hokage again. "It looks like the trial test passed with flying colors." "Was there ever any doubt?" Naruto replied smugly. The sergeant snorted, muttering something about a smartass under his breath. Naruto chuckled to himself, glad that the technique was a success. With the barrier up, the sergeant and his men could use the time to reinforce their defenses and continue to assist the civilians. Now that the immediate danger was taken care of, Naruto let his mind wander for a few moments to think of his next objective. He idly wondered how things were going down with the shadow clone he sent out back before the invasion had begun. By now it should have reached its destination. Suddenly a rush of pain inflicted his mind. Naruto clutched his head in pain as he screamed. The headache was almost as bad as the time he woke up in the forest per his arrival to this world. "Kit. That same person from 6 months ago is trying to contact us again." The Kyuubi's voice boomed loudly in Naruto's head, increasing the intensity of the headache. "Jesus H. Christ Kurama. Do you have to speak so loud in my head?" Naruto yelled back with twice the volume that Kurama spoke with, causing the Kyuubi to sweat drop slightly. "You realize that you're speaking even louder than I did, right?" "Uro. What did the guy want this time?" Naruto replied, trying to ignore the ringing in his ears. Most of the message was still unintelligibly, as if something was blocking the signal. Thankfully this time I was prepared, so I was able to track down the signal's location. "Finally, maybe now we can get some much-needed answers. It could even explain the reason for the invasion." Kurama hummed in agreement, wanting to get to the bottom of this too. Naruto keyed his communicator again. "Hey Sarge, I have a scheduled appointment elsewhere. You think you and your men can hold the fort while I'm gone?" "What do you mean you're leaving?" The sergeant's voice blared into the communicator. "I may have found a way to end this invasion. Make sure to take care of the city while I'm gone. I'll leave my clones to tend to the barrier." Long silence met the channel before the sergeant eventually replied. "If you think you've found a way to end this, then go find what you're looking for. But you better make sure that you get the job done right, you hear?" "You got it, but only because you asked so nicely." Naruto gave a fox-like smirk when he heard the sergeant call him a smartass. "Hey, watch your back out there. All you do care." Naruto playfully replied, before speaking in a more serious tone. "Will do." He disconnected the communication. Naruto held up a single-hand seal, making a shadow clone appear next to him. "Look after this pillar, until I say otherwise." The clone saluted, shouting a, "Hi boss." Naruto temporarily lowered a small section of the barrier for him to pass through, taking off full speed towards the location of the signal Kurama had locked on. XXX Gotham. All-out war seemed to rage across the corrupt city as both the city's heroes and criminals fought against the invasion of aliens. It was an endless fire of bullets against the endless fire of lasers. Barbara, Tim, and Dick worked together to take down a walker who was actively firing at buildings and fleeing crowds of people. Fighting against the foot soldiers wasn't too difficult for the group of heroes, as long as they fought together, but the walker was a different story. The damn thing's armor had been a pain in the ass to bypass through. None of the equipment that they had was made to be used for lethal force, except with the possible use of their grenades. For the most part, all they could do was keep avoiding the continuous salvo of energy beams being fired upon them. Dick growled lowly in agitation with their predicament. Damn it, sure wish that Batman had left an extra Batplane. The Batplane was one of the only vehicles in their arsenal of weapons that Batman had that probably had enough firepower to damage this walker, but Bruce had taken it with him when he left for Metropolis. Batgirl used her grappling hook to evade another beam of energy, swinging across the street behind an upturned car. In her haste to escape the energy beam, Barbara had missed the leaking gas coming from the car. Dick was quick to pick up on this. His eyes widened in horror when the walker moved to fire at her location again. Batgirl move. Barbara soon saw the gas leakage, now knowing that she had made a grave mistake. As quick as she could, Barbara moved away from the car, in hopes of outrunning the soon-to-come explosion. She appeared to be too late as the walker seemed to have another charge ready to fire again. Before the walker could fire, however, large vines had sprouted from the ground, quickly ensnaring the walker. The vines managed to constrict the walker's movements, making it tip over and fall. Upon falling on the ground, the walker's beam went off point blank into the ground, resulting in a large explosion. The Bat family took a few moments to register the fact that Barbara had been saved from possible death in the now destroyed walker. Once the debris began to clear, the heroes found the remaining wreckage of the now destroyed walker, but that wasn't what grabbed their attention. It was who had destroyed the walker. Beside the wreckage stood both Catwoman and Poison Ivy. Pamela had beckoned her vines back into the ground, as they both casually walked toward Batman's protégés. What are these two doing together? Last time I heard, Catwoman had betrayed Ivy, so what's up? Dick thought, trying to make heads or tails of the situation. Well, I can't say that I'm entirely overjoyed to see you two again. Barbara broke out, still a bit bitter with her and Ivy's last encounter. Understandable, as Ivy had nearly killed both her and Tim. Pamela squelched the urge to flinch at Batgirl's harsh comment, but decided to set that aside for now. Me and Miss Kyle here are in a temporary alliance, at least until the invasion is over and dealt with, Ivy said with her arms crossed. And, Selina pressed for Ivy to continue. Pamela sighed to herself, and I'm trying out this hero thing for once. The Bat family suddenly looked at Pamela as if she had grown a second head. Catwoman was understandable, as she had often played both roles of the hero and villain before, but for Ivy to say that she was going to go hero, they couldn't believe it. That's a load of bull. Why the sudden change of heart? Dick questioned, still remembering the time Pamela cheated her way out of Arkham and created a fake family and new vine monsters to try and kill them. Yeah, there's no way that would happen, Tim added. Pamela's mood was beginning to sour. Oh, perhaps doing this was a bad idea after all. Her attention shifted to Selina, who gave her an encouraging gesture. Ivy sighed once more. One more try wouldn't hurt. Despite your obvious disbelief in the fact that you believe I can't do something good for once, I actually can. Though I must admit that this is new change for myself, I'm willing to give it a try, at least once. The Bat family were about to retort once again, but their discussion was interrupted by another incoming walker. In the heat of their discussion, they all had temporarily forgotten that they were currently in an invasion. No time to continue this discussion. We'll just have to accept their help this time, but keep a close eye on them for any deception. Dick spoke to both Tim and Barbara, both whom were not too keen with the idea of working with Pamela, but they would have to for now. Unbeknown to the group, a certain clone of a blonde ninja watched their discussion from the shadows. Boss will want to know about this. It may not be quite perfect, but it's definitely a start. The clone spoke to itself before poofing away. XXX memories of the events in Gotham rushed back to the original Naruto, who was currently speeding towards the location of the signal. A small smile played across his face. It looked like Pamela and Selina were making small progress. Perhaps some good could come from the invasion after all. His feet crunched against the snow-covered ground hard. He had been running for a few hours now. Unfortunately for him, the signal had been quite a ways away, so he was forced to use his chakra mode to increase his speed. Otherwise the trip could have taken the better part of the day. We're getting close now. I can sense a lot of activity coming from the location. Kurama's voice boomed. Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, I sense it too. Looks like a number of them have high-level chakra too. Well, we'll know soon enough. We should be there in a few minutes. XXX. When Naruto finally arrived at his destination, he had witnessed quite a spectacle. There seemed to be an all-out battle going on between a collection of heroes and the invading aliens. Naruto took this time to observe the heroes, as he had never seen so many of them in one area before. Off to a side of the mountains stood Batman, who stood next to what Naruto assumed was his downed plane that had a missing wing. Batman looked to be calmly observing the rest of the heroes take on the force of alien ships with his calculating eyes. Though, He did have to move out of the way of a stray alien aircraft ship that had been destroyed, or else be crushed under its wreckage. A woman with angel-like wings glided across the sky, avoiding energy beams from the alien aircraft fighters. The woman had copper-red hair and wore a black mask that had the look of a predatory bird. Her face was hidden by the mask, but there was no doubt that she was attractive. Her body was also well-toned and looked to have hidden strength, as she didn't have a single trace of fat anywhere on her. The upper part of her costume was in the same style but was light yellow cream in color, which held her more than ample bust and hugged her frame very well. She had a green belt with metallic buckle, a set of murky green skin-tight pants of some material he could not identify, with red boots and a red-style lower portion. Add that to the wicked-looking mace she had with her and held on with a strap of leather-like material on the wrist. Lastly, she had a pair of gray-colored wings on her back that gave her an angel-like look that reminded Naruto of Conan. She expertly dodged another beam as she moved in on a nearby aircraft like a hawk hunting its prey. With a war cry, she powered her mace to full power, bashing away at the wing of the ship, effectively taking it down. Around her were several other heroes who together fought against the alien forces. An unknown muscular green-colored being turned intangible so the energy beams would phase through him and hit its allies' ships, destroying them in the process. The alien-like being wore a long high-collared blue cape that reached as far as the backside of its legs. Its red eyes remained as unemotional as its face, and red straps crossed his chest in an X-shaped design. Superman was also there, alternating through either shooting down the ships with his heat vision or flying straight into the ships, taking advantage of his vulnerability. Nearby, the Man of Steel was a dark-colored man who wore what appeared to be an all-black jumpsuit with the symbol of his ring on his chest that showed a somewhat muscular form. He was also wearing green boots and arm guards and had a lower triangle reaching down and connecting to the symbol on his chest. Although, Naruto didn't know if the boots and arm guards were real or just painted with the suit. His eyes were glowing green with energy and had the look of a soldier who's ready for battle. The ring on the man's hand glowed with power as he fired his own source of energy beams at the oncoming aircraft fighters. The woman who resembled a hawk tried to shake off a persistent ship that followed her every move, while it continued to shoot energy beams at her. Eventually, the alien ship's beam had hit its mark, making the woman shout in pain as she fell on the cliffside. The alien ship swerved, prepared to swerve back around to finish off the downed hawk. Seemingly from nowhere, another woman flew to her side, in an act to protect the fallen woman. She was a long-haired woman with wavy raven black hair that looked silky and well-groomed. She had deep blue eyes, red lips and a well-formed and flawless face. It was as if she was either blessed by the gods in this world, if there were any, with great beauty, and no doubt her family would be gifted with such as well. She was definitely the kind of woman Naruto's godfather and sensei would have loved to research about. Her body was well sculpted and had no signs of fat anywhere that did not need it. Her bust was very well formed and was around the same size as Hinata. The get-up she had on was comprised of a pair of silver bracers, a pair of star-shaped earrings, a type of sleeveless and strapless top that was made from red with some sort of marks in gold in the middle, and the wings that were on the area of her well-formed bust. On the waist was a golden metal belt, and the lower part made from blue material that looked metallic with stars on it. There was a golden lasso on her hip and she wore half-calf boots with silver metal. Naruto found himself entranced a bit by her beauty. "Allow me." The woman spoke with confidence. She brought her wristbands out in front of her, deflecting multiple beams of energy from the alien ship. Obviously the wristbands were made out of some impressive material to have so easily deflected the energy beams. The beams casually reflected off the wristbands, directly hitting its shooter. The alien ship exploded in a shower of sparks, but the remaining wreckage hurtled down at the two women. Seeing the destroyed wreckage descending down on the two women, Green Lantern used his ring's power to surround them in a protective barrier that blocked the wreckage from possibly harming them. By now nearly all the alien aircraft fighters had been successfully destroyed, though Naruto spotted one last incoming ship swooping in for a last surprise attack. It overcharged its weapon, firing a high-powered energy beam at the surprised heroes. Before the beam could hit its target, however, a yellow blur sped by the heroes. Lantern momentarily mistook it for the Flash, but once he refocused his glowing eyes, he found that it was an entirely different person. With a swift movement, the energy beam was split in half, with both split beams shot off course and hitting the side of a snowy mountain. Before the ship could prepare another salvo of energy beams, the figure slashed his sword across the air, propelling a translucent wisp of energy at the incoming alien ship. The unknown energy hit the wing of the ship, damaging it in the process and sending it spiraling out of control into the mountainside. The katana Naruto held had a glistening silver blade with a sharpened tint of black surrounding its blade edge. The guard's appearance held two Rinnegan eyes that were divided by a yin-yang design, and the hilt had a cool blue-colored theme with white diamonds etched along its exterior. Naruto's sword had finally achieved its sentience midway through his training. It had taken a few months for the sword to adjust itself and accept Kurama's chakra. It turned out that the katana took a female persona, and she had quickly grown attached to Naruto. After much contemplation, Naruto had given her the name of Megami no Akari, Goddess's Wrath, which suited her personality. Naruto touched down with a soft thud as his feet slightly sunk into the thick snow. "Thanks for your assistance. I'll summon you again soon," he softly whispered to his sword. The sword in his hand seemed to hum with a feeling of life, speaking in a respectful feminine tone. "My pleasure, Naruto-sama, though I must admit that I'm disappointed to be returning so soon after my first appearance." "Don't worry, you'll have plenty of opportunities to show yourself again." Without another word, he sealed his sentient sword back into his personal storage scroll that he had made specifically for her. XXX. The group of heroes soon began to gather near where Batman's plane had been set. Down the mountainside, a red blurry figure sped up the mountain at speeds that even impressed Naruto, for he had slight difficulty tracking its movement. He suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia as it reminded him of Guy and Rock Lee's speed when they released their inner gates, moving at inhuman speeds that even more experienced eyes would have trouble keeping track of. It stopped the moment it reached Batman's down plane. The figure turned out to be the Flash, carrying the severed half of the wing for Batman's plane. Flash wore an all-red flexible-looking jumpsuit that had yellow-colored lightning bolts strapped to the side of his head where his ears would be. This was complemented by a pair of shiny yellow, as well as another yellow-themed bolt of lightning stenciled across the middle of his chest. His face currently wore a comical expression, and he had an air of hyperactivity about him. "Hey Bats, I think you dropped this." He spoke with a tone full of humor. In that moment, the group of heroes gathered, with Naruto slightly lagging in the back as he waited to see how this would play out. Flash's eyes widened comically when he caught a glimpse of the beautiful raven-haired woman who wore the American-themed armor. "Whoa, where have you been all my life?" he asked playfully as he carelessly gave Batman the portion of his wing. "The Mischira," the woman answered stoically, not understanding the underlying meaning of his question. Flash just looked at her dumbly with a, "Huh," as his only response. "The home of the Amazons, I always thought it was merely a legend," spoke Hawkgirl as she touched down on the ground alongside Green Lantern. Amazons? Naruto mentally tasted the word. He had come across such a term during his time studying the Earth's history, but he couldn't remember its meaning. Amazons are the fabled tribe of only female warriors, whose origins are said to take place somewhere in Greece, but that is unconfirmed. "In a way, I guess you could say they're like that Shizuka girl from Nadeshiko village," Kurama informed. "Wow, can't believe you remembered something like that," Naruto said with slight disbelief that the fox would remember such a small detail as his mind wandered to the memory of Shizuka. She had been a strong kunoichi who fought like Tenten and Temari mixed together with how she used wind and weapons to fight. She definitely had Tenten's aim, that was for sure. "I had to remember most of the information for us since, if I recall, a certain blonde seems to have some sort of short memory loss. Even with the help of a couple hundred clones," Kurama replied, jabbing at Naruto's still blatant stupidity. "Hey, you can't put that against me. You know studying was never my strong suit," Naruto pouted at Kurama's insults towards his lack of intelligence. "Trust me, I know." Kurama grinned at a now irritated Naruto. Naruto secretly promised himself that he would get back at Kurama for that in some way, but for now he listened to the Amazon finish her introduction. "I assure you it's as real as the ground we stand on. I am Diana, Princess of the Amazons." She introduced herself, attempting to make a good first impression on her first time outside in man's world. "Pinch me, I'm dreaming." Flash spoke with a dreamy expression. Superman, who stood next to him, gave Flash a gentle elbow that brought a small amount of pain to the speedster. Diana continued on with her explanation. "The Mischira is protected by the gods, but I could not idly stand by when the world was in danger." She spoke nothing but the truth, as she was not one to let another innocent life suffer if she had anything to say about it. Besides, she may find the target she was sent to look for, fighting against the aliens. The group of heroes suddenly remembered the other hero who had arrived at the last minute. Naruto saw that the attention was now pointed towards him and they were waiting for him to introduce himself. Most of the heroes here had already guessed who the blonde hero was, and a certain bat had even met him, but for the sake of introductions, Naruto decided to officially introduce himself to the rest of the heroes. "Many of you here may have already guessed who I am, but for those of you who haven't heard of me yet, you can call me the Hokage," A collection of nods went by as he had confirmed their assumptions, except Diana. "Well, it was lucky that you all showed up when you did," Superman put it, showing his appreciation for their assistance. The green-skinned being that could turn intangible brought everyone's attention towards himself. "No, not luck. I telepathically summoned them here." He spoke in a clear but monotone voice. "So you're the one who tried to contact me all those months ago?" Naruto questioned, finally finding out who was responsible for the visions he had. "Yes, I am. I'm sorry to have troubled you, but it was imperative that you all know what was going on. I had no choice but to contact each of you since this threat is too much for just one hero to handle alone." Flash chose that moment to put his 2 cents in. "You know I'm normally quick on the uptake, but would something please tell me what the heck is going on here?" The rest of the group turned to the green being for the answer as they wished to know as well. The being had come to introduce himself as Jean, began to tell his story of his people and of the aliens that had invaded Earth. It turns out that about 1,000 years before today's current events, Jean's people were Martians who once lived a very peaceful and prosperous life on Mars. Their society was so peaceful that they felt no use for any form of weapons whatsoever. This later became a great disadvantage for their species when the very same aliens who were now attacking Earth had invaded Mars. As Jean said, even after fighting the invading aliens, they never found out their reasoning for attacking his people, only that they were determined to conquer them, and nearly succeeded in the process. The battle for Mars raged on for centuries. Countless died under the reign of the aliens, but the Martians quickly began to learn the ways of war. The Martians fought valiantly, but in the end the aliens were a parasitic type of species who fed on their psychic energy. Their forces' strength only increased after they had absorbed the Martians' ability to shapeshift, while the Martians' forces kept depleting. All hope seemed to be lost, but in a last-ditch effort, the Martian planned one last final desperate assault. With the creation of a powerful nerve gas, they were able to set it off inside the aliens' main stronghold, effectively paralyzing them all. But unfortunately, the Martians' victory had not come without devastating loss. All but Jean was left of his once peaceful race, the last of the Martians. In the end, he locked them all up in their citadel, keeping them constantly in a state of suspended animation. He continued to watch over them for over 5 centuries, but one fateful day while Jean slept in a hibernation cycle, an astronaut from Earth had accidentally set the hostile aliens free. "Wait a minute. Those astronauts never said anything about finding life on Mars." Flash spoke in a confused manner. Green Lantern snorted, crossing his arms. Some pencil pushy in Washington probably decided to classify it as classified information. Naruto, on the other hand, disagreed with that choice of thinking. "I don't think that's entirely accurate. Something seems wrong about this whole situation." Naruto decided to voice his thoughts, once again gaining the attention of the group of heroes. Superman asked the question that was on everyone's mind. "What do you mean by that, Hokage?" Naruto took a moment to ponder the question, carefully thinking of how to respond. "Well," he began slowly, "it just seems strange that the astronauts never reported back any sightings of these clearly hostile aliens. We would have at least been prepared better for the invasion otherwise. They must have already made their move the moment they were reawakened." "Wait, John, didn't you mention that the aliens took your people's ability to shapeshift?" The Martian nodded in response, already thinking where the Hokage was going with this. "Then it may be possible that the aliens could have taken the form of the group of astronauts so as to successfully infiltrate our world without our knowing of it," Naruto finished. With all the Martians gone, the invaders had nothing left to feed upon, so they set their sights on Earth. I only narrowly escaped to warn others of the coming danger. While I was being held against my will, the invaders sent advanced agents to disable Earth's defenses. Batman decided to put in his say as well, remembering the events of 6 months prior. It would explain the mysterious destruction of Wayne Tech's deep space global satellite networks, as well as the recent push for the disarmament of all our nuclear weapons. All of it was to cripple our defenses, so as to make it that much easier to take over. Green Lantern's eyes glowed green with anger. "If they think we're just gonna stand by and take this, then they got another thing coming." A horrified look crossed Superman's face. "But, if that's true, then Senator Carter is one of them, and I unwittingly helped them lower our guard." The realization of his mistake struck the Man of Steel hard as he felt this situation to be painfully similar to the Darkseid incident where he had been manipulated against humanity. Naruto could see the guilt washing over Superman and decided to intervene as they would need him to be in top form. "Don't let this get to you, Superman. If anything, you should use this as that much more of a motivation to stop them before it's too late." "It may already be too late." Jean spoke in a grave tone, facing towards the sky in another direction. The heroes turned to where he was looking, and off in the distance they could see dark clouds forming. Lightning boomed across the cloud, giving off an ominous feeling. All the gathered heroes could not help but fear for the Earth's future as the clouds began to spread across the sky.
Strangely enough, the walkers did not pursue after any remaining resistance or civilians. Rather, their attention seemed to be focused on clearing a perimeter within the city's central infrastructure. Though, for what purpose that entailed, no one knew.
One news reporter who was brave enough to stay near the hotspot of the invasion in Metropolis held his index and forefinger to his earpiece as he prepped himself to carry out the news in front of the camera that his trusty cameraman bore on him. This is Snapper Carr, reporting to you people live from Ground Zero in Metropolis, where the aliens continue to clear the area around the impact site. The camera paneled around, showing the military resistance, moving in formation with tanks and infantry men. A middle-aged man of dark skin and balding hair strode to the gathered military force. He wore a murky green military suit worn only by a general and had held himself with a presence that demanded respect and authority. The reporter immediately recognized the man as the general who openly opposed Senator Carter's disarmament enactment. Walking up to the general, the reporter presented his speaker up to the general, firing off the question that was everyone's mind. General Wells, our military seems unable to stop them. Why? General Wells scowled deeply in clear irritation. All of our more lethal missiles have been disarmed thanks to Senator Carter's disarmament plan. And our self-proclaimed protector Superman has abandoned us. Without another word, the general moved towards his troops. Earlier, Senator J. Allen Carter had this to say. The camera's screen switched locations as it transferred to a conference room. Senator Carter stood on the podium for all to see and question him. Reporters all stood around him, firing off a collection of questions all at once. Surprisingly, Carter seemed to be taking the situation rather well, not showing any sign of worry or anxiety in his demeanor. Carter cleared his throat, trying to placate the frenzying crowd of reporters in a strong voice. When I first proposed my peace initiative, no one ever imagined we would face an invasion like this. Now we must stand together and resist this aggression. Before Senator Carter could continue with his speech, the video switched channels back to the site with the reporter in Metropolis. The man's alert and anxious look told its viewers that something major was about to happen. Wait. We have a breaking development. The reporter turned toward the site of the giant meteor as the ground beneath the city began to shake violently, making it difficult for many to stand properly. Everyone noticed that the meteor began to tremble as if something was moving inside of it. Something seems to be moving within the crater. The reporter and the gathered military force watched as cracks formed on the meteor, as if struggling under the strain of whatever was to come bursting out. Before everyone's eyes, a long stream of mechanical tentacles burst through the crumbling meteor, snaking their way upwards towards the night sky. When they reached to a good height of about a large-sized building, the tentacles moved towards each other, uniting into a single oddly shaped structure. Amongst the startled crowd stood General Wells, who could not help but gape at the assemblage of the foreign alien structure in abject horror. Oh my lord! He managed to breath out as the alien structure reformed into an oddly curved factory of sorts. The factory's top level closely resembled the human organ of the heart, with connecting air valves protruding from the top of the structure. Under its side shot out a cylinder-shaped drill that burrowed deeply into the city's ground. With each stroke into the ground, disturbingly lifelike air sacs continuously deflated and inflated in harmonious motion with the drill. Exhausts of fire streamed out of the valves at the top like a geyser, spewing hazardous columns of smoke. As the smoke accumulated, a loud booming could be heard as lightning struck outward from the smoke. XXX in the snowy mountains, the gathered group of heroes continued to gaze at the ominous buildup of clouds in silence. Hawkgirl was the first to break the silence as she questioned Jean. What are they doing? The Green Martian replied in his usual flat and even tone. The creatures are a nocturnal species. They want to blot out the sun and live in perpetual darkness. Despite the tense atmosphere, Flash turned towards Batman. Friends of yours? He asked in joking manner, though even his usual upbeat tone seemed to have calmed down considerably as he took notice of how serious the situation was. Batman barely threw him a sidelong glance, speaking in his no-nonsense voice. It's no joke. I don't understand what the problem is. Can't we just whip up a new batch of that nerve gas? Problem solved. Flash spoke up, proud of the fact that he solved their predicament so easily. Jean turned to face the speedster. Unfortunately, no, the gas can only be made from a rare Martian plant. Unfortunately, the aliens destroyed it when they captured me. The speedster's mood deflated. Anyone got a plan B? He spoke rather lamely. Diana saw this moment to voice her opinion. Then we'll have to take out those factories. Naruto thought about it before he nodded his head in agreement. I agree with Diana. It's a sound plan. As of now, we should focus our attention of destroying the factories, so their movement will be severely limited when daylight rises. Diana's eyes widened marginally in surprise. She had anticipated the man to try and undermine her suggestion. The Amazon teachings taught her how cruel and sinister man's nature was, so she had at the very least expected some negative reaction to her presence, but this blonde-haired man had done the complete opposite. Perhaps her mother's last words to her had come true after all. Maybe man had changed during the Amazon's time of isolation. Lantern scoffed, obviously not taking a liking to these rookies taking charge. Lady, this is no time for amateurs. He paused, turning towards Naruto. Or ninja wannabes who we know next to nothing about. Diana's attractive face contorted in anger from hearing this man's insulting words, while Naruto's eyes narrowed at the insult. Perhaps the Amazon teachings were not too off after all. She thought before moving toward the Green Lantern, stopping when she stood directly in front of him. We Amazons are warriors born. Want to test me? She challenged. Lantern stood his ground without so much as a flinch, seemingly willing to take up her challenge. Seeing the tension between the two heroes, Superman was about to intervene, but he was beaten to it by Naruto, who moved in to pacify the situation. Now isn't the time to fight, you two. Right now there are more pressing matters that we need to get done, and we can't do that if you two start a needless fight. Naruto remarked, lightly glaring at Lantern for the ninja wannabe comment. Normally Naruto himself would be pissed at the Lantern's attitude towards both him and Diana, but he knew that now was not the time to clash with one another. There were far more pressing matters that needed all of their immediate attention, namely stopping this invasion force. He's right, John, we should be working as a team, Superman added. Lantern mulled it over for a moment, and decided to let the matter drop. Whether or not he even liked these two, he knew that working together on a team would be the better option. A full team gave them a much higher chance of beating these invaders rather than going it solo. Both his time in the Marines and in the Lantern Corps had taught him that lesson. Stuart relented and backed away from Diana. Fine, sorry your highness. He apologized, albeit a bit bitterly. He brought up his ring, which glowed fluorescently green. Using the ring's power, John formed a 3D image of all known locations which held the factories. Tactfully, we have multiple objectives, so we need to split into teams. As soon as John finished his sentence, Flash instantly moved forward towards Diana, arm slung around the princess's shoulder. Dibs on the Amazon. His cheerful personality returned with a vengeance. Diana drew a befuddled expression as she felt slightly uncomfortable with Flash's flirtatious attitude. Naruto felt amused at the scene but decided to help Diana out, noticing how uncomfortable she looked being in such close proximity with the speedster. Some words of advice, Flash. I'd keep my hands to myself if I were you. The last time I met a woman whose strength was inhuman, she had a very nasty temper and nearly beat a man to death for flirting with her too much. Said man managed to walk away alive, but a couple of souvenirs for his trouble: 2 broken arms, 6 ruptured ribs, as well as several ruptured internal organs. Naruto nearly laughed out loud when he saw the expression of Flash's face. The speedster's eyes widened to comical proportions and his face turned a shade paler. He gave a nervous look at Diana, gulped, and then slowly edged away from her. Diana felt relief and she sent an appreciative look at Naruto, who nodded in response. The gathered group of heroes briefly discussed which teams they would pair up with. Out of the entire group here, Superman was the most familiar with Metropolis, given that was his city, so it was obvious that he would go there. Hawkgirl was to join him in Metropolis. John paired up with Flash to keep him out of trouble and in line. Flash silently sulked being paired with John, and not the hot Amazon, despite knowing that she could use her super strength to break his body. Both Batman and Diana chose to stick with John, but for different reasons. Diana was unfamiliar with how the alien invaders operated, and John had the most experience when it came to fighting them. Batman hoped that with John's familiarity with the aliens and his intellect, he would find a weakness for the parasitic aliens. Naruto, on the other hand, had a different agenda. But first he would need to confirm something. He gestured to the Martian, getting his attention. Hey Jean, I need you to confirm something for me. Is it of great importance? Cause our time could be spent enacting out the plan? Jean questioned. Naruto firmly nodded his head. Are you absolutely sure that there are no plants on Earth that would provide a similar reaction to the nerve gas your people created? Jean paused, pondering the question for several seconds before responding. To be honest, I wouldn't know for certain as I have only limited knowledge on this world's plant life, he finally stated honestly. Then do you at least know the formula for the nerve gas? I do know the necessary formula for the nerve gas, but the formula is very specific and complex. It would take far too long to teach it to someone else with the amount of time we have. That and you would need to have some extensive knowledge on the alien's anatomy. Why do you ask? I have an acquaintance that might be able to recreate an altered version of the nerve gas. If we can recreate that gas, then we'll have a plan B to fall back on in case the situation goes sour. The gathered heroes understood the blonde shinobi's logic, but there was still a major flaw that they all saw in the plan. The idea sounds good, but weren't you listening to what Jean said? Only he has the necessary knowledge on the nerve gases formula and the invader's anatomy. Naruto was still unsure of revealing one of his most well-kept techniques so soon, but the situation they were stuck with called for it. For his plan to work, he would need to use it to meet their time limitation. Don't worry about that. I've got it covered. Though, to be honest, I would rather not have to show this, but our current situation calls for it at the moment. He replied, confusing most of the heroes there. Before they could question him, Naruto walked towards Jean, stopping at an arm's reach of each other. Okay Jean, let me get straight to my point. I have mind-reading abilities that I can use to upload any information into myself in order to quickly understand it. So for my plan to work, I'll need to extract the formula from you in order to fully understand it and get my acquaintance to understand it as well when I upload it into their mind. That is if you allow me to do so, since I just wanted your permission first. The Martian thought about it for a moment before he nodded stoically, figuring that this may give Earth the advantage it would need to drive back the invaders. Besides that, he sensed through his mental link that the Hokage meant no harm to him. Without further interferences, Naruto brought up his left hand, gently placing it on top of the Martian's head. The heroes watched silently as both Jean and Naruto's eyes shut in deep concentration. When Naruto slowly reopened his eyes, the gathered heroes couldn't help but be stunned at the change they undertook. The young shinobi's deep cerulean eyes were now replaced with an intricate ripple pattern in a purple-colored sclera. What was only a few minutes felt like hours for Jean. When Naruto finally released his hold on the Martian's mind, they both relaxed. Jean rubbed his temples, feeling a little lightheaded. It was an odd experience, to be sure. He had never had another peer through his memories before, not even from the likes of his own kind. Through the mental link, he had seen a pair of penetrating ripple-patterned eyes that seemed to pierce into his very being. It was an unnerving feeling that he had not experienced in his extensive time alive. Batman quickly got over his shock before narrowing his eyes into their analyzing gaze. Strange, I've read on multiple records of metahumans with telepathic abilities, but never did any reports show signs of changes in eye pattern. He read about people's eyes glowing or even their entire body when they used their telepathic powers, but never did their eyes change completely into something else. Is he really a metahuman or something else entirely? The Dark Knight made a mental note to investigate into the mysterious phenomena at a later date. Naruto took a few moments to collect himself while his mind coped with the new information. He let his Rinnegan fade back until his eyes returned to their usual bright cerulean. He noticed that the other heroes were giving him a mix of questioning and confused looks. Superman asked the question that was on everyone's mind. What exactly was that? Naruto knew that the Man of Steel was referring to his Rinnegan. Not surprising, as no one had witnessed him use the powerful Dujutsu, eye technique, until now. We don't have enough time for me to give you a thorough explanation. All you need to know is that it grants me telepathic abilities. Of course, he left out the limitations of the telepathic abilities that the Rinnegan gave him, along with its other abilities, but they didn't need to know about that, at least not now. Some of the heroes were displeased with the vague explanation, but they were already short on time as it was. I'll see what I can do about recreating the nerve gas, while you guys take down the factories, Naruto spoke. We should meet up in Metropolis once we're done with our objectives. Is everyone alright with that? A collection of nods and yes sounded off. Batman pulled out a small device from his utility belt and held it up to Naruto. Naruto held it in his palm, inspecting the device with a curious expression. It's a communications device so that I can stay in contact with you at all times. Keep me in touch with your progress on the nerve gas. The Dark Knight requested, though his voice held a firm tone of authority in it. Naruto just nodded, attaching the communications device onto the side of his ear. With their plans set, the heroes split into their decided teams, parted ways and went off toward their assigned objectives. XXX Gotham City, someone help me, a small girl cried out as she ran from her pursuers. The child was a brunette and wore a sundress that was tattered from her constant running. The little girl had been separated from her parents amongst the ensuing chaos. Ever since then she had been running for her life, somehow managing to lose most of her pursuers when they lost interest in her and decided to focus on more crowded areas. Unfortunately for her, one of them had been persistent, tracking her down relentlessly. Her legs ached from the constant running, not used to such a grueling exercise. Her running led her down a dead-ended alley. With the alien pursuer hot on her tail, She scampered behind a dirty pair of trash can bins, praying for her safety and that it would just walk past her hastily improvised hiding area. She panted harshly, taking in as much air as her small body would allow. Clattering footsteps could be heard, growing louder as it neared her location. Her breathing had unintentionally hastened as the footsteps grew closer. She covered her mouth with both hands in an attempt to prevent herself from giving away her hiding position. Fear spread throughout her system as she heard each step slowly move toward her. The sound of footsteps stopped within mere feet away from her hiding spot. Her body was frozen stiff, unable to make any sound or movement while she silently prayed to herself. Kya! She screamed as the alien smashed down the first trash bin with the butt end of his rifle. In an act of desperation, the child crawled further away into a wall, wrapping herself in the smallest ball she could manage, as if believing that her small position would hide her away from her pursuer's sight. The alien parasite bore his weapon's aim sight on the helpless girl, intent on finishing the deed. Before it could, however, vines sprouted from the ground, ensnaring around the alien's body. The parasite struggled against the vines, but found that it could not move. Slowly it stopped squirming and let his weapon drop from his grasp, embracing a slow death. As the parasite's vision faded, it managed to spot the outline of the likely culprit of the attacking vines. Fiery red hair was the last thing the parasite saw before falling limp in its strangled position. XXX Pamela glared darkly at the parasitic alien she held constricted within her vines. She couldn't help but feel a large amount of satisfaction in watching her vines inject streams of toxic poison into its body. Once she realized it had died, she had her vines carelessly toss its carcass aside. The body flew to the ground with a sickening crunching noise. The parasite's body had turned a rotten purple from the injections of toxins to its body. Pamela watched in disgust as the hideous carcass liquefied into a pool of purple sludge. All of her alien victims had suffered the same fate when she poisoned them with her toxin. Unfortunately for the parasites, their bodies seemed to be highly reactive to her potent toxins, making it much easier for Pamela to help cleanse the city of their presence. Pamela's attention turned toward the shaken-up child who was frozen stiff in her previous fetal position. The poor child was likely traumatized from the whole ordeal. Unsure of how to approach the frightened child, Pamela took slow steps toward the girl, as to assure her that she meant no harm whatsoever. The child watched Pamela's slow movements with wide, unblinking, tear-filled eyes. Pamela crouched down at the girl's level, gently patting the girl's head in her most calming manner. Without warning, the little girl jumped into Pamela's arms, burying her face into Pamela's chest. Pamela was momentarily shocked at the child's sudden actions, taking notice of how badly the child was shaking within their embrace. Being unfamiliar with this type of situation, Pamela just went with her intuition, waving her fingers through the locks of the child's hair in an attempt to calm the child's nerves down. "Sheesh, it'll be okay now," Pamela would utter softly into the child's ear as she continued to hold the little girl. Silently, Pamela was cursing herself for not arriving sooner, but she had been preoccupied with helping clearing out the walkers. Luckily for the child, Pamela had finished off a walker nearby the alley when she heard the crashing of metal bins followed by a girl's scream. She hoped that the alien had suffered excruciating pain before its death for what it was about to commit. While it was true that she disliked humans for the pain they had caused her, in her eyes this child was still innocent, in a sense, and vaguely reminded Pamela of herself in her younger years. She figured that was why she felt so compelled to console the girl so earnestly. After a few minutes of consoling, the child finally managed to calm herself down. "What's your name, little one?" "My name is..." The girl paused to collect her thoughts. Kelly Dawson." Pamela gave the now-named Kelly a warm smile. "Well, Kelly, you can call me." Ivy paused in afterthought. "Pamela," she finished. She had debated whether to give Kelly her real name, but found herself disapproving the idea of giving the child her old villainous title, preferring to use her real name for this occasion. "Do you know where your parents are?" Kelly shook her head in dismay that she had been separated from her parents. "Don't worry, I'll look after you until we find your parents again. How does that sound?" This seemed to brighten Kelly's mood as she eagerly nodded. The two linked hands as Pamela strode them carefully back the way she had come. She would need Selena's help with taking care of Kelly. XXX with John and Flash in Cairo. John's glowing green eyes surveyed the jungle area where their target was located. A portion of the jungle had been cleared away for the giant factory machine that continued to pump smoke into the air. Surrounding the structure was a small collection of walkers who stood as guards. John turned to his partner. "That's our target. Now listen up, here's the plan." Before he could finish, however, Flash rudely interrupted him. The speedster's voice sounded impatient. "What plan? We kicked their butts, right? Let's get this over with." Lantern made move to stop Flash, but before he could even get a word in edgewise, Flash was already gone. John sighed in exasperation, starting to regret getting tagged with the impatient speedster. Flash stopped right before one of the walkers, bringing his hands to his mouth and pursing his lips into a sharp whistle. The whistle served its purpose, grabbing the attention of the walker. "Hey, over here!" Flash waved his hands in the air. As soon as the walker spotted him, its eye compressed and shot out a charged beam of crimson energy. The beam passed harmlessly by Flash, who easily dodged it by stepping to the side. Flash crossed his arms, taunting the walker. "Huh, missed me." More walkers joined in and began to fire a barrage of energy beams at the red speedster. Using his impressive speed, Flash easily began dodging all of their attack. He ran right through all of the walkers' long legs without much trouble. In his inattentiveness, Flash foolishly forgot to watch where he was going, not noticing a decent-sized stump on the ground. As soon as he stepped on the stump, it exploded in a shower of gunk that sent the hero tumbling into the air. Flash shouted helplessly as he came crashing down into a giant pool of what appeared to be a sickly green-colored sludge. Flash struggled to get out of the disgusting waste, but the gunk was constricting his movements, making him immobile. The shadow of a walker appeared over Flash's fixed position, intent on disintegrating the speedster. Thankfully for Flash, GL had moved in to save him from his fate.
"Hang tight, hotshot." John flew overhead, thrusting his ring hand and shooting out a blast of iridescent green energy.
The energy was strong enough to pierce straight through the walker's leg, severing the limb from its synthetic body. Without a proper support to stand on, the walker teetered unsteadily back and forth before crashing harshly into the ground, effectively taking it out for good. Seeing that he had successfully taken out the walker, John moved to pull Flash out of the foul-smelling substance. He prayed that the others were having better luck. XXX with Superman and Hawkgirl in Metropolis. Superman walked cautiously through the oddly shaped corridor inside of the alien factory, with Hawkgirl not far behind him. Infiltrating the factory had been surprisingly easy, as there had only been a few walkers stationed to guard the factory's exterior. "Keep a sharp eye out," Superman advised his winged companion. "I always do," she replied as she tightened her grip on her mace, holding it close to herself in case of a surprise attack. They did not need to wait long as a group of the parasitic aliens fired upon the two heroes. "Stay back." Clark prepared himself to take the group down, but he was beaten to the punch, literally. Before he could even finish his sentence, Hawkgirl screamed out a war cry as she charged at the group of aliens. Swinging her powered mace, she managed to hit 3 at once, sending them tumbling into the rest of the group. Using this opening, Hawkgirl went in for the kill. A wide-eyed Superman watched in slight bewilderment as Hawkgirl mercilessly bashed away at the aliens. He almost felt sorry for the poor bastards, almost. One of them was hit so hard that its body splattered into a white liquid smear on the nearby corridor's wall. Clark nearly flinched at the brutality of it all and mouthed out the only word he could think of at the moment: "Whoa." Hawkgirl gave Superman a slightly amused look as she walked past him, leaving behind a broken group of aliens. "What? There's a time for words and a time for action." Superman just shook his head and followed the Thanagarian. Gotham City. Selina wiped some of the perspiration she had been accumulating from the hard work she was doing. After she and Pamela had teamed up with the Bat family, they had slowly begun the process of removing the alien parasites from the city. Pamela's poisonous toxins had been crucial against fighting the aliens. Their bodies would violently react when affected by Pamela's poisonous plants. Though their temporary alliance with the Bat family left bitter feelings from Batman's protégés, they wisely set aside their differences. Not one of them was willing to give up this opportunity, even if it meant working with past enemies. The cost would be just too high if they failed. On the side of Selina's peripheral vision, she caught sight of a peculiar scene. Pamela strode towards Catwoman, hand-linked with a little girl who couldn't have been no older than maybe 8 years old. The child seemed to shy away the closer they got to Selina's position. "I see you've been busy," the feline woman commented, voice laced in with some amusement. Pamela gave Selina a look that said, "You don't know the half of it." The botanical-loving woman retold the story of how she found Kelly, and how she saved the child from a horrible fate. The amusement in Selina's face died as she listened to Pamela's story. The cat lover did take great pleasure in the fact that the damn parasite got what he deserved. "You know Pamela, she seems to have taken quite the liking to you." Selina chuckled in amusement as Kelly was still hiding behind Pamela's legs, fixated on fiddling with the hem Pamela's stockings. "Selina's got a good point. I think you now officially have yourself a fan." A familiar voice suddenly spoke, surprising the two women. Seemingly from nowhere, the man who they were both on friendly terms with appeared, standing off to the side, arms folded. Selena smirked when she saw her blonde friend. He was probably the only person who could sneak up on her without her notice. Pamela's surprise wore off after she registered his words, making her slightly blush. She cast a sideways glance at Kelly, who was still holding her hand tightly, her other hand clutching the fabric of her stockings. "Hokage, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be back in San Francisco, protecting your people there?" Selena questioned the blonde, as she had assumed he would have been a little preoccupied with his city. Naruto waved of their concerns in a reassuring manner. "San Francisco is in good hands, but how are things on your end? From what I have seen, it looks like you have things under control." Selena nodded. "We formed a temporary alliance with Batman's stooges and managed to drive off most of the aliens that were sent here. All that's left now is cleanup duty. That is, unless they decide to send in reinforcements." Naruto took this time to observe Pamela and Selena's appearance. His eyes caught their slightly worn-down looks, even though they hid it very well. This was to be expected, as they had been fighting off alien attacks non-stop for hours now. They were probably drained from the constant fighting without much time to rest. As powerful as the two were, even with their alliance with the Bat family, they would eventually be overrun in time if they weren't given enough time to properly rest. All the more reason for Naruto to carry out his mission as soon as possible, so he could rejoin with the other heroes. "That's good to hear. Glad to see that you've got the situation in hand." He paused, assuming an apologetic expression. "Sorry to cut this reunion short, but I'm actually here to ask a favor, Pamela." Pamela gave a questioning look. "Oh, and what favor would that be?" "I'm a little pressed on time right now, so it'll be much faster if I directly give you the details telepathically. And before you ask, yes, I do have such an ability. It won't cause you pain, but you may feel a little preternatural from the experience. What I will say is that it could greatly help in the long run in taking out these aliens." Naruto spoke in a hurried manner. Pamela's expression was one of deep thought as she mentally debated whether or not to accept his request. She recalled their past conversations and how supportive the man had been with her ideals. Without a second thought, Pamela allowed Naruto to do whatever he planned to do. Naruto walked up to Pamela until he was within arm's reach. Murmuring a soft, "Thank you," to the former eco-terrorist, Naruto repeated the same process he had done with Jean. Selena and Kelly's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates as they witnessed Naruto's eyes shift to the Rinnegan's piercing purple-colored eyes with ripple patterns. XXX with lantern and flash, John flared his rang at Flash's feet, torching the substance that currently glued him into the ground, all the while commenting on the speedster's reckless actions. "Of all the idiotic, bone-headed, glory-grabbing moves, haven't you ever heard of the concept of teamwork?" John lectured as he finished releasing Flash from his self-imprisonment. An energy beam struck the ground a few feet away from their position, interrupting any further lectures from John. Maybe we better save the motivational speeches for later." Flash spoke nervously, not wanting to get hit by a blast of energy. Satisfied with his work, Lantern turned his attention on the incoming walkers. Flash shook his legs from the remaining substance that stuck to his foot, just in time to dodge a beam that would have hit him. Surrounding himself in a barrier, John deflected a collection of energy beams. The Lantern was taken by surprise when one of the walkers fired off a jagged-looking rock that exploded against his shield, releasing a cloud of gas. Not expecting the surprise attack, John inhaled too much of the gas, making him collapse to the ground. Acting quickly, Flash spun his arms out, moving them in a circular motion which blew out a strong gust of wind to clear away the gas. Once the speedster saw the Green Lantern's unconscious form, he called out to him in concern, but the Lantern didn't even stir. Seeing the quickly descending walkers, Flash took this moment to sling GL over his shoulder and make a break for it into the jungle where they could escape. Better to live another day and fight again than to die there on the spot. XXX with Superman and Hawkgirl, both heroes took to flying through the maze-like hallways of the factory to speed up their progress through the factory. They touched down on the ground. Superman noticed that his partner looked very anxious. "They're close, I can smell them." Hawkgirl spoke with an aura of a hunter in search of its prey. The Man of Steel decided to comment on her odd behavior. "Are you always so eager to fight? My home planet Thanagar is a warlike world. There, one must strike first or die." The moment she finished her sentence, a stray beam of energy zoomed past both heroes' heads. Hawkgirl spotted a small group of aliens who began to run off, with Hawkgirl in hot pursuit. The aliens lead the heroes into a room where a door shut behind them, leaving a frustrated Thanagarian and a slightly befuddled Superman. To their surprise, the back door shut behind them, trapping them inside the room. It was then that both heroes noticed some punctured holes off to the side and could assume what would happen next. Gas began to stream through the holes into the room, enveloping around the heroes. Having no clean air to breathe, Hawkgirl keeled down to her knees, coughing harshly. Her grip on her mace loosened as her hands covered her mouth in attempt to keep herself from inhaling any further gas. Seeing their predicament, Superman turned towards a wall, having the intent to break it down and free them from their trapped enclosure. Hang on, Hawkgirl, I'll urge. As soon as the Man of Steel's hands came into contact with the wall, he received a painful dose of high voltage for his trouble. Superman's vision faded as he collapsed into unconsciousness, with Hawkgirl soon following him. XXX Pamela's stance faltered as her mind tried to process the new rush of information. Naruto caught her so as to prevent the former eco-terrorist from falling. "Oh, you didn't say how disorienting it would be." Pamela managed to breathe out. Naruto had the decency to look sheepish as he scratched the back of his head. "Sorry about that. Haven't really had the opportunity to practice this particular skill." Once Pamela got her bearings down, Naruto gave her a questioning gaze. "So do you think it's possible?" Pamela rubbed her chin in musing. "Well, based on the memories you showed me and my own personal experience with the parasites, I would say that there's a good possibility of recreating the nerve gas. Of course, with a few new modifications added to it. I already have a particular plant in mind that seems to have an interesting effect on their biology, but I will need to modify it to where it won't have any negative side effects to humans in case any somehow come into contact with the gas." Naruto practically beamed at the good news, while Selena and Kelly both has lost puzzled looks with giant question marks overshadowing their heads. But Pamela interjected, cutting off Naruto's inner celebration. "Without the proper tools, equipment, and a good conditioned lab, I have no way of testing or mass-producing the gas." Naruto threw a low curse under his breath, making sure that Kelly had not heard him swear. Just when things seemed to be going their way, another obstacle was thrown into their path. Naruto's musings were cut short when his senses spotted 3 targets to his side. 2 of the objects in question he was familiar with, but the third was an unknown. On reflex, his wrist produced a kunai from his sleeve, in case the unknown turned out to be hostile. 3 figures emerged from the nearby alley. 2 were surprised by Naruto's presence, while the oldest of the 3 eyes narrowed seeing Naruto's weapon. "Hokage?" Barbara and Tim questioned. "Sorry about that, didn't realize it was you guys." Naruto replied in a calm fashion, retracting his kunai from view. "Nice to see you two are doing relatively well considering the invasion and all." Naruto's eyes briefly took in the appearance of the young man that stood beside both Barbara and Tim. Judging by the man's appearance, Naruto had guessed that this person must be the other addition of the Bat family, former Robin now known as Nightwing. As a show of good intention and faith, Naruto raised his hand in front of Dick, hoping to make a good first impression with the former Batman protege. Dick momentarily hesitated but recalled the time Barbara and Tim told him of how he had helped save their lives in that incident with Ivy and Harvey at the warehouse. Gripping the shinobi's hand firmly, the masked hero gave a crisp nod, to which Naruto gave a grin in return, though it went unseen thanks to his mask. "Good to finally meet the mysterious hero from San Francisco. Batgirl and Robin had made good mention of you from their previous encounter with you." Dick smirked as he noticed the slight looks of embarrassment from his fellow friends who he considered his family. Naruto chuckled in good humor. "Did they now? Oh yes, especially Batgirl, she just wouldn't shut up about you for months." Said girl furiously blushed and spluttered, trying to deny that statement. "That's not true. Stop making stuff up." An embarrassed Barbara shouted, silently thanking for the fact that her mask covered her red-tinted cheeks. The group paused for a moment, looking at each other before falling into a small fit of laughter. The tension that had accumulated ever since the invasion was suddenly lifted off their shoulders. Even the timid Kelly showed an expression of happiness that had seemed to have left the child only a few moments prior. Naruto had a feeling that he would become great friends with Nightwing once the invasion was done and dealt with. Once the laughter began to die down, Dick spoke out to Naruto. "All jokes aside, I overheard some of your conversation with Pamela and I noticed your little predicament. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have the proper setup to recreate the nerve gas, so that idea was shut down." Naruto spoke in a slightly dejected voice, put off by the fact that his plan wouldn't work. "Well, you're in luck, cause I just so happen to have a spare lab not too far from here." This got Naruto and Pamela's immediate attention. "You have a working lab with the proper materials we need?" the botanist questioned. "It should have all the tools you need for your work, but you'll need to provide the plant for the nerve gas. It may not be as high quality as Batman's, but it'll do for now." Truthfully, Batman's lab was the more ideal location for this sort of work, but knowing how paranoid the Dark Knight was when it came to outsiders, he would never consent to unknowns being let into the Batcave, especially when one of the outsiders was a former villain.
Naruto's good mood had elevated again, his mission hadn't been for naught and things were starting to turn around, or so he thought. A burst of static invaded Naruto's ear where he had placed Batman's communication device. The Dark Knight's voice rang firmly through the earpiece, though Naruto's accurate hearing managed to pick out a touch of grim innervations.
Batman to Hokage, do you read me? What's your status? Clicking the earpiece, Naruto answered. This is Hokage to Batman. Everything is good on my end. What's the situation on yours? Diana, Jean, and I have successfully infiltrated our assigned target, but I was separated from them when we tried to take the ion crystal that powers the factories. The Dark Knight paused with some suspension, as though he himself was still trying to cope with the words he was about to speak. Jean has confirmed that Superman and Hawkgirl have been captured. All movement seemed to cease for Naruto as his mind tried to process what he'd heard. Out of all the heroes there, Naruto had the assumption that Superman would be one of the least likely to fail and get captured. It appeared that they had all grossly underestimated these aliens' capabilities if they were able to capture those two. After a moment's hesitation he replied, "Are you sure?" "Yes. Though Jean says that they are still alive, though for what purpose I do not know." Some sense of relief washed over Naruto as there was still hope of rescuing the captured heroes. Though, there is some good news that has come from this. It seems that Jean was right when he said that they were nocturnal creatures. They seem to react badly to UV rays, which explains why they are so adamant on blocking the sun from view. I'm heading back to my lab to work on the ion crystal that I've obtained. If I reverse its ion charge, then I can change the field's polarity to clear the skies. Naruto managed to smirk a bit. With the skies cleared of that waste and the recreated nerve gas, they now stood a much better chance of getting rid of the parasitic scum. All right, once I'm done over here, let's rendezvous back in Metropolis. That's probably where everyone else has regrouped to. Meet you in 3 hours. Without another word, the comm link was disconnected. Naruto sighed audibly, turning to see a collection of faces all looking at him expectantly with an expression that said explain. And so Naruto gave them a brief description of his conversion and his next plan of action. There was still much to be done. XXX Kent Family Farm. Kara sat at the front porch of her aunt and uncle's home, waiting for this whole ordeal to blow over. Her 2 icy teal orbs never leaving the sight of the growing clouds that had begun to blanket the sky. She recalled when the aliens had first attacked Metropolis. Steel was fighting by her side, and together they managed to take quite a few of them out. Those walkers had been somewhat of an issue as their energy beams hurt just as much, if not even more than Livewire's volts of electricity. Fortunately, they had one major weakness that she had been able to exploit. They relied heavily on the support of their long legs, so when one was destroyed they could easily lose balance and collapse on the spot. After some hours of fighting, Clark had come back from who knows where, and he had even brought some new company. A woman with 2 angel wings and a wicked-looking mace flew in with him. Kara had wondered where he had gone, but had no way of contacting him at the time. He had given a brief description of where he went off to, but she understood the majority of it. With some argument, Clark had sent her back to Smallville to check on Jonathan and Martha back home to see if they were safe and sound. Thankfully, the two who the young Argonian thought of as her aunt and uncle had been left unharmed. In fact, all of Smallville had been relatively unscathed by the invasion. It seemed that their focus had been on assaulting the major cities and other important sites around the globe. Repressing an urge to sigh, the young blonde continued to stare at the buildup of clouds in the distance. Lost in her own reverie, Clark mentioned that he teamed up with some other heroes to take down those factories. I wonder how they're doing. Did they succeed, or? She shook her head, dismissing such a discouraging thought. The creaking of wood could be heard as the front porch's door opened. Jonathan and Martha stood in the doorway. Both noticed how intensely Kara would look toward the sites of all the fighting and how anxious she looked. I know you're worried, Kara, but we can trust our Clark to set things right. Kara's eyes gravitated towards her family, giving them small smile. You're right, but I can't help but worry over everyone. Clark may have a team to back him up for this one, but I still can't help but worry for their safety. Martha gingerly sat next to Kara on the bench, giving the young hero a gentle and reassuring hand on the shoulder. We just need to have faith in Clark and his team. I know that they'll solve this whole mess. He's never failed despite the odds before, she assured, though she herself worried for her adopted son's safety. She and her husband had raised Clark practically his whole life as though he were their real son. Both loved him very much and would be distraught if anything were to happen to him. But both knew to have faith in their son, and believe that he would always return home safely. Kara wordlessly nodded her head, leaning on the shoulder of her aunt, letting her mind begin to drift again. The young Argonian couldn't help but wonder how a certain blonde-haired shinobi was doing. XXX Metropolis. The shattering sound of breaking glass echoed as a pipe was smashed against a department store's window. A man greedily snatched the TV that was up on display. "I've always wanted one of these," the man snickered. His friend by his side looked unsure and nervous. "Are you sure about this? What if we get caught?" The man waved off his companion's concerns. "What difference does it make? The world's gonna end anyway." Taking a look around, the two made a break for it before the authorities caught them. Above the city's streets, Diana stood observing the people of Metropolis. Needless to say, man's world was not giving her a good first impression. She was appalled by what she was witnessing. Many of the civilians were in a complete state of panic, vandalizing stores and shops, shoving others down in the ensuing chaos, spray painting words with "End of the world" on walls, and the occasional maniacal laughter from deranged and traumatized victims. Diana couldn't help but be revolted by their actions. Instead of joining together to form a proper counter-assault against their aggressors, they cowered, opting to cause harm to themselves. Perhaps Mother was right about mankind. They're nothing but untamed savages. Martian Manhunter stood by her, shaking his head slowly. "Do not judge them too harshly. They act out of fear." Diana looked unconvinced by the Martian's words but decided not to judge them so soon after her arrival in man's world. It was this moment that Lantern and Flash arrived to meet everyone at the arranged spot. "Sorry we're late, had to help some civilians on the way here." "What did you call us back for?" Flash asked in curiosity. He and John were planning on another attempt to destroy their assigned factory, but then they received another mental message from John, asking them to meet him and Diana in Metropolis. Diana pointed toward the alien factory a few blocks away. "Superman's been captured. He's being held somewhere in there with Hawkgirl." John sensed that something was amiss. Looking around, he found no sign of Batman in the area. "What about Batman?" Diana's eyes immediately saddened at the mention of the Dark Knight. John was the one to tell them of the grave news. He acted heroically, to the very end. Both Lantern and Flash were startled at the news. "The Bat's gone?" Flash spoke in disbelief. Lantern walked to the ledge of the building, overseeing the site of the factory. "This is not good, definitely not good," he whispered to himself. "What about the Hokage? How's he?" Flash suddenly asked, hoping that at least the shinobi was all right. "Hokage is fine. He's still working on his mission, so he was unable to meet us here," John assured the speedster. "In the meantime, we should focus on rescuing Superman and Hawkgirl before it's too late," Diana suggested, to which the others agreed on. XXX Naruto carried 2 cups of coffee in both hands, taking a short walk down the corridor. Pamela sat on a comfortable cushioned chair, grinding up the necessary plant materials needed to complete the nerve gas. Dick sat nearby on another station, looking through the lens of his microscope, observing the DNA of the parasitic aliens. The distinct smell of fresh caffeine infiltrated the botanist's senses. It was then she noticed that Naruto had entered the lab. Swiveling her chair around, the botanist greeted the masked hero. "Oh Hokage, I didn't notice you there." Pamela casually gestured him towards her. Naruto handed her one of the cups of coffee, which she gingerly grasped in her hands. Swirling the contents around in a circular motion, Pamela reveled in its sweet aroma. Satisfied with what she saw, she proceeded to taking a long drawn-out sip, as did Dick, who had taken the other cup of coffee. Just enough sugar and an extra boost of caffeine. Just what my body needed to keep myself going," Pamela thought in ecstasy. Pamela gave a low moan when she started to feel the effects of the coffee's caffeine kick in. The day's events had really taken its toll on her. She didn't know how much longer she could have gone without some sort of stimulants to keep her body moving and alert. "Thank you Hokage. I really needed some caffeine in my system to keep myself awake." Pamela spoke with gratitude. "Sorry about making you our errand boy and sending you off to fetch us some coffee," Dick added, feeling somewhat remorseful for sending him off on such a tedious task. Naruto waved off Dick's apology. "No need for apologies. The least I can do to help you guys is to get some caffeine in your system to keep you guys awake. Besides, I was the one who asked this favor of you in the first place. So how is your progress anyway?" Dick gestured his hand towards the microscope. "Actually, we just perfected the nerve gas." Naruto made a small sound of surprise. "Really? Already?" Dick nodded in affirmation. On normal circumstances, this process would have taken much longer to accomplish, but since we already had extensive knowledge on both the alien's anatomy and of the original nerve gas, we were able to replicate our own version. In fact, this one may be even more effective. Dick made a gesture towards the microscope. "Here, why don't you take a look for yourself?" Naruto eagerly grabbed a nearby chair and peered into the microscope's lens. Dick slid in a new glassware which contained a sample of the alien's DNA. Obtaining the DNA samples had been simple as many of their corpses littered the streets of Gotham. Applying the newly made nerve gas, turned into a liquid form, Naruto watched in fascination as the nerve gas violently attacked the alien's DNA as soon as the two substances came into contact. In mere seconds the alien DNA stiffened and ceased all form of previous movement before changing into a sickly purple pigmentation. Wow! Was all Naruto was able to say. Dick smirked with a knowing look. I know, right? The color change occurs because of how toxic the gas is to their DNA. Very effective, judging by the DNA's reaction when coming into contact with the gas. Thanks, both of you, for doing this. Naruto thanked the both of them. No problem, though you owe me a massage later. My shoulders and back are so stiff, it's killing me. Pamela paused as if remembering something. Did you and Selena find Kelly's parents? While she and Dick had been stuck in the lab working of the nerve gas, she had sent Kelly with Naruto and Selena in search of her missing parents. It took some time, but after a little bit of searching we managed to find her parents among the other refugees in the city. Her parents send their regards and sincerest thanks for saving her, by the way. Pamela leaned back in her chair, letting out a huge sigh of relief. Well, that's good then. I'm glad she got to be reunited with her family. Naruto smiled to himself. He was glad that Pamela had made such progress compared to when he first met her. She had slowly begun transitioning back into society, having more interactions with humans. Now she seemed to have gained some humility and peace with herself. Before any further conversation could continue, Naruto heard the familiar beeping of his communication device go off again. Hokage here, Batman. I'm finished with the crystal and I'm on my way towards Metropolis. Alright, I'll be waiting when you get there, the blonde shinobi replied. Batman out. The device clicked off. Naruto looked at both Dick and Pamela. Well, looks like the nerve gas is going to get its first official test run because I need to leave now. Are you sure that's wise? Shouldn't we test it on a live subject first, before you go running off with it? However unlikely it is, there is that small possibility that the nerve gas turns out faulty, Pamela advised with worry. Naruto gave her his reassuring eye smile. Sometimes you need to learn how to run before you can crawl. Besides, I have my complete and utter faith in your abilities. This gas will without a doubt work just fine. Naruto's reflexes caught a satchel thrown his way by Dick. It's been loaded with explosive charges that have the nerve gas injected into them. You only have a handful in there, about a dozen or so make sure you make them count. This was all we could make with the amount of time we had. We'll mass produce more of the nerve gas while you're gone. Give him hell out there. Naruto nodded in gratitude. It was then that Dick took notice of something that crossed his mind. Hey Hokage, how exactly do you plan to get to Metropolis so soon? That's a good distance from here to Metropolis. Naruto smirked devilishly behind his mask. Molding the necessary chakra, he let his senses stretch until he found what he was looking for. Like this. As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto suddenly phased out of existence. As though he were never there to begin with. Dick was left there standing. Mouth slightly agape in a mixture of both surprise and shock at the way the Hokage had seemingly vanished from sight. A low sigh came from Pamela. He always has had a liking for the theatrics. Good luck out there, Hokage. I have a feeling you'll need it. XXX Metropolis. The second Naruto materialized back to Metropolis via Hirishin, Flying Thunder God. Naruto followed Batman's chakra signal, who he had found already waiting for the shinobi at the arranged spot. About time you showed. You have the completed nerve gas? The Dark Knight questioned, skipping any formal greetings. In response, Naruto took out an inert charge from the satchel that Dick had given to him. Batman inspected the explosive charge from all angles, silently scanning the gas readings from his portable personalized computer he had built and attached to his forearm. According to the readings, the gas is specifically made to attack only the parasite's nerve cells, rendering them immobile before the after effects will settle in, destroying them from the inside. Nodding in satisfaction to himself, the Dark Knight resumed his conversation with Naruto. I scouted the area before you arrived, and it seems that the rest of the group have already gone on ahead to attempt and rescue Hawkgirl and Superman. Though, it's been some time and I haven't seen any activity yet. Naruto frowned at this piece of news. Hold on, maybe I can get a hold of Jean to see how they're doing. Stretching out his senses, Naruto searched for Jean's chakra signal to establish some form of contact with the rest of the heroes. Batman noticed the creasing of the Hokage's brows, signifying that he was currently frowning. Any luck? Naruto shook his head in response. I was unable to get in contact with Jean, but the good news is that everyone is indeed inside the factory and alive. The Dark Knight waited for the shinobi to continue, sensing coming. But it looks like they're not moving. Most likely that means that they're unconscious. They probably stumbled into a trap, same as Superman and Hawkgirl did. In that case we better get moving. Mind sparing a few of those charges? Naruto nodded, handing the Dark Knight half a dozen or so of the explosive charges. Between the two of us we only have about a dozen of these, so use them only when you have to. Nodding stoically, the two took off to the shadows, silently using their stealth tactics to infiltrate the factory without notice. XXX, a muffled voice was heard off in the distance, calling his name. Slowly the Martian began to stir as he tried to shake out the cobwebs in his mind. Once he was fully awake, the last Martian recalled the events of the gas room that caught him and the others off guard. He mentally berated himself for letting the parasites take advantage of his abilities, luring him and his comrades straight into a trap. Turning his head to the side, he was greeted to the sight of the real Superman, whose arms and legs were anchored to the floor, as was his and the others who were still unconscious, it seemed. "Jean, you shouldn't have risked your lives for us." The Man of Steel spoke somberly. He had tried in a failed attempt to break his bindings and free himself and Hawkgirl. Unfortunately for him, the parasite's clouds were still blocking off the sun's rays, so he was deprived from his main energy source. As of now he felt drained of most of his power, rendering him useless as he did not have his usual strength to release himself from these binds. "Would you have done less for me?" the Martian retorted coolly. A groaning sound could be heard from the Flash, who was starting to regain consciousness, as were the others who shortly followed. My aching head." The speedster groaned in pain. One of the parasites took notice of the slowly awakening heroes, casually walking towards the platform above them. "Earth's mightiest heroes, welcome." It spoke in a slightly distorted voice which seemed to hold much amusement. Its body began to morph, changing its fluid-looking body into the familiar appearance of Senator J. Allen Carter. "Senator Carter." Superman spoke with disdain. The presumptuous look on the senator's face seemed to deepen as he felt the growing anger emitting from Superman. "Unfortunately, the real Carter never returned from Mars, nor will he ever," the fake senator said in a taunting tone. Superman grimaced. "And you used me to weaken Earth's defenses." The fake Carter chuckled. "You were so eager to help cooperate. Thanks to you the humans were utterly helpless against us." The Man of Steel growled lowly in defiance. "It's not over yet." "Wrong again, Superman." Pressing a switch on the control panel beside him, the ceiling's roof began to open, revealing the dark clouds that had completely covered the sky. Through the opening a small aircraft shuttle descended. The now awakened heroes watched in silence, wondering what was coming. A group of the parasites gathered in a group, with the Carter impersonator in the lead. They all bowed lowly as the ship's bottom portion leaked smoke, creating an opening. "All hail the Imperium." Once the smoke cleared, it revealed a revolting sight to behold. A jellyfish-shaped creature with long tentacle appendages slowly gravitated towards them. Its main body seemed to be filled with an endless dark material that swirled like the shadows of the night. Superman glanced at Jean, who was staring intently at the odd jellyfish being. Though, beyond the Martian's expressionless face, Superman could see a deep hatred in the Martian's eyes. "Jean's, it's been a long time." The jellyfish being greeted in a disembodied voice. Tentacle appendages beckoned in a forward motion, raising the floor where Jean was still trapped in. Jean's limbs were released from their hold as two guards jabbed electric-amplified staffs into the Martian's backside. The Martian hollered in wretched pain as volts of electricity was sent coursing throughout his body, making him bend over to his knees and revert back to his original Martian form from the physical abuse. "Much better. You have defied us for centuries." The ghostly jellyfish spoke in satisfaction from seeing the Martian in pain. "And I shall never bow before you or any of your kind," Jean mentally responded, standing back up in defiance. "Then I will personally see to finishing what I should have accomplished long ago. The elimination of the last Martian," it remarked darkly, sending its tentacle appendages lunging forward. The rest of the heroes could only watch in horror as the tentacles ensnared themselves around Jean's form, piercing into the Martian's flesh. They could even see the tentacles move around from beneath Jean's green skin. Jean continued to writhe in agony as his body was absorbed into the Imperium's bowels as though he were being eaten and digested. Superman struggled against his binds as the volume of Jean's screams seemed to intensify by each minute. "Let go of him, you filthy." "Yield to us, Jean's," the Imperium demanded. "Never," Jean managed to shout back in between screams. "Why do you continue to struggle? After all these years you have finally lost," Imperium questioned. "Have I?" Jean countered mysteriously. Imperium paused in consternation at the Martian's words. You're hiding something, deep in the recesses of your mind. Is this another one of your Martian tricks? Imperium questioned vehemently, attempting to pry out the answer from the Martian's mind. What are you hiding from me? Sensing the Imperium getting closer into his mind, Jean mentally signaled for the two in hiding to reveal themselves, as it was now the right moment. Now. As soon as the signal was sent out, one of the bulbous containers that was connected to the ship's main systems exploded. Before anyone could hope to investigate the disturbance, a cry of Kaden. Kyodai Ryu Enjutsu, fire style, great dragon flame technique, resounded throughout the room. Shortly after, a flamboyant streak of flames struck out of nowhere. The source of the flames originated from a giant ball of fire that took the shape of a dragon's head, bearing a feral-looking face. Flocks of the parasitic aliens tried to move out of its path, but many were unfortunate enough to have been struck by the full front of the devastating surprise attack. The dragon-shaped ball of fire exploded with a resounding boom, creating a decent-sized trench in the ship's surface where it had struck. Once the dust and ash began to settle, two figures could be seen amongst the debris. Batman. Hokage? Flash spoke out in surprise. It can't be. I thought for sure Batman had been killed back at the other factory. Diana commented in equal surprise. I mentally shielded both of them so they couldn't be detected, Jean grunted out as he struggled against the tentacle appendages with renewed vigor.
Sorry we're late everyone, traffic was a real bitch. Naruto grinned behind his mask, glad to see that everyone looked in relatively good condition. The young blonde's eyes wandered over to the Imperium. Naruto's eye twitched in disgust when he gazed at the Imperium's form. That's the Imperium. It looks like someone just hawked out a giant wad of phlegm. Oh, just great, now I can't get the image out of my head, yuck. Naruto thought, suddenly feeling a sense of nausea.
Taking advantage of their broken ranks, Batman pulled out the ion crystal and shoved it into the material of the container in which had been softened thanks to the earlier explosive he had detonated on it. Once placed securely inside, the altered ion crystal activated and began the process of what Batman had reconfigured it to do. The once blood orange container had now changed into a cool blue color, quickly spreading throughout the ship's systems. Destroy the crystal quickly. Imperium ordered his followers, who had now recuperated from the surprise attack. Batman and Naruto moved to avoid the barrage of fire that was sent their way. The energy beams deflected harmlessly off the surface of the crystal container. It's shielded, the Carter impersonator shouted, having narrowly avoided the flaming ball of destruction. Eventually the ion crystal had successfully spread throughout the ship's systems, shooting a pillar of light out of the gas vents at the top of the factory. The white-blue column of light pierced the clouds, dispersing them and revealing the warmth rays of the sun. Rays of sunlight beamed down through the opened roof, forcing many of the parasites to flee out the sunlight's reach. Any parasite unlucky enough to be caught by the sunlight full force instantly began to evaporate, ending in a short but painful death. Even the Imperium was not immune to this, as it too suffered under the blaring rays of the sun. The top portion of its body began to sizzle and bubble up as if it was an egg being cooked under a frying pan. Having been weakened from the sun, Jean took this opportunity to burst through the bowels of the Imperium, grabbing hold of its tentacle appendages and forcing it out further into the deadly rays of the sun. You live underground and shun the light. Why? Does it burn your pale putrid skin? Jean mocked over the screeching voice of the Imperium. Flash winced slightly as he witnessed the not-so-pretty sight of the Imperium being cooked alive. Ooh, that's one nasty sunburn. Naruto and Batman jumped down next to the rest of the still restricted heroes. You set them free, I'll cover you, Naruto said, getting a firm nod from the Dark Knight. Destroy them. The Imperium managed to croak out in a panicked voice. In a small burst of smoke, Naruto released his sword Megami no Akari, Goddess's Wrath. So you require my assistance again, Naruto-sama? Naruto chuckled softly. Yes, though this time you'll get a more thorough workout. I do hope they provide us with adequate entertainment. Megami expressed with clear anticipation. Eternally, Naruto sighed. Sometimes Megami's personality was at similar ends with Kurama's, at least when it came to their strong desire for battle. Though, that was where their similarities ended. Ironic as she may not have been created had Kurama not suggested they build a sentient sword, yet they were in constant disagreement. Often both would bicker with each other like an old married couple. On occasion it proved to be quite amusing for the young blonde, but there were times when the two just wouldn't shut up. It's somewhat frightening how similar you and Kurama act when it comes to fighting, Naruto commented, to which the sentient sword gave a huff of indignation. Naruto-sama, how could you possibly compare me to that hairy brute of a fox? Please refrain from doing so again. Megami replied in a sickly sweet voice that sounded like a death sentence to Naruto, who knew full well what kind of bodily harm it could do to him. My apologies. I'm sorry I ever brought it up. Naruto quickly apologized. If there was one thing that Naruto found even scarier than Megami's lust for battle, it'd be her rage, which all women by nature seem to have ingrained into their genetics. The blonde's time being practically manhandled and beaten like a ragdoll by both Sakura and Tsunade had taught him that lesson well. The sheer thought of being so brutally trounced by either woman would always send a shiver down Naruto's spine. Shaking off his discomforting thoughts, the shinobi turned his attention back to the matter at hand. Channeling chakra throughout his body, Naruto shot off like a bullet, intent on cutting down as many of the enemy as possible. Raising his wrist to the side, Naruto slashed in a horizontal motion. A second later, two parasites had the unfortunate fate of being split in two from the waist. With wind chakra infused into the blade, it only made it that more easy to cut into their lymphatic bodies. Using his superior reflexes, Naruto wasted through the parasites' ranks, though plenty more seemed to take the place for everyone he took out. Having given up trying to shoot the blonde shinobi from a ranged position with their rifles, the parasites attempted to overwhelm Naruto by encircling around him. This tactic proved useless as Naruto was more of an up-close and personal kind of fighter to begin with. So they're trying to constrict my legroom, Naruto smirked, letting the parasites get closer before he sprung his own trap. Throwing Megami in the air, Naruto dropped down on his hands. Konohagoriki Senpu, Leaf-Strong Whirlwind. Twisting his hands clockwise, the shinobi swung his chakra-enhanced legs around in a full 360-degree angle, bashing into the sides or temples of anyone unlucky or stupid enough to have gotten within close range. Many were either crushed from the powerful kicks or sent crashing into other allies and knocking them down with them. Pushing off the ground back to his feet, Naruto deftly caught Megami in midair, before viscously stabbing the sword into the stomach of a fallen parasite. Chidori Nagashi. 1000 birds current, Chidori stream. Naruto's robust voice boomed throughout the room. XXX, the piercing discord of what sounded like an insurmountable number of birds chirping resonated throughout the room, catching the attention of all its occupants. Many of the heroes, who were nearly all freed from their confinements, had paused momentarily to witness what had caused such an unusual sound. Reactions varied from many forms of amazement as they bore witness to the Hokage's level of skill. Diana stood wild-eyed, marveling at the beautiful display of skill that the Hokage showed in his movement. The Hokage's demonstration of sword skill had such fluidity, yet his attacks were carried out with an unpredictable movement that seemed to match his style consummately. Its elegance only amplified as streaks of electrical discharge flowed out of the Hokage's body, giving a painful-looking shock to the multiple enemies that surrounded him. Batman finished freeing the last of the heroes with his small handheld laser. As he watched the parasites that fell victim to the Hokage's electrifying assault stiffen and evaporate from the high voltage, the Dark Knight made sure to categorize yet another surprising ability under the others the blonde shinobi had shown as of so far. With everyone now free of their confinements, the heroes sprang into action. Though, they all made sure to stay clear of the Imperium for now, as they knew that Jean would have preferred to be the one to end their long-going war, and for what the Imperium's race had done to his people. Flash would speed through their lines, causing them great confusion amongst their troops as they tried in vain attempt to fire at the speedster, only to hit one of their own. Hawkgirl soared high into the air, doing a mid-air backflip before descending upon a group of parasites who had the unfortunate fate of being thrashed viciously by the Thanagarian's electrified mace. Having gained some of his strength back thanks to the now revealed sun, Superman pushed off into the air, flying straight through the interior of the ship. The holes that were created shined down more rays of sunlight which showed no pity of the shrieking parasites whom had been struck by the UV rays. After tossing a group of parasites that were tangled up by her lasso, Diana followed Superman's example, using her immense strength to shear off the ship's plating with her bare hands. Lantern encompassed several parasites within a globe of green energy he had created, heaving them out of the ship through the holes made by Superman and Diana, where they would likely either die from the fall of such a height or burn in the sun. Meanwhile, Jean and the Imperium were still in the mid-process of their prolonged tug-of-war match. Seeing his followers be defeated one by one, Imperium knew the tables had turned and that now would be his only chance of escape, with everyone distracted by their altercations. Through his tentacles the Imperium sent a rush of voltage into the Martian's body, eliciting a pained cry from Jean, whose grip had loosed as he slipped into a semi-unconscious state. Releasing his appendages from Jean's prone form, the Imperium hastily began to levitate back into his personal shuttle for refuge from the sun and to escape. The Carter impersonator turned to see his master, who he had sworn his allegiance to, abandon him and his people, much to his shock. disregarding his fellow troops and leaving them to fend for themselves. The Carter impersonator rushed toward Imperium, jumping to latch onto the jellyfish's dangling appendages. Imperium! The Carter impersonator cried in desperation, not wanting to be left behind for the slaughter. Unhand me, worm! The Imperium spat out vehemently, flinging off the panicked Carter, sending him to his doom. Diana and Hawkgirl took notice of the Imperium, who was attempting to escape back to his main battleship with his personal shuttle, and moved to intercept him. To their surprise, they were stopped in their tracks by Naruto, who held his arm out in a stopping gesture. "What are you doing, Hokage? The Imperium is escaping," Diana shouted with a questioning tone, while Hawkgirl looked rather annoyed by the blonde's interference. "Just wait, he's not going anywhere. I left him a little present in his shuttle before me and Batman arrived. In fact, we also left a few more gifts along the way here," Naruto said with a hidden smirk on his face. The two female heroes shared an uneasy look but relented, putting their faith in the young shinobi. Naruto turned and called out to Batman, who was nearby. "Hey Bats, you mind setting off the fireworks?" The Dark Knight allowed an uncharacteristically small smirk to cross his features before pulling out a detonator and pressing the trigger. "Gladly," was all he said. Just as the Imperium's shuttle was nearly within the safe confines of the mothership, loud booms could be heard going off throughout the shuttle, rocking the entire aircraft. Explosions burst through the shuttle's hull, leaking out gas from the newly created holes. The damage done to the shuttle was so extensive that it was unable to stay airborne. Quickly losing altitude, the Imperium's shuttle came crashing down. Anyone who took notice of the falling shuttle made sure to avoid being crushed by the descending wreckage. The shuttle eventually smashed into the ceiling of the factory, easily breaking through from the sheer force and weight. It continued to fall, all the while smashing through many of the factory's support structure that held the building in place. The entire factory began to quake from the strain that resulted from all the destruction and the other explosive charges that Naruto and Batman has set off within the factory. "We need to get out of here," Flash shouted to the others. "Not before we save them," Superman replied back, gesturing to the people still trapped in several pods to the side. They were most likely the people who the parasites had abducted to assume their identities. Hawkgirl glided towards Superman and Flash, who were taking care of the unconscious civilians, careful to avoid the falling objects from the ceiling. "The whole place is gonna blow." Once everyone had gathered, Lantern scooped the group of civilians in a sphere of his ring's energy. Diana, Superman, and Jean had carried the heroes who were incapable of flying. Together, everyone managed to escape the collapsing building safely. Any alien who had somehow managed to survive the explosion were affected by the nerve gas that had spread throughout the area of the factory's site. The gathered heroes watched as the burning factory exploded, the mothership hovering high overhead in the skies, making its escape until it was no longer within sight. With most of their forces all but destroyed, it was highly unlikely that they'd be coming back anytime soon to attack Earth again. The dark clouds continued to disperse, giving more room for the sun to shine down on the city of Metropolis. At last the invasion was over. The following month after the events of the invasion, there had been a flurry of activity. Any remaining elements of the parasites had been thoroughly tracked down by the gathered group of heroes that had decided to continue working with each other for the time being. Together they set out in groups to destroy any remaining factories that were spread across the planet. Tracking down the remaining remnants of the Imperium's forces had proved a more challenging task than originally thought. While some had chosen to fight back until their last breath, there were still a good many that made use of Jean's shape-shifting ability to assume a random identity of a civilian to blend into the crowd. It was here that Pamela's nerve gas had really taken a crucial role in snuffing every remaining parasite in hiding. Forwarding a sample of the nerve gas to the world government, they had their best researchers and scientists inspect every detail of the gas before giving clearance to use the nerve gas. Refining and reconstructing the nerve gas into a powder, dust-like material, the League of Heroes were given permission to distribute the gas across the globe, hitting all of the major settlements that were hit hard by the aliens' attack. The gas imitated a similar effect to what pollen did during springtime, traveling through the air and letting the wind's currents sweep it throughout the land. With nowhere to possibly escape, every parasite that was in hiding inhaled the nerve gas and suffered horrific side effects that killed them on the spot. Of course, the pollen-like gas was specifically engineered so that there were no ill effects towards humans when one inhaled some of the gas. Once the issue of the parasites were dealt with, the world government focused all their power and attention on restoring order to their respective countries, and back to a more functional society. Families that had been separated were once again reunited, and areas that had taken collateral damage from the invasion were in the process of reconstruction. Letting the nerve gas do its job in society to rebuild and recuperate, Naruto took the time to finally cool down and take a well-deserved rest, as did many of the other heroes who he had allied with to fight off the parasites. All of the events from the invasion had finally caught up to him, taking its toll on the blonde shinobi, who took a full 24 hours of sleep to rest and ameliorate his lost reserves of charka. Despite having a massive reserve of chakra, constantly using his energy in the way he did took an exhausting and time-consuming effort that left the young blonde drained and worn out. After taking a satisfyingly prolonged nap, Naruto felt it prudent to check up on the others, namely Pamela, Selena, and the city of San Francisco. San Francisco had been protected by the barrier he had erected around it, and property damage had thankfully been kept to a minimum because of it. Repairs to the city were already in effect and the people were safe and sound. Like Naruto, Pamela and Selena had been exhausted from the events of the invasion and had taken an extended break to take a long breather from any more strenuous activity. Naruto was happily surprised that the two had formed a budding friendship with each other. He had been concerned that there may have been complications with the two's relationship given their past discrepancies with each other, but recent events had proven that the two worked well together and were even slowly forming a healthy and budding friendship with each other. For a while Naruto had reflected on what his next plan of action should be. After engrossing himself in hours of meditation and contemplation, Naruto finally came to the denouement of creating a more permanent place of residence that he could call home. But where exactly was the question? Over 17 years of living in a more nature-oriented environment had conditioned him to where staying in a condensed and congested city as large as San Francisco made him slightly uncomfortable and to some degree claustrophobic. The answer was simple yet complicated. If he couldn't find a home of residence, then he'd just have to make his own. But where would the home be built? It turned out that Kurama had just the answer. XXX. This is Snapper Carr. In the aftermath of the Metropolis meltdown, most of the invaders have retreated from Earth. Superman and a team of other heroes have driven out the remaining pockets of resistance, while the pollinated form of nerve gas has spread across the world, removing any of the parasitic aliens in hiding. The camera began playing feeds of the nerve gas affecting invaders who inhaled it and some of the heroes taking down the remaining factories and walkers. Despite this stunning victory, some are warning that we must stay vigilant. Switching screens, the camera zoomed in on General Wells, whose face seemed to be stern and scowling. We got lucky this time. What will we do if the invaders ever return? The monitor paused in motion, before flickering off. Batman lifted a gloved hand to his chin in deep thought. Society was beginning to lose faith in their government, with some even questioning whether Earth was still safe and capable of properly defending themselves against another dominating foe like the parasites. Already his mind was working on a solution to answer many of the populace's fears, preventing a similar situation from repeating again and giving the people renewed hope that Earth was not defenseless and could fight back if provoked. An abrupt cough from behind Bruce shook him from his pensiveness. Turning around, the cowled man saw his ever-so-faithful butler and one of the only people that the Dark Knight trusted absolutely, Alfred Pennyworth. "I'm sorry to disturb you, Master Bruce, but Master Dick is here and wishes to speak with you." As if on cue, Dick came striding into the cave, decked in his Nightwing costume. "I assume that you both will be taking part in another one of your engrossing conversations, so I'll excuse myself in favor of preparing some fine tea," Alfred drawled with his usual gentleman's tone. Dick removed his mask, sending Alfred an appreciative look. "Thanks, Alfred." "My pleasure, Master Dick." With that said, the balding butler excused himself from the cavern. Silence encompassed the room before Dick finally decided to break the peace. "I take it you've read the report I sent you?" It was more of a statement than a question. Dick just wanted confirmation. The Dark Knight mutely nodded in affirmation. Though, even he was still trying to wrap his head around the report that Dick has sent him. Pamela and Selena working together. Not entirely unbelievable, as they had done so in the past despite their falling out. But working together towards the benefit and protection of humanity? Synthesizing and helping greatly in the procreation of the remodeled nerve gas? A part of him was in complete disbelief when he'd first read the report. Yet there was clear evidence to back up Dick's claims, with both Tim and Barbara as his witness. Heck, even the news media had caught wind of Selena and Pamela's sudden heroic activities. Then there was the subject in question of the Hokage interactions with the two supposed villainesses. And from what was said in Dick's report, he seemed to be on friendly terms with both of the women. He'd seen the Hokage's confrontation with Selena back a few months, but he had not been aware that the two had continued to meet after their first meeting. Which was looking to be the only plausible explanation given how fond and civil they acted towards each other, as well as how Ivy hadn't been since then. At first I was a bit skeptical, but Tim and Barbara confirmed everything you said in the report. So what exactly do you think of this Hokage character? Dick could read the underlining meaning in the question. Was he a threat or not? Dick took a moment to think seriously on the question of how to properly describe the enigmatic blonde. If I were to be honest with you, I couldn't truly give you an accurate description of the guy. I made sure to watch his every move as we worked together, but never once did I feel any form of deceit or ill intent from him. He just gives off a feeling and attitude that makes you want to trust him. Bruce kept his impassive expression as he listened to his former apprentice. Do you know where his current location is? He prodded to find any new lead on the young shinobi. Dick shook his head in the negative. No, he never mentioned anything regarding his place of residence, and I haven't seen him since the invasion. Batman held in a small frown. Back to the drawing board, it seemed. One way or another he'd eventually find something he could work with on the blonde shinobi. He'd question him the next chance he got. Particularly in the case of his involvement with Selina and Pamela, as well as the man's history. There were few things in this world that could seriously irritate the Dark Knight, and unknowns were one of them. XXX tapping the ocean blue seawater with the sole of his sandaled foot, Naruto eyed the waves critically, discerning whether or not this area would serve his needs. On Kurama's suggestion, the young blonde had traveled across the large body of water into an unobstructed area of the North Pacific Ocean, where he would now permanently reside. Naruto brought his hands together, motioning through an array of hand seals at a furious pace. Wouldn't want any prying eyes to pick us up on their radar now. Megan. Niju Kakoni Arizu no Jutsu, Demonic Illusion. Double False Surroundings Technique. The widespread genjutsu spread until it encompassed a large perimeter around the area Naruto stood in. As the jutsu's name implied, whatever was within the area affected by the jutsu would be cast under an illusion within an illusion, so even if the first illusion was dispelled somehow, the next casted illusion would be ready in affect to conceal the true surroundings of the area. Now he wouldn't have to worry about any outsiders witnessing his activities as long as the jutsu was still in place. Naruto had improved his genjutsu capabilities to a much satisfactory level, but he would still need to put his absolute concentration whenever he was casting a higher tier genjutsu. He refrained from using them in battle because he still had difficulty with applying them into his fighting style. Clicking his tongue in afterthought, Naruto mentally spoke to his inner tenant. And here I thought that I was usually the one who came up with the unorthodox plans. A scoff could be heard resounding from the giant fox. Oh please, like you could have ever come up with a better plan. I'll ignore that on recompense that you lend me some of your chakra, cause I can already tell that hauling this workload is gonna be a real pain in the ass. Don't tell me you're getting wet feet already? I put a lot of thought into this, so you better not screw up and perform a half-assed job. Wouldn't dream of it, fuzzball. Naruto replied as his hands began to shift through long and complicated hand seals. Sweden. Sanso Baburu no Jutsu, Water Release, Oxygen Bubble Technique. Water from the surrounding ocean enveloped Naruto within a globe of blue. Making sure that the cylinder wall of water was secure, Naruto tapped the bottom surface with his foot, causing the bubble of water to propel itself into the ocean's surface at impressive speeds. As the globe of water continued to press deeper into the water, Naruto could feel the surrounding area decompress inward on him from the drastic change in density as he plummeted down the surface. Perspiration started to build up on the blonde's forehead as he tried to cope with the strong pressure and prevent it from crushing his body. The Sanso Baburu was specifically made for safe transportation underwater, but he needed to reinforce the bubble with an incredible amount of chakra to keep the globe from bursting under the pressure. With how deep Naruto was traveling, he needed the bubble to be more durable than the Suiro no Jutsu, Water Prison Technique, and have the transportation capabilities that the Shibandama no Ninjutsu, Soap Bubble Ninja Technique, possessed. The only flaw that the technique provided was that there was a limited supply of oxygen to breathe, so he needed to conserve the amount of time he spent underwater. It was unnervingly dark down on the bottom sea level, so dark that Naruto had trouble making out the view directly in front of him. He was glad when he had finally touched down to the surface. Having next to no illumination around and being surrounded by darkness brought forth an unsettling emotion in the blonde, so he preferred to make this process quick. Planting the globe of water on the floor's surface, the blonde let out an excess of air as he calmed his nerves. Repositioning himself into the lotus position, Naruto began to meditate and draw upon the surroundings' nature energy. Once he was finished, his eyes opened to reveal the horizontal toed pupils of a sage. With sage mode activated, he'd know where to exactly to dig without disturbing too much of the surrounding wildlife. Standing back up on his knees, the young sage readied himself for another jutsu. Doden. Doryukatsu. Earth Release. Earth Flow Divide. Stomping harshly on the seafloor, the surrounding earth began to shake violently and tear apart, creating large chasms in the ground. Manipulating the direction of tear, Naruto had divided a large stretch of land that formed deep cloves that spread around in a large circle. Mentally Naruto deeply sighed. Now comes the hard part. I'm no Shikamaru, but what a drag. Motioning his hands into a cross seal, a Kage Bunshin shadow clone burst into existence next to him. Already knowing what to do, the clone prepared itself for a jutsu while the original's eyes shifted into the Rinnegan. Even after months of working on the Rinnegan's gravity techniques, he had yet to lift such a heavy and massive object such as the one that he was about to now. Which was why he would need some support from his fellow cloned blonde. Said clone had finished waving through his hand seals and brought his hands to touch the lot of land. Doden. Shokajugen no Jutsu. Earth Release. Ultra Lightweight Rock Technique. Banshotanen. Heavenly Attraction of all of creation. Waving his hands towards the ground, the original Naruto opened the Diva Path of the Rinnegan to levitate the landmass of rock off the ground and towards the surface. The Chokajugen no Jutsu was extremely useful, for it severely decreased the overall weight of the landmass, making it that much easier for Naruto to heave it back up to the surface, but despite making the land lighter, he was still struggling greatly just to keep lifting it upward. It was a slow process since he was underwater, which had a much lower level of gravity that kept the land from rising at the speed Naruto wanted. After minutes of hard tugging and pulling, he finally managed to reach the surface with his new island in tow. Naruto's air supply within the oxygen bubble had nearly been depleted when he finally touched the surface again. As soon as he came in contact with the surface air, Naruto was brought to his knees as he drew in deep labored gasps of air. Using both Senjutsu and the Rinnegan in one go, along with several higher level jutsu, while that deep beneath the sea level had completely drained and prostrated the young shinobi. Relief washed through his system as Kurama sent him a dose of the fox's chakra that spread throughout his system and replenishing his diminished reserves. Nicely done, the hard part is finished. All that's left is to remodel our new island to fit our needs. The grinning fox jollily commented at his landlord's prone and exhausted form. Naruto, too tired, decided not to verbally reply, but instead went with flipping the giant fox the bird. Kurama merely laughed at the blonde's response. "Ah, don't be that way. At least no one will be suspicious of our activities here given the location we're in. The Pacific Ocean is known for having seismic activity because of the surrounding volcanoes that are stationed across it." Naruto had to admit that the fox was right. Any seismic activity they had caused today when he had sectioned off the land would have most likely gone unnoticed or ignored. And even if someone had grown suspicious, they would have still been protected by the genjutsu that Naruto had erected around the surrounding area, which kept the island hidden from view in an invisible dome. A foolproof plan. Naruto had to give credit to old Fuzzball. He could come up with some elaborate plans when he felt the need for it. Now all that was left was to give the island some life and begin constructing his new home. XXX Pamela eyed the practically barren island with a clinical gaze. Kicking the ground soil with the heel of her shoe, she hummed in thought with one hand on her hip. Well, the ground soil is ideal for what you're asking, but mind you, this is a lot of land. It could take some time for me to fill it with my plants and other trees you requested. Is such a thing really worth it for this much trouble? What you're asking is a bit impractical here, she pronounced to her blonde friend with a pleading tone. Obviously not in the mood for such demanding labor. Naruto had teleported himself over to Gotham via his connection with the Hiraishin Kanai that he had given Pamela. Gave her quite a jolt seeing the man suddenly appear out of nowhere, which resulted in a smack to the back of the blonde's head courtesy of an estranged botanist. After debriefing Pamela, Naruto requested for another favor that led them to their current engagement. By normal standards, yes, this would be more trouble than it's worth and can come off as unorthodox, but when have you known me to do anything through conventional methods? Naruto countered with a fox-like grin that was plastered behind his masked visage. Pamela huffed in amusement. Yeah, and I also noticed that you have an unhealthy habit of eating too much ramen that borders on addiction. Jabbing a finger in the botanist's direction, Naruto gave the women an accusing look. How could you say such an inhuman thing? Don't taint ramen's reputation with your unreasonably harsh words. Just because you can't appreciate the god of all food like I do, doesn't give you the right to criticize it in any way. Naruto gained a throbbing tick mark on his forehead when he noticed that Pamela had long since ignored his ranting. Coughing into his hand, he decided to get back to the task at hand. Anyway, just humor me and sprout some of your plants. I have a method of speeding up their growth spurt. Pamela sighed in defeat. All right, but don't forget our agreement. I help you out and you tell me more about yourself, including your real name. For a while now the Hokage had always eluded in telling her his true name. Whenever she had asked him, Naruto would always somehow dodge the question. When he came to visit her asking for another favor, she saw this as a perfect opportunity to get him to finally reveal more about himself. It was only fair since he knew her real name. Yeah, I already promised I would, and I never go back on my word. Endowing the botanist with some of his background info was a worthwhile trade if his plan worked. Besides, he trusted Pamela enough to confide in her with his real name. Crouching down to her knees, Pamela pressed both her palms onto the ground's surface. The surrounding body of water provided a plentiful amount of water to sprout her plants. Movement could be felt beneath their feet as a small collection of trees began to slowly sprout from the ground, slowly growing and giving the area more life. Naruto took a moment to marvel at Pamela's handiwork. While her level of skill was not on par with the great Shodai Hokage, First Shadow, Hiroshima, he could not help but admire her unique ability to manipulate nature to a degree that in some ways surpassed even the Shodai's famed Mokuton wood release, which was nothing short of amazing. Don't mean to break you from your daydream there, but are you gonna help or not? Pamela's voice broke Naruto from his reverie, her expression one of deep concentration. Ah, sorry about that. Oh, and don't be too surprised by what I'll do next. The young shinobi added in afterthought. Pamela was about to question him on what he had meant by that but was silenced into shock when she felt a sudden influx of energy that permeated the entire vicinity. Naruto's entire frame lit up with an indescribable energy that was predominantly a bright yellow with lifelike orange flames that wisped around the outline of his body. The dark blue mask he had worn had shifted to the same dominant color as the rest of his body, still covering the bottom portion of his face. Two distinctive locks of golden-colored hair stuck out, resembling horns. 6 Magatama marks arced in a curved pattern under his neckline, and an odd-looking swirl design was framed in the center of his abdomen. His bright cerulean eyes had now shifted to a passionate sunset orange that radiated with power. Pamela's body had ceased all movement as she watched the spectacle that was Naruto Uzumaki. The power she felt that emitted from his new form was in a whole other league compared to the display he demonstrated back in Gotham. One that was not only very potent but also foreign. The output of energy that she could feel coming off the blonde shinobi was so surreal, with the competency of a tidal wave that was somehow contained and controlled into a tranquil state. It was as though he were a different person. Sweat creased off her forehead as she gawped at the man's stunning new form. The man's mere presence seemed to gravitate all forms of life towards him. Pamela's plants were not excluded to this, as they too were drawn towards the blonde shinobi, as though his new form gave off the light of the sun itself and was bathing them in solar vitamins of energy. Naruto bent down on his knees to match Pamela's height, placing both his palms beside hers. Spiking his chakra a bit, the flames around Naruto's form flickered wildly as he influenced Pamela's trees to increase their growth spurt. Pamela was not immune to his increased chakra, as his presence alone seemed to give her newfound strength in which she had never felt before. Her once slow-growing trees had started to hit a massive growth spurt and started to spread like wildfire. Within minutes, the once barren area around the two had been clustered with an endless jungle of vegetation and verdure. All right, that should be enough. Naruto's voice brought Pamela back to reality. Without even realizing it, she had been sitting in the same position by Naruto for well over 3 hours now. She had been so entranced by the new experience that she had lost track of the time. The flamboyant aura around Naruto flickered off like a light switch, reverting him back to his normal appearance. Dusting his pants off and wiping away beads of sweat from his forehead, Naruto stretched his stiff limbs, getting a few satisfying popping noises coming from his back and joints. He lent a hand towards Pamela, who lingered for a moment before taking his hand. For a long while Pamela stared down Naruto with unblinking eyes that made Naruto slightly nervous from the fixed gaze she was giving him. What did you do? First the weird eyes and now that transformation. What exactly are you? Pamela questioned with narrow eyes, demanding some answers. Naruto scratched the back of his head in a sheepish manner. Where to begin, he started. XXX. A few weeks had passed since the incident with Pamela, and the two had yet to speak with each other. After Naruto told her his real name as per his promise, he also answered a few of her questions that mainly revolved around how his powers worked, meaning that she knew about Kurama's existence. We haven't really talked all that much after I told her a bit more about my powers. Though, I guess it's understandable given what I can do. She just needs some time to think about all of the information I gave her. After all, it's not every day you suddenly learn that one of their few friends has a biju in the form of a giant fox sealed in them. Naruto mused with an inner shrug. Though, there was a small part of him that hoped that this wouldn't change their relationship. Other than the knowledge of telling Pamela about the presence of Kurama, Naruto had refrained from telling her too much as not to accidentally scare her off. He rather liked Pamela as a friend, who was one of the few he had in this world. Naruto's attention was brought towards his house that was still in mid-construction. Summoning a couple hundred of shadow clones, The work was easily distributed and the house itself was coming along quite nicely from his perspective. Most of the construction was already finished, and all that was needed were some finishing touches. The house itself was of reasonable size, being a good 2 stories high, and was modeled after the architecture of his original home in the elemental nations and some of the more modernized designs that this world provided. It took somewhat of a resemblance to the Hokage residence back in Konoha, but had several stark differences that appealed more to Naruto's preferences. Inside held all the basic amenities you would find in an average home.
A living room, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, and 2 bedrooms for both himself and for any guest should he have any in the near future. A wall of sorts was placed around the structure to section it off from the surrounding jungle. On the entrance of the gate doors that led to the interior of the structure was the painted symbol of the Uzumaki clan in remembrance to Naruto's long-destroyed clan. Konoha's symbol was marked on the inner walls of the complex.
Outside beside the house's side was a neatly lined garden that was still in the process of growing. The garden had been planted with a variety of different seeds that grew some fruits, vegetables, and a few other exotic plants to match decor of the surrounding area. Beside the garden was a beautiful and carefully crafted Zen garden. The miniaturized landscape model was filled with gravel grinded into a smooth silver sand that was raked into wave-like swirl patterns. Small stones scattered across its plane, with a near-budding sakura tree rooted and overshadowing the Zen garden. An orange-red luster reflected shadows throughout the area, signifying that dusk had started to settle in. Giving one last look at the house and the surrounding terrain, Naruto decided to turn in early for the day, exhausted from the weeks of hard labor in constructing his new home. He grumbled with vexation when he remembered that he had yet to put any furniture for the house yet, including a bed, so the floor would have to suffice for the night. XXX next day, Naruto took a normal-sized bite into his freshly baked bagel, leaning back into his chair. The following morning, after some hours of sleep, he felt it prudent to check on the status of his spy network, see if everything was still in working order after the whole fiasco of the Imperium invasion. Right now he was back in San Francisco, checking through his connections on his personal laptop in one of the unaffected coffee cafe shops, which was well known as Starbucks. It was early morning and there were surprisingly only a few people in the cafe. Perching himself into a corner table, Naruto ate his breakfast in silent content while his other hand swiped the flat mouseboard on his laptop. A frown crossed his features as he saw the status of his spy network. It appeared that the Imperium had struck an unexpected blow to his system. A good number of his previous contacts had suffered either critical injuries that hospitalized them or were dead. He still had some contacts remaining, but the sudden loss of his contacts struck a hard blow to his system. Now he would need to replace the empty positions. Naruto felt the sudden but familiar tugging in his mind that only occurred when Kurama was about to give in his input on something. The network may have suffered an unfortunate setback, but I think this could be an opportunity to expand our reach and contacts. The Great Fox's voice boomed within his mind. You have something in mind? The blonde shinobi queried for an answer. Kurama shifted his sitting position within the seal into a more comfortable position. I'm saying that now we are in need of filling in the missing contacts. We should use this opportunity to expand the system's faculty. We need someone who has some significant influence and power, someone who could give us some eyes on the inside scope of the villain community and/or government systems. The whole reason why the Imperium's forces were able to get the drop on everyone was because they managed to infiltrate the higher positions in the world's governments and other subsystems. I think it's time we increase our network's activity and reach so next time we won't be caught with our pants down. Crossing his hands together under his chin, Naruto mulled over Kurama's suggestion, seeing the wisdom within the fox's advice. What he was proposing was a sound proposition. If he were to be honest with himself, while his spy network was an important source of information that he used to rely on, it lacked the influence and connections that his godfather's system had. On countless occasions Naruto had tried in vain attempt to locate the location of the mysterious government that had been tracking him a while back, but all attempts led to dead ends. It had become apparent to him that his spy network, while good, was still inferior. The only consolation that came from it was that he at least knew that their activities involving him had temporarily ceased, most likely because of the crisis of the invasion. But if he was to revise the spy network to a more satisfactory state, who could be a potential ally that had strong connections? More study and research would be needed to compile a list of potential candidates for such a role. But above all else, he would need more income to invest in the progression of his spy network. He could only get so far with the limited funds he currently had. XXX 3 days later, pushing his legs off the ground, Naruto leapt across the rooftops of buildings in San Francisco, decked out in his Hokage attire. Normally he wouldn't be on patrol in midday when the sun was still out, but on several occasions he would go on patrol at this time of day to clear his mind whenever he was in deep thought, or to relieve pent-up stress. Selena was right when she mentioned that being in costume puts your mind at ease. It's probably because the only time I can truly be myself is when I'm dressed as Hokage. Naruto's inner musings were interrupted by the whining screech of metal bending under pressure and a few shouts of distress. Turning in the direction of the disturbance, Naruto's keen eyes caught sight of a construction site, one of many that had been in high activity in response to repairing all of the damaged or destroyed buildings in the city from the invasion. A yellow-themed crane had been badly damaged from a possible malfunction and was bending under the pressure from the heavy steel's beams it was lifting. The man in control of the crane was in desperate attempt to gain back the crane's controls, but didn't seem to have much success, much to his plight. The situation only escalated when the steel beams flew out of the crane's grasp, sending the heavy weights smashing into the unfinished building that was being worked on. Construction workers below scrambled out of the path of falling debris and concrete that had fallen from the building. The guy on the crane had finally managed to gain back some semblance of control of the crane and turned off its systems to prevent any further accidents from occurring, but the damage had already been done, for one unlucky construction worker held on for dear life on the edge of the near-collapsing side of the roof that had been struck by the steel beams. The man's grip was starting to slip as one of his arms gave in and fell to his side, leaving him hosting himself by the edge of the building with but only one arm. By then Naruto was on the move and preparing himself to intercept the man's inevitable fall. Finally losing the rest of his strength, the construction worker's yell echoed as he plummeted down towards the pavement. Molding his chakra, Naruto projected golden luminescent chains from his right palm, which wrapped around the construction worker's midsection. Once he had a secure grip, Naruto focused on extending the chain's length at a slow pace, gently descending the startled man down to the pavement. Naruto retracted the chains once the man had touched the ground safely. Seeing that his work was done, he quickly left the scene, mindful of the cheers and shouts of gratitude shouted his way. Those chakra chains from Mom's scroll are really cool. The notes left behind in Kushina's scroll mainly consisted of the near-extinct Uzumaki clan's history, but also contained a detailed description of the revered techniques that she was most well known for. While Kushina was designated as the Akai Chishio no Habanero, red hot-blooded habanero, of Konoha for her violent tendencies, she was also renowned for her unique ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. The chakra chains were a trademark of red-headed Uzumaki, and when used in conjunction with the Uzumaki's special chakra, has the capability of constricting even a Biju's tailed beast movements. After running down a few blocks away from the construction site, Naruto's sensitive hearing picked up on the distant sound of a plane's engines that steadily grew louder as it seemed to close in on his position. Looking above him, he noticed a familiar jet black stream plane that was descending on his position. Wonder what he's doing here. Naruto pondered the unexpected visit. Touching down with a thud, the plane's cockpit opened up, revealing Gotham's Dark Knight. Jumping down from the plane, Batman greeted Naruto with a quick but noticeable nod, which Naruto replied in kind. To what do I owe the pleasure of this unexpected visit? The blonde questioned with unadulterated curiosity. We're gathering the group together for a special meeting on Superman's request. XXX Naruto stood beside Superman, face nearly pressed against the glass window that displayed a phenomenal contour of the planet Earth, something he once thought he would never get the chance to see within his lifetime. The view of Earth from his position was absolutely breathtaking. He could see all the many landscapes, oceans, and sites of civilization that littered the planet's surface. Superman chuckled lightly at the Hokage's expression. He figured that this must have been the man's first time off Earth's soil and in outer space, given the man's reaction. Clark took this time to observe the spacious room, which would serve as a base of sorts. The equipment on the space station was outfitted with the most exceptional paradigms of modern and advanced technology that humanity had to offer. The walls and floor were plated with a silver metal that echoed under each step of his red-clad boots. Bruce had really gone all out on this project of his. Speaking of the Dark Knight, Bruce had just walked into the room, meaning that everyone would soon be here. Do your stockholders know about this, Bruce? Clark pried, wondering how the multi-billionaire was able to amass such an advanced orbital space station within such a short expanse of time. A line item, hidden in the aerospace R&D budget. The Dark Knight responded impassively. Man, I'm starting to think there's nothing he can't buy or build with money. Naruto thought in awe as he looked around what he thought had to be the coolest place he'd ever seen. This watchtower will act as early warning system for any other invasions from space. Sliding doors could be heard as both Flash and Diane strolled through the room, ice mochas in their hands. And it also has a fully stocked kitchen. Flash added, feeling the need to point out the essentials, or at least what he thought of as the essentials. Ice mocha. The speedster offered to Clark, who politely declined. Diana took a slow drawn-out slurp from her drink, satisfied by its exquisite and new taste. They don't have these on the Mischira. Flash raised his cup to Diana's, giving her sly smirk. Stick around with me, princess, and I'll show you all the ropes. Unlike before, where Diana had been uncomfortable in the speedster's presence, or any of the men's presence for that matter, Diana had become acclimated to their company, even towards the speedster's odd quirks and corny jokes. She even found them to be a bit refreshing on certain occasions. Such a contrast to her people's culture and beliefs, but not entirely bad altogether. An impressive installation. Most impressive. But what does this have to do with us? Jon Stewart's voice cut in, obviously wanting to know why they were called here. Hawkgirl descended down by Jon's side, wanting to know the same thing, as did the others. Naruto had stopped admiring the earth, focusing his attention on the meeting, while everyone waited for Superman to respond. Superman walked toward the glass window, fixing his gaze on Earth as he spoke. I once thought that I could protect the Earth by myself, but I was wrong. Working together we saved the planet, and I believe that if we stayed together as a team, we would be a force that could truly work for the ideals of peace and justice. What, like a bunch of super friends? Flash joked in good humor. More like a Justice League. Flash made a noise of amusement. Do you have any idea how corny that sounds? But maybe the big man's got a point. With all of us behind it, this just might work. Count me in. The speedster stacked his hand over Superman's, which was soon followed by Green Lantern and Hawkgirl. Naruto mulled over Superman's proposition and the possible benefits that came with joining this league. In his personal experience, having teammates had always been a great experience. Some of his most memorable moments came from his time in working at the Konoha 11 and other shinobi that were affiliated with other shinobi villages during the war. He had never been one to shy away from receiving assistance from his fellow comrades. Besides, the prospect of this joint alliance brought a conglomerate of opportunities that greatly outweighed the disadvantages of aligning with these individuals. One of the potential complications with accepting their invitation would be that he would probably need to divulge more information on his background and abilities. Not necessarily something to be overcautious about, but still something to be wary of with certain confidential topics such as Kurama. But his intuition told him that these were some trustworthy heroes, so he'd give them the benefit of the doubt. Worst comes to worst, he could always decline and quit if such an option was necessary. Wordlessly, Naruto stacked his hand above the others. The situation oddly reminded him of his time working with Team 7 and the others. For a moment Diana paused in contemplation, trying to debate whether joining this Justice League, as Superman called it, was the right course of action. She was already on a mission as it was, and she was worried that her activities with the League would hamper her mission's progress. A little while back she had picked up on a strong and powerful energy source. Diana had first thought it was the target she had been in search for, but the bizarre thing was that the energy she was looking for was supposed to be that of a demon's. Diana and her fellow sisters had been the guardians that protected the pits of Tartarus that led to Hades' domain, and where all of the other demons resided, so she knew a demon's energy when she felt one. While the energy signal she felt was indeed that of a demon's, it seemed strangely altered in that made it seem more pure. She was still trying to wrap her head around the idea that a demon's energy could possibly be so purified and clean. Unfortunately, all her attempts of pursuing the spike of energy was denied, as whoever was using it was also masking nearly all of it to where it made it impossible to discern its location, which only made it that much more frustrating for the Amazon princess. At the very least, she now knew she was headed in the right direction. Taking a sidelong glance toward the unusually quiet Hokage, she found his eyes meeting hers, as though patiently waiting for her decision. Something about the Hokage told Diana that he was somehow connected to her mission, but she had no real evidence to support her suspicions. Putting aside her uncertainties, Diana decided to let fate guide her. I don't know if my mother would approve, but I find man's world to be intriguing. Though, before I join, I must tell you that I was sent here on orders to look for a certain individual. As this is, I'm afraid that I'll require 2 stipulations to be fulfilled before I accept your request. Superman nodded with compliance. We'll discuss your circumscriptions shortly. Diana nodded in assent as she motioned to join the others. Smiling as Diana joined in with the group, Superman turned to the silent Dark Knight. What about you, Batman? I'm not much of a people person, but when you need help, and you will, call me, Batman replied. Superman inwardly chuckled at the man's typical Batman response, but nodded nonetheless. Understood. Now are we all in agreement? Diana spoke up, noticing that they were missing a certain Martian. Wait, where's Jean? Using his X-ray vision, Superman found the lone Martian standing above the complex next to a control panel that displayed a picture of Mars on the monitor's screen. Having flown next to the Martian's side, Superman was worried for the man's well-being. He of all people knew of the pain that Jean was experiencing, for his people had suffered a similar fate. He could only hope that the Martian had found some form of closure in finally ending the long-standing conflict between him and the Imperium's forces.
Jean, are you all right? Jean was silent for a moment before he finally replied in his usual toneless voice, but if one were to listen closely enough, they'd be able to find traces of deep sadness in his voice. My family and loved ones are long gone. I am the last of my kind.
Lending a comforting hand on Jean's shoulder, Superman replied with a knowing and compassionate tone. I know the feeling. Now Mars is dead, and I am alone in the universe. Jean spoke with somberness that ached at the Man of Steel's heart to see him this way. Jean, we can never replace the family you've lost, but we'd be honored if you can call Earth your home. Supes is right, and we'll always be there to support you, whenever and wherever you are. Because you are our friend. The familiar voice of the Hokage added as he clasped Jean's other shoulder with conviction and reassurance. The Martian couldn't help but smile, seeing how much the two seemed to genially care for his well-being. Giving the two a firm handshake, they joined the others, where Batman had stepped forward, attention on the blonde shinobi. Before we even think of letting you join the League, I think you owe us an explanation of who you are and where you came from. The cowled knight wasn't going to budge on the matter, not this time. With no immediate threat to interrupt them, now was the perfect time to question the blonde hero. XXX, a bulky figure strode casually across the long curved corridor. Tilting his head to the side, he stopped to admire the view of the flourishing and tranquil city behind the transparent glass window panels. The man's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the distant sounds of running footsteps, followed by a commotion. Your Majesty, he recognized him as one of guards stationed to patrol the city's borders. What are you doing here, soldier? Aren't you supposed to be on duty? The man's voice took a commanding tone that was becoming of a ruler. Bowing shakily before taking a knee to his king's presence, the soldier gave a status report. My king, our scanners detected some unusual seismic activity in the north sector. The king's brow furrowed with impatience. So what? The north sector is known for having seismic activity every so often from the surrounding volcanoes. Why is this so important? But my king, judging by the reports that we received by the scans and local wildlife, a large mass of the ocean floor suddenly broke off from the ground before disappearing to the surface. We have reason to believe that it could have been caused by the surface dwellers. A frown marred the bulky man's features. The surface dwellers had always been causing a long-standing problem for his people. Their continuous pollution into the ocean's waters was always a cause for concern, but it had so far been tolerated due to him wanting to prevent a possible war from occurring. His people had always been tense with the surface dwellers, while some outright hated them. If this event got out, then it could ignite a spark from the less tolerable of his citizens who would press for an assault on the surface dwellers' territory. His own patience had been tested with the surface's actions. Tell my advisors that I am requesting a meeting immediately. The king ordered the guard, to whom responded with a quick, by your order, before rushing off to perform his king's command. A deep sigh escaped the king's mouth as he watched the guard run with a purpose. He couldn't help but worry for his kingdom's security, and even more so that of his wife and newly born son. Steeling his resolve, the king began his trek towards the council chambers where the meeting would be held. He'd do whatever was necessary to protect both his family and kingdom. If that meant starting a war with the surface dwellers, then so be it. The end. Thanks for watching. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.